This story begins somewhere in the vastness of deep space. The giant ship called Atalanta was completely destroyed. At this time, the main character, John, a major and crew member of Atalanta number 67, was keeping a diary entry. He was addressing humanity in case they still existed anywhere in the universe. He reported that Arkadi's mission to resettle human civilization on another planet had ultimately failed. The fact is that by that time, the Earth had already become uninhabitable. As a result, humanity was forced to launch several large-scale colonization programs. The main target of one of these programs was the distant planet Kepler 3265, codenamed Arcadia. However, despite the carefully thought-out plan, something mysterious happened to the ship carrying the huge crew. All crew members were in a state of hibernation, and as it turned out later, John was the only survivor. He suddenly woke up and found himself completely alone in the middle of endless space. As he recorded his final message, he nevertheless hoped that his voice would somehow reach Earth. At some point, he even began to suspect that it was here, in the cold emptiness of space, that his life would end. John was drifting in the endless space without any hope of rescue. However then, having come to his senses a little, the hero noticed his guitar nearby. It was the only personal item each crew member was allowed to take with them, and it was the one he chose before departure. Then the young man decided that if this was his end, he would like to spend his last moments with his guitar. His long-held dream of becoming a member of a rock band never came true. He never imagined that instead of being on stage, he would find himself in space with no way out. However, there was no air in the space around him, meaning he couldn't even hear the sounds of the guitar. Just when the young man had almost resigned himself to his fate, a warning suddenly appeared on his notification bar. It turned out that the escape pod had been activated, giving him the opportunity to reach the nearest planet. Luckily, the capsule was heading straight for him, meaning he was no longer doomed to drift forever in space. He only had 32 seconds to wait. Soon, Atalanta's rescue capsule reached the hero and was able to pick him up. John, once inside, immediately fell down. However, having gathered his strength, he set the mechanism into action and activated the descent system to the planet located nearby. Although John was not sure that the rest of the crew had died in the explosion, he did not risk delaying his rescue. After activating the mechanism, the capsule headed towards the planet's surface. After some time, he managed to land on unknown alien territory. The capsule opened its parachutes and hit the surface with force. Once inside, the young man realized that the first thing he needed to do was determine whether the air was breathable. John then hit the capsule door several times and eventually managed to open it. At the same time, the hero still felt very dizzy after 3,000 years spent in a state of freezing. Looking around, he noted that the surrounding landscape seemed almost heavenly compared to the hell that Kepler 3265 had become. At that moment, the thought even occurred to him that perhaps this very place could have been a more successful ending to Arkadi's mission. After this, the protagonist activated the emergency radio, trying to establish contact with any of the surviving crew members. At the same time, environmental indicators showed a temperature of about 23 degrees and an oxygen content of 12%. Soon, peering into the distance, the young man noticed a figure dressed in a spacesuit, which seemed unusual and at the same time familiar to him. The clothing resembled the equipment of the Atalanta crew members, so the hero assumed that one of his comrades was in front of him. However, the next moment the situation changed dramatically, and a viscous substance suddenly hit the visor of his helmet. As it soon became clear, it turned out to be the saliva of a giant alien creature ready to attack. Almost immediately after this, the creature struck with its huge claws. However, John managed to dodge at the last moment. However, the force of the attack was so great that he was thrown to the ground. At the same time, the hero still had not had time to fully adapt to the changed gravity, which significantly complicated his situation. John didn't understand what kind of creature it was, whose size was about 10 times his own. It looked like an arthropod, but John couldn't understand how the animal could be so huge. The creature looked at the hero with its red eyes. John, clutching the knife in his hand, prepared for a counterattack, realizing that this weapon was unlikely to be able to radically change the situation. However, despite this, it remained his only available means of defense. That is why the hero, having assessed the situation, decided to act cunningly. John, trying to avoid a direct blow, made a sharp jump. However, due to the fact that the gravity on this planet was different from Earth's, he did not have time to dodge the next blow in time. At that moment, the creature, using its long and powerful tail, grabbed him. The monster began to throw me from side to side with great force, which created a serious risk of losing consciousness. Finding himself in danger, the young man understood that he needed to free himself as quickly as possible. Then, gathering his remaining strength, the hero pushed off sharply and managed to escape. After that, taking advantage of the moment, he jumped from above and landed right on the monster's head. Then John immediately stabbed with his knife. He understood perfectly well that the eyes were the most vulnerable spot of most such creatures. It was there that he directed his main blow, putting maximum force into it. He punched him right in the huge pupil. The creature let out a piercing scream, expressing extreme pain. However, despite the successful attack, during the fight the creature decided to counterattack. As a result, one of the monster's paws fell directly on the hero, pinning him to the ground. Fortunately, his spacesuit was highly durable, allowing him to escape death, although the situation remained dangerous. At that moment, another fighter was nearby who, as it turned out, was already taking aim at the creature. He used a weapon that resembled a sniper rifle. Then, waiting for the right moment, he fired. As a result, the energy beam, having reached its target, inflicted colossal damage on the monster, practically destroying it. It seemed that this unknown warrior knew the creature's weak points very well. After the shot, the fighter, without wasting a second, rushed forward and his weapon transformed into a massive blade. At the very moment when the monster tried to defend itself, he took advantage of the opportunity to strike back. As a result of the blow, he managed to cut off the creature's limb, depriving it of support. When the monster's mouth opened, the fighter immediately took advantage of the opportunity. He activated the weapon, causing a powerful explosion that completely destroyed the enemy. When the monster's huge body crashed to the surface, the impact was so powerful that it caused a small earthquake. Watching this whole scene, the main character gradually realized that in front of him was not a member of his ship's crew at all. Realizing this, John demonstrated his lack of hostile intent by raising his hands. At the same time, he could not be sure how the stranger would behave. And then John realized that judging by everything, he still didn't look very convincing. Apparently, the fighter's attention was focused on the knife hanging from the hero's hand. John noted that although this alien behaved threateningly, its behavior was reminiscent of human behavior. Then, wanting to finally confirm his peaceful intentions, the hero got rid of the knife. In response, the unknown fighter said something in an unfamiliar language that the young man could not recognize. Yet, despite the differences, the creature's appearance seemed strikingly similar to that of a human. That's why John decided to take the next step and, opening the visor of his helmet, showed his face. By this, he wanted to convey the idea that, despite belonging to different worlds, there was a certain similarity between them. It soon became clear that there was a woman in front of him who apparently interpreted this gesture correctly. In response, she also put away her weapon. After that, she slowly removed her helmet, revealing her blue skin. At that moment, the hero experienced some tension. However, when she uncovered her face, it became obvious that in front of him stood a very attractive representative of a different race. However, John did not understand why she decided to help him, just as he could not explain why the creature attacked him in the first place. He assumed the blue-skinned stranger hadn't attacked him because he looked like their race. After some time, the girl handed him a container with liquid, but the hero doubted its safety. He analyzed the fluid. The temperature was at a comfortable level, but it contained ethanol, hydrochloric acid, and methanol. The girl then carefully drew a schematic representation of a water molecule on the surface of the sand. At the same time, she repeated the same words several times, pointing to the picture. The protagonist quickly realized that she was trying to explain to him that she was offering him water. However, despite this, John was still testing whether it would be safe to open his suit for a few moments to take a sip. At the same time, he recalled that they were told that when making contact with other civilizations, they should use English. That is why the hero, following these recommendations, thanked the girl in English. He then introduced himself by giving his name, Jung Yeon-soo. However, as expected, his words initially remained incomprehensible to this blue-skinned girl. Nevertheless, she gradually began to grasp the sound of the words and soon tried to repeat them, albeit with noticeable distortions. In addition, the young man remembered another universal gesture he had been taught, a handshake, and decided to use it. After this, the girl led him to her vehicle. On the back of the car was the body of the defeated monster. John learned that the planet he found himself on was called Bumi, and the intelligent beings inhabiting it were called Bumians. Looking around the space, he came to the conclusion that this world looked truly beautiful and harmonious. Its inhabitants, judging by the girl's behavior, also seemed to be peaceful and fairly developed creatures. However, He soon learned that the planet was destined to be destroyed in just 5 years. During the trip, John began recording another voice message, trying to capture everything that was happening to him. After some time, they arrived at a certain technological base. Our heroes drove inside, where they parked their vehicles. They then climbed up the inclined surface to the upper levels of the structure. When the base gates opened, an unusual picture appeared before him. The entire interior was filled with giant mushrooms. They grew everywhere, occupying almost all available space. Soon, the girl got out of the car and headed towards one of the platforms. After that, she took out a device that resembled a compact communicator and said a few phrases. At this time, the main character, trying to master her language, continued to repeat the words he heard, trying to remember their sound. At some point, the blue-skinned girl fell silent, not waiting for a response from the person she was addressing through the device. And then John heard a strange sound, which made him turn around. As it turned out, the girl began to process the body of the defeated monster. It turned out that the creature's skin was extremely dense and heavy. Inside were both valuable elements and useless parts that needed to be extracted and removed. The girl deliberately threw away some parts, since the mushrooms, as it turned out, were carnivorous organisms. For the protagonist, this was an unexpected discovery, and he continued to record what was happening in his diary with interest. He noted that he had never previously encountered a similar life form in which fungi acted as predators. John suggested that the inhabitants of this planet grew mushrooms as food. Up until a certain point, the young man merely observed the girl's actions, but then decided to offer his help. After he gestured his willingness to participate, she began to tell him exactly what to do. Then the hero set to work and began to move the creature's body parts. The girl, in turn, expressed gratitude to him, since this work required considerable effort. After some time, they managed to completely dismember the creature, and by this point they had already spent several hours together. During this time, the girl managed to master several English words, which significantly facilitated their interaction. They both expressed their gratitude to each other, but due to their limited vocabulary, an awkward pause soon arose between them. John realized that it was difficult to continue the conversation at this rate. Then the girl walked away from the transport and said that she was going to bring something important. Approaching one of the devices, she began to explain something to another person. She seemed to look worried as there was no response to her words. The main character just watched this silently, as he did not understand the girl's speech at all. On the surface of the table in the room, there were neatly arranged stone figurines. They immediately attracted the protagonist's attention, as they were distinguished by their fine workmanship and unusual shape. Looking at them carefully, the young man came to the conclusion that these items looked very beautiful. However, as soon as the girl noticed that he was holding one of the figurines and studying it with interest, she suddenly became frightened. After that, she quickly snatched the object from his hands. The girl then tried to hide her work, as if she didn't want John to see it. The protagonist, observing her behavior, began to think about what exactly could have caused such a reaction. He concluded that members of this race were likely shy. Looking back on his training, he thought about one of the key ways to establish contact with representatives of other civilizations. It was a display of friendliness, particularly through a smile, and then John tried to fake a smile. However, due to the prolonged exposure to freezing, his facial expressions were impaired, and his expression turned out to be rather frightening. Realizing that this method was unsuccessful, the hero decided to resort to other gestures that were considered universal. First, he tried to give a thumbs up. However, John immediately remembered that in some cultures it could be perceived as an insult, so he abandoned the idea. Then he chose a different approach and tried to make a heart-shaped gesture. The hero understood that this symbol was conditional and did not bear an exact resemblance to the real organ. Nevertheless, he still made up his mind, and folding his fingers into the appropriate shape, demonstrated this gesture. At that moment, the girl froze in surprise. After this, John pointed to one of the figurines, thereby saying that he liked it. The girl, seeing this, seemed to recognize the meaning of the gesture. Then, a little embarrassed, she offered him one of her figurines as a gift. As it turns out, these figurines were called balaya. They looked like a small animal, resembling a dog with dorsal plates. For a while, John looked closely at the unusual figure. Then the main character, wanting to support her, noted that she had talent. This made the girl even more confused. After some time, she was able to pronounce his name correctly. The girl then pointed to the table where her other works were located and invited him to look at them. As she came closer, she noticeably perked up. The girl even activated a projection device, with the help of which she demonstrated what these creatures look like in reality. At that moment, the hero realized that Balaya was not the name of the figurine, but the name of the animal itself that it depicted. Inspired, the girl continued to show him other figurines and the images that accompanied them, the first being the arapa. The girl also showed him animals called Bangkun, Rumpan, Kadal, and others. At this time, John recorded everything in his diary, since the animals of this planet were significantly different from those on Earth. Meanwhile, the girl was actively explaining something, pronouncing many words in her language, but he still could not understand them. Comparing the creatures he saw with the monster that had attacked him earlier, the hero came to the conclusion that they were very different. This led him to the idea that the monster probably did not belong to the fauna of this planet. The girl, noticing his thoughtfulness, asked the reason. Then he, remembering her interest in animals, decided to show her the images from his device. When considering which creature to show, he settled on a cat, as he believed that almost everyone likes these animals. He then showed her a photograph of a spotted cat named Kungdioki, who was their ship's tiger. They were told that in order to establish friendly relations with representatives of other worlds, it is important to find common interests. And although they were advised to use dictionary English for this, John decided that it was not so important now. He decided that he would show her pictures of animals instead. And then suddenly he heard the girl call the cat awesome. She began repeating the new words with obvious enthusiasm, pointing to the picture of the cat. She said the word over and over again, calling the cute cat a tiger, and then the hero realized that he needed to watch his words from now on. He noted that this girl really loves animals. It seems like every race in the universe gets excited about something they really like. And then John thought about what he liked, namely his guitar. At some point, he told the girl, whose name turned out to be Langit, that he needed to step away for a while. He walked towards the vehicle and started looking for something in the trunk. A few seconds later, the protagonist returned, holding his guitar in his hands, noting that the instrument remained safe and sound. Then, trying to establish contact, he again said the girl's name, Langit, which noticeably surprised her. After this, switching to English, John explained that he loved music. He tried to find out if she was familiar with this concept. Without waiting for an answer, he decided to demonstrate this in practice and began to play the guitar, hoping to express his emotions in this way. However, at that moment, they were suddenly interrupted by a robot approaching them at high speed, persistently repeating the name Langit. The girl immediately noticed him. It was clear from his behavior that something extremely dangerous had happened. The robot began to say something in an alien language, and apparently the matter was urgent. Then he suddenly stopped mid-sentence, noticing a strange man with a guitar in his hands in front of him. John also froze in place and looked in surprise at the unusual talking device. Langit's face changed, and she immediately started asking the robot something. The protagonist, not understanding the Boomian language, nevertheless grasped the meaning of his words. Apparently, the talk was about a certain ingress being in danger. Without wasting any time, they all hurried to the scene of the incident. The base turned out to be quite extensive, so the journey took some time before they reached the required section. When they arrived, it became obvious that the door leading into the room would not budge. It seemed that it could only be opened from the inside using a password, or that the mechanism was damaged. The girl desperately tried to contact her father, but her attempts were to no avail. The door did not move even a millimeter. Then the hero used the functions of his spacesuit and conducted an analysis of the design. He found that the door guide was severely damaged, likely due to a powerful impact. Meanwhile, Langit continued to try unsuccessfully to open it, but she clearly did not have the strength to do so. The little robot reported that it was impossible to open the door manually. Then he reached for the red flask with a worried expression on his face. After that, he handed it over to the girl. At that moment, John gestured for them to step back. Since he had some high-tech equipment, he decided to help them. To do this, he used his suit. He ran an electric current into his hand to disable the door. Eventually, John managed to break down the barrier, allowing them access inside. And then a terrifying picture opened up before them. Once inside the room, they saw an alien man. His body had acquired a deep red hue. The girl, overcome with panic, said the word ingress again. Meanwhile, pinkish smoke began to come out of the victim's mouth. Next to him were several capsules from which a reddish liquid was flowing. Meanwhile, the girl called the robot. He quickly pulled out another device from her backpack, containing a blue-tinted liquid. Langit immediately shook the capsule and then placed it on her father's body. The device then automatically injected the contents into the body. Gradually, the victim's condition began to improve. His skin slowly returned to its natural light blue color. Langet, visibly worried, asked if everything was okay with him, and he, having come to his senses, gave an affirmative answer. However, almost immediately he noticed a stranger in an unusual spacesuit. The man began to look warily at the main character. The young man, in turn, listened to their conversation without understanding a word. Langet helped Ingress to his feet and then slowly led him towards the exit. John watched them silently without moving, when suddenly he heard his name being called. The little robot turned to him and gestured for him to follow it. Soon they followed the blue-skinned boys. The robot, trying to demonstrate something, began pointing at the screen. The hero stopped, trying to understand what the robot wanted from him. As it turned out, he was trying to tell John his name, which sounded like Hiji. John, trying to establish contact, noted that he was glad to meet him. Almost immediately, the robot, which has the ability to learn quickly, mastered the English language. Then, albeit with some difficulty, he began to explain the basic information about the planet. He gestured vigorously, pointing his mechanical limbs at the images displayed on the screen. As it soon became clear, this planet was called Bumi. By this point, the protagonist was already partially aware of what was happening. Then, continuing his explanation, Hiji uttered the word Shahid. He showed John an image of a bright star, and John thought the robot was showing him Bumi. But Hiji immediately tensed up and said two more words. Naid Panon. Gradually, John began to understand what he was talking about. Shade meant the correct answer, and Naid meant the incorrect one. Bumi was the planet they were on, and Panon was something like a local sun. Then Hiji showed him a picture of a meteorite, calling it a ragbat. He then showed images of dead Bumians, saying the word Maut. Gradually, John came to the conclusion that this celestial object was the cause of the death of these people. At that moment, John's attention was distracted by footsteps approaching him. Langet appeared before him, accompanied by Ingress, who, as it turned out, had already returned to normal. As soon as he appeared in front of the main character, he knelt down and thanked him in his own language for saving him. The man then introduced himself as Ingress, and John responded with his name. The protagonist asked a question about what exactly happened. In response, Ingress explained that a meteorite was falling on the planet, and it was this event that put all of its inhabitants at risk. Meanwhile, the robot projected an image of a huge explosion, clearly demonstrating the scale of the impending danger. Watching this, John was deeply shocked by what he saw. Ingress continued his explanation, clarifying that the meteorite was moving towards the planet Bumi. In turn, Langet, tightly clutching the guitar, said something in her language, but John did not understand several of her words. He repeated the phrase out loud, hoping that Hiji would be able to explain everything to him clearly. The robot then projected an image of a star and a planet, and made a circular motion with its hand, showing the orbit. John soon realized that they were talking about a year, but the meaning of the other word was still unclear to him. Then Ingress raised 5 fingers, and now it became clear to the hero that this word meant the number 5. After this, Ingress stated that in 5 years, a meteorite would collide with the planet and destroy all life. Hearing this, the protagonist experienced a strong shock. He couldn't help but think about all the inhabitants of this world, which could soon disappear forever. However, his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a mechanical voice from the past, which addressed him by his identification number. He said that he was in the final stages of defrosting and demanded that he state his name, rank, position, and mission. At the same time, the voice warned that if the data did not match, a destruction procedure would be initiated. He added that if he needed to restore his memory, he could ask for help. The protagonist stood frozen for a moment, staring straight ahead and lost in his own thoughts, trying to understand who he really was. Sitting with a guitar in his hands, he mechanically plucked the strings, not understanding why he was there. He soon realized that the only thing that remained truly real for him was music. It was the same melody he always played. Gradually, images of the past began to surface in his mind, and he remembered playing alone at the Space Force base in Houston. There, his friend Dean would come to him from time to time and add lyrics to his music, saying that he was rapping. Then another memory arose, connected with an earlier period of his life, when he played the guitar in boarding school. A girl named Maria performed songs to his accompaniment during her online broadcasts. All these memories reflected his long-held dream of one day performing in front of an audience of 100,000 people. It was this desire that sustained his interest in music for a long time and did not allow him to give it up. At that moment, the hero, as if returning to reality, straightened up and confidently pronounced his name, Jung Yeon-soo. He then announced that he held the position of head of the technical maintenance department on the ship Atalanta. The robot, having recognized the data, confirmed it and requested a personal call sign. Then, feeling his consciousness gradually returning, John clearly pronounced the word Rockstar. After this, his memories finally lined up in a logical chain, and he realized that this call sign belonged to him. Then he thought again about his mission, which was to keep the ship operational and protect the crew members. However, the next moment it dawned on him that he was the only surviving member of the team. Despite this, John suggested that if he could find the Atalanta engine, there might still be a chance to fix things. Gathering his strength, the protagonist declared in a firm voice that the planet Boomy would not be destroyed. John stated that his mission had not yet failed. After this, he began to collect his notes and prepare to explain in detail to those around him his plan of further action. He took out an English dictionary and a periodic table, but still didn't understand where exactly to begin his explanation. Meanwhile, Hiji began reading all the information he had found, trying to master the human language as quickly as possible. At that moment, John noticed an unusual little book with a green cover. Soon the robot pointed somewhere to the side and asked John if this was human writing. He then pointed to a picture of an apple in an English dictionary and asked what it was. John realized that the robot did not recognize the object and began to explain to him how each of these words sounded. As soon as Hiji wrote down the new word, he immediately turned the page and began asking about the meaning of the letters in the word bread. Meanwhile, Ingress and Langit watched what was happening with noticeable suspicion. Soon the robot switched to using full phrases in English. Meanwhile, John gradually helped him learn new words. He tried to explain everything as simply as possible, as if he were dealing with a small child who was just learning to speak. Soon, Hiji reported that he understood everything. After this, he looked again at the book, which contained illustrations of various objects and their names. He began to pronounce the title of the book, syllable by syllable, an English dictionary. Suddenly, he began to flip through the book at an incredible speed. John watched this in surprise, as he did not understand what exactly the robot was doing. However, at some point, the robot simply closed the book and carefully put it back. Then he stated in English that the structure of human grammar had been downloaded to him and asked John what he wanted. The man said he knew a way to destroy the meteor, but Hiji replied that it was impossible and suggested that he leave. However, John explained that he could not leave because his spaceship had crashed. However, he added that if he manages to find the wreckage of the ship, they will be able to destroy this meteor. At this moment, Ingress, apparently understanding the meaning of his words, addressed him in his own language. Hiji explained that he asked John to explain this method in more detail. At that moment, the protagonist's gaze fell on the scientific collection he was holding in his hands. He immediately began to leaf through it and quickly found the section on chemistry. Now he needed to explain his thoughts using the periodic table. He immediately opened it and began to carefully separate the pages from the book. Soon he laid out several pages in front of him in a certain order. Then he turned his attention to the page describing hydrogen. His gaze then moved to the symbol for oxygen, and he explained that if you take 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom, you get water. The robot replied that he understood him, since the inhabitants of Boomy viewed the elements in a similar way. Then the hero handed him another sheet of paper and asked if he understood what was written on it. The robot immediately took the sheet of paper and began to study it carefully, trying to understand what was depicted on it. He found himself faced with a rather complex scheme, and at first he even doubted the veracity of John's words. However, judging by the information presented on this sheet, humanity was able to discover dark matter. John explained that it was a substance that could not be observed using light, as it only interacted with gravity. The robot wondered if humanity had really figured out the nature of dark matter, since their science had been unable to do so. John replied that it didn't matter, since the main thing was that they learned how to use it. Then he remembered how, before departure, one of the managers had asked if any of them were familiar with Appleton particles. However, then John and his comrade just looked at each other, not understanding what they were talking about. Understanding the situation, another manager offered to give a brief explanation. He started with the fact that atoms consist of a nucleus and electrons surrounding it. He explained that an element in which positrons, which are the antipodes of electrons, take their place is defined as dark matter. Appleton, he says, is currently the only type of dark matter discovered by humanity. He then showed the future astronauts the Atalanta engine, which operated using this dark matter. He also clarified that what was in front of them was a full-size model. However, even with its help, it was possible to understand the structure of the device. So he explained that on the left side there was a maintenance compartment, The head of the #1 technical service department was the main character, John. The leader then asked everyone to go up one by one, starting with John, and warned them to be careful because of the steep climb. When they got upstairs, he asked everyone to remember the symbol located at the entrance. He pointed to a triangular sign with a running man and explained that the panel was hidden behind it. After this, he took out a small book from there and explained that it contained instructions that needed to be followed. Then the main character asked what exactly was written there. The man explained that this manual described the self-destruction sequence. However, John didn't understand why they needed to know such things at all. The manager considered this question naive and explained that dark matter is a powerful bomb that is antimatter. Another leader added that Arcadia is an Earth-like planet. Therefore, if life and civilization exist there, their development is probably in many ways similar to that on Earth. However, if their civilization develops along a similar path, it could pose a threat to humanity. In that case, he said, it would be necessary to blow up the Atalanta engine in the center of their civilization to cause critical damage. So, at the moment, John explained to his new comrades that this was one of his missions. He emphasized that the ship's engine is an antimatter-based bomb capable of explosion. At this moment, Ingress was thinking about something, but did not show any anger towards the main character. Suddenly, a robot drove up to him and said something in its own language, hoping that John would not understand it. However, the protagonist was able to recognize several words, among which was the word death. He realized that this could mean a proposal to eliminate him as a potential threat, and now all he could do was wait to see what decision this blue-skinned man would make. The main character had already reached for the knife, which he had hidden in his shoulder pocket. However, he pulled his hand back in time, deciding that he had made his choice a long time ago. He then made an important statement to the aliens. John explained that instead of completing this mission, he wanted to find the engine with them. In response, Ingress asked why he had revealed this information to them, the alien inhabitants. The hero explained that he did this because they needed to know the truth in order to trust him. Moreover, he added that he wants to use humanity's achievements to save their planet Boomy. Then he took off his glove and extended his hand to the blue-skinned man. After this, he offered Langet to take his hand if she decided to trust him. At this moment, Langet looked at him with suspicion, at first not daring to take a step forward. However, then she nevertheless came closer to the main character and shook his hand. However, there was still some tension between them, and now they were waiting to see what Ingress would do. Contrary to the protagonist's fears, the man also came up and placed his hand on top of theirs. After this, he looked firmly at the main character along with his companion, thereby expressing his trust in him. Meanwhile, the robot was puzzled by the meaning of the word devil that John had said recently, since this word was not in the dictionary. Then the hero explained that this exclamation is used in moments of strong emotions. At this point, the robot hesitated, as he still did not understand what such words meant. However, then he also decided to trust the protagonist and placed his hand on top of their hands, deciding to try his plan. John was very pleased that they decided not to kill him and even accepted his point of view. Therefore, he firmly decided that he must help these people at all costs. Then he remembered the leader's words that when Atalanta arrives in Arcadia, about 3,000 years will have passed on Earth. He suggested that by that time, the worst-case scenario could come to fruition on Earth. In such a case, humanity could experience a serious regression in its knowledge and technology. That is why she asked the cosmonauts to focus on establishing contact with Earth and building settlements on Arcadia in the future. However, at that moment, John was not interested in this lecture and was instead drawing something in his notebook. The woman then explained that reference information on communications could be found in the space messaging guide. Now John was writing down his report, indicating that 10 days had passed since landing on the planet Kepler 3265b. He noted that he was currently recording in a private room on the first basement level of Bunker 16. Among other things, he mentioned that his spacesuit is currently being modified for terrestrial research. The hero then explained to the aliens that the outer layer could be removed and would reveal which parts needed work. Meanwhile, Ingress was already preparing his suit so that he could explore their planet. The robot noted that the first thing that needed to be done was to work on the battery and power components. Then the protagonist decided to clarify what other components might be needed for external exploration of the planet. The robot replied that it would be useful to attach a respirator to the Boomian helmet, which would also make it easier to use weapons. Without further ado, the protagonist agreed and asked if Ingress could do it. In response, he said something in his own language, and the robot translated that he considered it possible. In addition, he added that the helmet also has a communication function. Then the protagonist decided that it was possible to remove all components related to communication. The robot then asked what the water tank was for, suggesting that it was used for temperature regulation. John was about to answer, but suddenly felt an unpleasant noise in his ears. The robot suggested that the reason probably lay in the difference in pressure on their planets. John realized that this was indeed the case, since the pressure on the planet Bumi was approximately twice that of Earth. The robot then noted that in the long term it would be able to adapt, but for now it would be difficult. John then turned to Ingress and asked if he could see the orange oxygen tank. He explained that an oxygen filter must be connected to this cylinder. After this, he suggested disassembling this mechanism and making a temporary respirator out of it. He recorded all this in his diary, indicating that they decided to use a temporary respirator until adaptation took place. The aliens reported that work on the transformer is almost complete, so all modifications will be completed today. In addition, John himself continued to train hard to maintain his physical fitness. Long periods of time in space took a toll on his muscles and bones, so he decided that he needed to strengthen his body, but this also created another problem for him: nutrition. He realized with horror that since arriving on this planet, he had been eating only mushrooms. Ingress explained to him that other food could be dangerous for him, so he had to stick to this particular diet. So far, he has only eaten mushrooms in various forms: fried, boiled, or baked. He also noted that mushrooms are a common resource among the Boomians, and they have them in abundance. However, John was not happy with this prospect, so he had to look for other food options. In addition, he noted that he now also conducts combat training. The robot explained that their main local threat was the Gurites, who had arrived on the planet in the form of cocoons along with meteorites. The hero had already suspected that they were not the original inhabitants of this world. The robot explained that these creatures had entered into a war with the Boomians, and that the local inhabitants had ultimately been defeated. As a result, the monsters began to multiply rapidly and gradually took over most of the planet. Realizing that a collision with them was inevitable, John asked the robot to teach him how to fight these creatures. In response, he explained that to destroy it, it is necessary to hit vital organs such as the brain, heart, or lungs. The problem was that these creatures were vertebrate-like in structure. However, these creatures possessed significantly greater endurance and defense. Their outer shell is extremely durable, and therefore special Boomian weapons must be used to fight them. One such weapon was a device called the Naga. It is a kind of electromagnetic spear, capable of releasing powerful lightning discharges. It turned out to be not too difficult to use, and thanks to military training, the hero quickly mastered its basic principles. However, the main danger arose when the monsters switched to close combat, which required completely different skills. Langet volunteered to help him with training focused on hand-to-hand combat, wearing a respirator for this purpose. After inhaling the gas it contained, her body began to noticeably change, taking on a more powerful appearance, and her skin turned red. Naga's weapon had an additional function. It could fire up to 4 shots in a row and then transform into a blade. In this state, it could be used for both attack and defense, making it a versatile tool. During the training, Langet demonstrated which positions should be taken depending on the direction of the attack. For example, if a blow was delivered from above, one had to raise the weapon up to parry it, and if an attack was made from below, one had to lower the blade. The robot, in turn, clarified that the effectiveness of using weapons directly depends on the correct angles and precision of movements. Thus, the hero began to gradually master not only new weapons, but also new principles of combat. Then the girl called John, saying that it was time to move from theory to practice and test his skills in real movement. At first, John began to carefully repeat her movements, trying to copy the technique as accurately as possible. However, the very next second, she suddenly struck his weapon, and he, albeit with difficulty, managed to block it. However, the force of this blow was so enormous that he felt a powerful vibration pass through his entire body. At that moment, he clearly realized that in a real fight, he would not have time to think. Gradually, having figured out her technique, he asked if he could now try to go on the offensive himself. Langet, taking a fighting stance and concentrating, said that he could act at full strength. After this, the training moved to a whole new level. The next moment, she rushed forward with a blade in her hands. Even the robot watching the scene began to worry that they might be seriously harmed. Langet tried to attack from the side, counting on the element of surprise. However, the hero managed to react in time and reflect the blow with his weapon, while considering that she used an enhancing hormone, the power of her attacks. Later, The hero wrote in his diary that the Boomians significantly enhanced their physical abilities using special stimulants. In addition, he created a separate section in his journal where he began to record his own musical compositions. John still considered it an important part of his identity. He noted that even on the Golden Record, humanity has preserved examples of its culture, including music and literature. However, unlike that record, where classical music predominated, he decided to leave behind rock compositions. In his opinion, this was of particular importance, since in the event of his death, at least in this way the memory of who he was could be preserved. Meanwhile, Langet watched him from afar, watching with obvious interest as he played the guitar. Judging by her reaction, such tools did not exist on Boomy, and therefore what was happening seemed to her something completely new. When John finished playing, the girl came up to him and said that she had important news. She explained that his spacesuit was already ready and all the necessary changes had been made to it. Hearing this, the hero felt excited and, together with her, headed to the place where the upgraded suit was located. Ingress met them and reported that the work had proven difficult. However, in the end, he managed to achieve the desired result. At this point, the hero's device began to automatically update data related to the modifications made. The system then activated the suit's primary functions. When he entered inside and began to move, he immediately felt that his physical capabilities had noticeably increased. The suit fit him like a glove. The job was done perfectly. While he was testing the system, Ingress continued making final adjustments. Gradually, the suit began to adapt to the user's body, becoming more comfortable and functional. The hero understood that now he not only provided protection, but also significantly increased his strength and endurance. After this, Ingress suggested that he put on a new helmet to improve the breathing process. The hero, having followed the instructions, immediately felt the difference. His appearance changed dramatically. Unlike his previous helmet, his new armor could withstand attacks from alien creatures. They then went outside to conduct a field test and soon noticed a group of monsters. Realizing that this was an excellent chance to test his abilities, the hero prepared to shoot. The Gurits moved in packs, meaning they had to act quickly. The gun had a capacity of 4 shots in a row, and John prepared to fire on the count of 3. Concentrating, he chose a target and prepared to fire. At this point, the story shifts back a bit to a conversation with Ingress, who was explaining the general plan of action. He said that there are several bases in the region designed to track objects in space. The first radar base was located in the south, near the coast. Although it was difficult to reach, it had the ability to communicate with the satellite. However, if they need more detailed information, they will have to go to another base located in the north. This is the second base designed for satellite communications. It was located in a mountainous area with extremely difficult access, which made the journey even more dangerous. However, it was there that information about the location of the Atalanta ship could have been stored if the satellites had managed to fix it. However, Ingress suggested heading to the coastal base first, as useful resources could be found there. On the way to the radar base, John decided not to miss the opportunity and suggested that they also explore the area in search of shipwreckage. He explained that weapons, food supplies, or even seeds could easily be found among the debris. This, in turn, aroused Langet's interest, and she curiously inquired about what kind of objects people used. John said that weapons, food, and seeds are the first things people need to survive in harsh conditions. After hearing the answer, she thought for a moment, since the concept of seeds was unfamiliar to her. However, she soon guessed the meaning of this word and, a little naively, asked whether cat seeds existed. Meanwhile, the robot decided to check with them whether they had done everything necessary before leaving. Langet said that she had prepared for the long journey in advance and had already loaded the transport with all the necessary supplies. She also clarified that she took medications with her in case of possible injuries. They also took a blood sample from John and put it in the refrigerator too in case he got hurt. Just before departure, the robot wished them luck, but the hero was confident that they would succeed. After this, the story returns to the moment when the hero was preparing to open fire on the monsters. While he was in position, the rest of his team were ready to cover him from behind cover. Concentrating, John fired. A powerful beam of energy erupted from his weapon, heading straight towards the target. The blow landed squarely on the creature's head, causing serious damage. However, this also provoked a strong reaction from the other Gurits. The affected creatures began to emit loud cries, as if calling for reinforcements. They soon started running towards John, and the situation quickly escalated into close combat. However, the hero was prepared for such a development of events, since he had prepared in advance and put on an improved suit. However, even taking into account the armor, the battle remained extremely difficult. Since there were only two opponents, he decided to use this fight as an opportunity to test his new abilities. He understood that it was necessary to wait for the right moment before acting decisively. When the situation reached the desired point, Ingress gave the signal to Langet to open fire. She, being in an ideal position, reacted instantly. The girl immediately took aim and, together with her partner, fired at the monsters. As a result, they managed to defeat two monsters. The shots were so powerful that the two monsters simply stopped, unable to continue the pursuit. In the end, there was only one enemy left on the battlefield, and John had to deal with him on his own. Remembering the instructions, he understood that when attacking from above, it is necessary to raise the weapon to block, and when striking from below, to lower it. Langet, watching what was happening, visibly tensed up, worried about the outcome of the fight. Judging by the condition of her skin, her emotional state was quite precarious. Unable to bear the tension, she decided to intervene, believing that the newcomer might lack experience. Swiftly descending from the heights, she entered the battle. With virtually no effort, Langet delivered the decisive blow, slicing the creature in half. The creature didn't even have time to react before it began bleeding purple blood. After her victory, she took a deep breath, as if only now allowing herself to relax. At the same time, John noted with slight disappointment that he wanted to test the capabilities of his armor in battle himself. He even mentioned that this was supposed to be his first test. However, Langet only said with a mischievous smile that she could not restrain herself. Ingress admonished her, pointing out that this fight was meant for John, and she still violated the order of actions. Realizing this, Langet apologized for her haste. After this, Ingress suggested that John focus on searching for the ship's wreckage, instructing him to scan the area. The hero himself realized that he was sent ahead not only for reconnaissance. The thing is, Ingress decided to tell her in private that she had done wrong. After walking some distance, John soon discovered the containers that had fallen from his ship. They were large compartments for storing the crew's personal belongings. He suggested that somewhere nearby there must be a black box containing vital data about the flight. Using the capabilities of the updated suit, he began to climb the debris, examining them one by one. He soon discovered a module with a voice message recording system protected by special glass. John had to break it to get to the lever. After that, he carefully took out the lever. John then removed the black box housing and decided to listen to the last recordings made at the time of the disaster. This data contained information about the final events before the crash. The primary objective of the mission, as the recording recalled, remained the safety and survival of the colonists. Then he heard the voice of his friend Dean, who was saying that the head of the technical department would not survive the emergency landing. At that moment, the hero realized that the voice was stored in the ship's control system, known as Aleph. Having compared all the facts, he came to the conclusion that it was thanks to his friend's actions that he managed to survive the explosion. Meanwhile, on the black box recording, the robot continued to repeat the safety protocol. He demanded that Dean return to the escape pod immediately. However, the man ignored him and still decided to act in his own way. And then the main character realized that it was thanks to the actions of his comrade that he managed to survive. Now he wondered how far he had managed to get and whether he had even survived. Furthermore, the young man suggested that his friend had probably also detached the supply compartment so that it would fall to the planet's surface. John himself decided to first check the already opened containers. At this time, Langet, who was below, asked if he needed help. However, the protagonist refused, asking her to stay put and be ready to receive the items he was going to drop. Then he began to throw down several boxes one by one, each containing important things. Langet obediently carried the boxes from the ship to the planet's surface, but still didn't understand what exactly was inside. John said he managed to find a black box, as well as several containers with weapons. He also mentioned finding personal belongings and a diary that appeared to have special significance. This diary belonged to Dean Daniels, the same crew member who had once disobeyed orders to help him. Then John said that he would deal with the found items himself, while ordering the others to rest. As dusk fell, John was left alone and began to study new materials. Opening the journal, he came across an entry in which Dean described John's ability to unite crew members through music. As he read, his expression became increasingly gloomy. The words from the diary triggered a memory in the hero, in which he appeared much younger. In this memoir, he was addressed by his former rank, Lieutenant John Yonsu. The hero remembered how he stood in front of a senior officer and, observing the regulations, saluted. In response, he also greeted him. Returning to the present, Langit, interested in what was happening, leaned towards him, trying to look at the diary he was reading. Then the hero began to recount the recording dedicated to the day when Dean was selected to participate in Arkady's mission. The text described their first meeting, during which Dean mistakenly believed they were of equal rank. At first, he felt irritated by John's reserved behavior, which was due to his higher position. He saw the hero as a person who was somewhat apart from the rest, prone to loneliness. Langit, in turn, found this situation funny, after which she asked to see the rest of the found objects. Meanwhile, a new memory appeared in John's head, in which he appeared in a lieutenant's dress uniform, decorated with awards. In front of him stood a senior officer accepting his greeting. Standing next to him was Alex Chan, a civilian representative of the Joint Space Research Headquarters. The gray-haired man was Human Resources Officer Connor Callahan. In response, the protagonist introduced himself as a logistics officer of the 23rd Space Brigade. Both interlocutors soon began preparing for the interview. At first, the young man gave a standard answer, stating that he had joined the service to protect the lives and property of citizens. However, Callahan took this statement with obvious skepticism, doubting the sincerity of such formulations. However, the hero calmly confirmed that the stated reasons were true. The officer then continued asking questions, also touching on his passion for space exploration and his desire to discover a new world. And again, the young man confirmed what was said without hesitation. However, Callahan reacted with obvious displeasure and suggested that such formulaic responses could have been generated by chatbots. After this, he demanded complete frankness in the further conversation. Alex, in turn, added that the conversation is also part of the psychological assessment and suggested speaking freely. He also said that they were well aware of John's contribution to the country's development, so instead of giving loyal answers, he should share honest ones. Then the protagonist agreed to reconsider his answers. He openly admitted that one of the reasons for enrolling was to pay for his studies and obtain citizenship. At the same time, he emphasized that the desire to explore another world was truly sincere. As he spoke, Callahan took notes, carefully analyzing what he heard. The officer then asked a new question, linking his financial difficulties to the death of his family in a terrorist attack. The hero calmly confirmed this fact, without showing any outward emotion. Afterwards, Callahan asked him how the event made him feel. In response, John explained in detail that he found himself in a difficult situation, burdened with debt and deprived of insurance payments. The officer then pointed to information in his file that spoke of connections with disadvantaged groups for the purpose of earning money. The protagonist, without losing his composure, asked how such information had ended up in his hands. In response, the man said he had conducted extensive background checks, including interviews with people from his past. John then admitted that he was involved in the resale of electronics, but emphasized that he never resorted to threats or theft. He also added that he completely stopped such activities after the Martinez family provided him with support. The case materials contained a photograph of a woman from this family, which further confirmed what was said. Their conversation then turned to his service in Kazakhstan, specifically his service with Alex Chan during combat operations. Alex noted with enthusiasm that the young man had shown himself to be worthy, especially in the face of a surprise attack. However, Callahan did not attach any importance to these words and demanded that the hero himself describe what happened. Then John began to talk about a mission in the Kazakh desert, the purpose of which was to retrieve a fallen meteorite. He clarified that the object, valued at $60 million, became the target of an armed group. On that occasion, he was driving a car under fire and acting as a distraction for his unit. Callahan noted dryly that Alex's presentation seemed considerably more dramatic. The officer then noticed a pattern in which the hero becomes stronger in times of serious trials. John agreed with this observation, noting that it is the turning points that give him the determination to move forward. However, Callahan questioned whether such decisions were a way to escape a traumatic past. These words clearly touched the hero, making him think. The officer, without mincing words, described him as a person prone to escapism, but at the same time successful. He recalled joining the army after the death of his parents, receiving rank after losing his comrades, and participating in a space mission. In response to this, the protagonist admitted that at different periods of his life, he had indeed felt the desire to give up. However, he also noted that at such moments a person has only two choices: to break down or to continue to endure. He stressed that he always chose the second path. John was convinced that persistence could change things for the better over time. Callahan then changed the subject, pointing out that Camila Martinez was listed as the recipient of his payments. The hero was asked to confirm the data, and he signed the relevant documents without hesitation. The officer then announced that his next mission would be classified as top secret. When the formal part came to an end, John asked whether he had passed the selection. Callahan explained that his questions were necessary because a person's weaknesses could often turn out to be their strengths. Then he slowly pushed the document towards the young man. He officially announced that he had been recruited into a top-secret project codenamed Arcadia. John, carefully studying the documents, increasingly realized the scale of the responsibility that now fell on his shoulders. The officer clarified that he was assigned the position of head of the first-level technical maintenance section. Moreover, upon arrival at mission headquarters, he was expected to be promoted to the rank of major. However, Callahan was quick to add that John was still a candidate and had to complete the training program. The hero could not hide his surprise, as he was sure that such responsibility would be entrusted to a more experienced astronaut. Alex explained that given the peculiarities of hibernation, survival skills in extreme conditions take priority. Callahan added that the candidate's preparation and performance in critical situations were decisive factors in the decision. After completing the briefing, he reported that all of John's personal belongings had already been collected and prepared for transportation. The officers watched him go, expressing confidence that he would be able to cope with the mission assigned to him. Finally, Callahan asked if John had any bad habits, such as smoking or an addiction to alcohol. The protagonist admitted that he had previously occasionally allowed himself to smoke after training, but he had completely given up drinking alcohol. Then the man noticed that they didn't have much time left and suggested they take a smoke break before leaving. Before leaving the room for good, John gave a final official salute. At this point, the escort addressed him, taking into account his rank of lieutenant. John was soon handed over to two armed soldiers in tactical gear. Following them, he walked through the complex until they reached a snowy airfield where a plane was already waiting for them. Stopping in place, one of the soldiers turned to face him. Taking out a pack of cigarettes, he offered John one. However, the young man politely refused. The soldier then relayed a message from the personnel officer. According to him, this cigarette was supposed to be his last in life. Hearing this, the hero thought for a moment, after which, changing his mind, he nevertheless accepted the offered cigarette. The lighter flame flared in the cold air. Then John looked up at the sky briefly, watching the falling snow, and noted that the weather was unusually cold for July. Then they headed towards the plane. The gangway had already been lowered in anticipation of the passenger. As he climbed the steps, the young man turned around for a moment, as if mentally saying goodbye to his old life, and then went inside. Once inside the salon, he immediately noticed a guitar case with a picture of lightning. Soon, an officer on board greeted the man in the long coat, calling him a musician. The protagonist looked at him with slight bewilderment, asking the man why he called him a musician. The man then introduced himself as Dean Daniels and said he had been appointed his deputy. John felt a little confused, as such openness seemed unexpected to him. After landing, the plane arrived at a heavily guarded military base, completely covered in snow. Inside the complex, a group of officers were already awaiting the arrival of the new chief. John's deputy immediately perked up when he noticed the main character at the door. When the hero entered the room, he was introduced according to his position and rank. Now he wore a major's badge on his shoulders. Dean, noticing him, immediately hit himself on the forehead. Now we find ourselves in the middle of a ruined city covered in snow. The giraffe was calmly eating the sparse grass, while the motionless body of a man lay nearby. At the same time, traces of rockets stretched across the sky. Nearby, there was a huge number of these missiles, lined up at the base and ready to launch. Then the action returned to the present. The main character confidently walked into his new premises, carrying a box with personal belongings. Having placed it on the table, he began to lay out the contents. Dean slapped himself in the forehead again, clearly shocked at the heights to which John had risen. He himself officially introduced himself to his team as the head of the first-level technical maintenance section. Immediately taking command, he ordered everyone to take their places, and his subordinates carried out the order without the slightest delay. He then took roll call, asking everyone to state their number. One after another, the fighters carried out the order, starting from the right edge. Soon, all the soldiers finished the roll call. Among them was a soldier with bright orange eyes, Dean. He said that he recognized the main character because they were flying on the same plane. Then John instructed him to distribute the documents. Dean immediately began to do the paperwork, feeling strange because John seemed to ignore him. When the roll call was completed, it became clear that the unit consisted of 32 people. After this, John immediately began a briefing on Arkadi's mission. He said they had an extremely difficult year of preparation ahead of them. During this period, any failure to meet the requirements or refusal to participate resulted in immediate expulsion. In addition, he emphasized that all information was classified and any disclosure would have serious consequences. He even said that if there was a leak, the CIA would investigate. The hero explained that the world was already on the brink of collapse. If information about this space expedition somehow leaks out, the secret services will immediately take care of it. The participants were then informed that the following day they would have to take a written test on the materials provided, as well as a medical examination. In this regard, John asked the participants to adhere to a fasting regime. After this, the main stage of preparation was supposed to begin the day after tomorrow. The first lesson was devoted to physical training. It was assumed that the state of hibernation greatly exhausts the body, and therefore it was necessary to prepare the body for such stress in advance. In particular, increasing muscle and fat mass was considered an important factor for survival during long stays on a ship. Immediately after this, the hero began training with his friend, helping him perform the exercises. However, after one of the approaches, he stated that it was time to move on to theoretical studies. However, Dean noticed that he had not completed another set. However, John continued to insist that they were already finished, since he had definitely already done all 10 approaches. This, in turn, caused dissatisfaction among Dean. He seriously emphasized that such exercises cannot be skipped. Soon after the test, the hero congratulated all the participants, noting that they had done quite well. After this, he announced that the next stage would be theoretical classes, in which he himself would also take part. The soldiers began to carry out their tasks, and from the very first minutes it became clear that for some of them the test was extremely difficult. The test turned out to be really difficult, and realizing this, John began to look around for his comrade. Dean noticed his ambiguous look pretty quickly. After this, bending down a little, the hero tried to find out the correct answer from him, especially doubting the third question. However, his friend insistently made it clear with gestures that he needed to look ahead and not attract attention. However, the hero did not immediately understand the hint and continued to try to get a clue. Meanwhile, the teacher was already right in front of him and noticed that the young man was clearly going to cheat. Immediately after the completion of the theoretical classes, as expected, the practical stage of preparation followed. This time, the participants had to study mechanics directly on a real prototype of a spacecraft. A ship can break down, and that is why it is important that every crew member knows how to perform maintenance. In addition, the participants were informed that they would also have to master the basics of agriculture. In particular, they will need to learn how to grow potatoes and legumes, as these can play a key role in survival. Thus, gradually they began to master all the necessary skills, despite the fact that for many this was a completely new experience. At one point, the hero, thinking out loud, noted that it would be nice if there was room for coffee in space. In response, Dean asked with a touch of irony whether he was planning to accidentally open a space cafe. Soon after, the participants moved on to the next stage and began testing the spacesuits. These suits turned out to be quite advanced. In particular, the suit was equipped with an exoskeleton capable of significantly increasing the user's physical strength. According to the hero, this spacesuit resembled something like a superhero costume. Following this, the team began training to practice actions in the event of a possible encounter with unknown threats. During one of these exercises, John suggested a way to simplify the task. He suggested that the use of heavy weapons could significantly reduce the amount of work. However, Dean questioned this approach and asked why they couldn't simply load the ship with explosives in that case. Their conversation was overheard by the instructor, who immediately asked who exactly had made such a proposal. As a result, John's score was lowered because his idea was deemed inappropriate for planetary adaptation. Moreover, Callahan noted that even Laika would have shown more common sense. Hearing this, John was confused, as he did not immediately understand what exactly was being discussed. However, after Dean explained to him the meaning of what was said, his expression changed noticeably, and he felt a distinct sense of awkwardness. Dean, however, began to show concern about his academic performance. He even suggested devoting more time to theoretical training, which caused the hero obvious dissatisfaction. Next, moving on to the final stage of preparation, John announced the start of hibernation training. He emphasized that this process was extremely dangerous, and therefore each participant had to sign a consent form. In addition, he noted that this training cycle will be long and grueling. To add variety to the process, he introduced a robot that would accompany each participant, recording all the data. It was a robot designated as Model Aleph version 1. John explained that it was the ship's artificial intelligence, designed to provide assistance both on board and off. After completing the briefing, he took out special smartphones for the operation and ordered everyone to line up. The first soldier introduced himself as Ryan Curtis and then received his device. Dean, noticing the commander's difficulties, offered to help check the list. Next, the participants introduced themselves one by one, and each was given the appropriate device. Another smartphone has gone into the hands of Chase Bennington of the Navy. One of the participants, Jocelyn Yates, inquired about the location of the dining hall. Then John gave the robot the order to escort her. After receiving the device, she immediately left the room, following the car. After the distribution was completed, Dean apologized for not recognizing his commander earlier. However, John took this calmly and made it clear that he did not attach any importance to it. However, his deputy insisted on a formal gesture by extending his hand. He stated that he would support him with all his strength until the very end of the mission. John was very pleased with this attitude on Dean's part and shook his hand in return. This is how their strong friendship gradually began, which later played an important role in the hero's fate. The whole story was read by the hero in his friend's diary. After spending several hours reading, John felt sad, realizing that Dean had kept his word until the very end. At that time, Langet was sleeping next to him. Ingris approached her and asked why she was outside. He said that she had better go to the car, and then Langet reluctantly got up and went inside. As it turned out, she simply fell asleep next to the hero because she enjoyed his company. At this point, Ingris approached John and asked if he had managed to find anything interesting. In response, the hero reported that everything was quiet, but noted that they should get a good rest that night. When the girl settled inside the transport, he wished her a peaceful rest. Then the memories returned the hero to the past again. He reflected on his path and admitted that he survived thanks to Dean's help. In reality, John was alone, grieving the loss of his deputy. When John went to bed, he had another nightmare that had haunted him. He saw a familiar girl, Maria, in front of him, but he couldn't reach her. At some point, she turned around and he saw that her body was engulfed in flames. John tried to touch her to put out the fire, but the girl seemed out of reach. He could only watch in horror as she disappeared into the void. Meanwhile, morning had arrived, and an object resembling a hot air balloon was hovering above the futuristic base. Hiji began checking communications with the rest of the team. Langet confirmed that she was on site. The robot then asked her about the condition of the rest of the group, and she went to check on them. The next one to wake up was Ingris, who immediately reported this to the robot, and the robot did not even immediately recognize his voice. With a heavy sigh, Hiji said that there was still one more crew member left. Then he suddenly screamed, calling John's name, causing him to wake up abruptly and jump out of bed. The robot's scream was so loud that it frightened not only the main character, but also Ingris, who was standing nearby. Hiji decided not to delay and declared that since everyone was awake, they should start the quiz. Langet was the first. The robot gave her the task of translating a certain phrase into English, and the girl did it perfectly. She was very happy that the robot praised her. Next was Ingris. He had to translate a short phrase, and although his answer was not perfectly accurate, the robot accepted it. He then turned to the last member of the team, John. He gave him such a long phrase to translate that at first the main character didn't even understand what he was talking about. He felt like he was hallucinating because he was still not fully awake. The robot encouraged him. It was important for him to learn more about people, but to start a conversation, he needed some basic knowledge. Then John tried to translate the phrase, but it was so long that he couldn't do it, and he gave up. Then Hiji made a concession to him and asked him to translate just a couple of words into English. John, without thinking twice, said that this phrase translates as, "I am not participating." The robot praised him for his excellent work, saying that the phrase translated as, "I am a fool." After this, when the test seemed to be over, John asked if he could go back to sleep. After some time, their balloon-shaped vehicle began to sway noticeably in the air. Meanwhile, on the platform below, Langet and John ate mushrooms while looking out at the reddish landscape that stretched out around them. John asked her how much longer their journey would take. The girl looked up at him in response, but remained silent. Then John, not missing the opportunity to make a joke, repeated the phrase about a fool in an alien language. Ingris, in turn, calmly reported that they should arrive at their destination around sunset. Hearing this, John quietly repeated the same phrase, but this time directed at himself. Langet couldn't help but laugh, while Ingris, on the contrary, watched what was happening with alarm. The team then set about packing up camp, untying the anchor that held their balloon. John carefully coiled the rope, preparing the equipment for further movement. Then Ingress gave the command to depart. Finally, their armored vehicle moved forward, raising clouds of red dust. From inside the cabin, Langet carefully observed the surrounding landscape. Meanwhile, John, having settled down on the floor, began checking the weapons. He picked up the rifle and examined it carefully. Ingress, who was driving the transport, inquired about the condition of the weapons. In response, the hero reported that everything was in good working order, but energy elements were required for a full check. After this, Ingress clarified what types of weapons were at their disposal. John explained that they were talking about railguns and plasma cutters, which could be used both in combat and for technical tasks. Hearing this, Ingress thought for a moment, and a slight smile appeared on his face as he thought about the usefulness of this equipment. John immediately suspected that he was already thinking about possible modifications, and then turned his attention to another container. Crew members were allowed to take personal items related to their hobbies, and he mentioned his guitar as an example. He then pulled a comic book out of the box, assuming that someone on the crew had decided to take it with them on the flight. John asked Langet if she had found the item, and she admitted that the comic had caught her attention. She noted that she found it in the morning, but was unable to understand the text and read what was written there. When John opened the book, he noticed that the text was not written in English. John explained to Langet that it was Japanese. He added that on his home planet there are many different languages used in different regions. He then explained that the plot of the comic was about school life. However, the concept of school turned out to be completely new to the girl, and she asked for an explanation of its meaning. In response, John explained that this was a place where children received knowledge, after which he asked how representatives of her people were educated. Langet then admitted that she learned everything from Ingress and Hicha, since she spent her entire life in the bunker. She also noted that what she saw in the book made her want to have a similar experience and go to school. John, observing her reaction, realized that despite the language barrier, she was able to grasp the emotional content of the images. He thought about her childhood and came to the conclusion that she had no opportunity to communicate with her peers. Afterwards, he wondered out loud what kind of student she might become. Images arose in his imagination. First, he imagined her as a model student, and then a completely different, more rebellious image of Langet appeared in his head. However, returning to reality, he dismissed these thoughts, noticing her bewilderment. Intrigued, the girl asked him if he had gone to school himself and if it had been fun. John confirmed that he had attended school, but his expression changed as the memories were not the most pleasant. Images of the past surfaced in his mind. During his school years, he was often the victim of bullying and was never able to fight back. He also recalled more dangerous moments when he was forced to bandage a man's leg. He was shot in the leg and John was giving him first aid. He tried his best to save the seriously injured man. Then he again saw before him the same vision that had not left him. John saw Maria again in front of him, enveloped in fire, looking at him with glassy eyes. This was perhaps one of the most painful memories of the main character. Then images of himself standing in a cemetery flashed through his mind. Together with another woman, they mourned the loss of someone dear to them. Returning to the present, he wanted to say that his school years were good, but then he admitted that this was not entirely true. After hearing all this, Langet concluded that school life was probably not as fun as she had initially thought. However, then the hero, as if wanting to lighten the atmosphere a little, called her. He showed Langet one of the manga pages, noting a character he thought looked like her. He explained that this character loved cats just like her. Moreover, this character's name, Amani, meant the sound of the sky. This coincided in meaning with her name, which seemed like a curious coincidence to the girl. Then Langet asked him to read her the story later, and the hero agreed, noting that he could do it. She especially liked the story involving kittens. Inspired by this, she took out of her backpack a small cat figurine that she had made with her own hands. When the hero saw the craft, he noted that it looked cute. However, he honestly admitted that at first he did not realize that it was a cat, which caused the girl's indignation. After some time, they reached an area located near a military base. The route itself turned out to be quite difficult and inaccessible, and they had to observe the area from afar. The air defense base was located on the island. As it turned out, getting to it was not as easy as it might have seemed at first glance. To do this, it was necessary to cross the bridge, but it was destroyed, and the previous route to the base was flooded with water. However, Ingress explained that at dawn the water level drops, and then a passage becomes visible through which one can reach the island. That is why they decided to wait for the right moment and, until then, to take care of the equipment maintenance. Soon, they arrived at the right place. Then the hero asked why the bridge was destroyed. Ingress suggested that a meteorite could have been the cause. He also added that the meteorite protection system is currently not functioning. However, luckily, the emergency power was still working, which meant they could use the reconnaissance radar. This was extremely important, as they needed to track the ship's location in order to head towards it later. Ingress hoped that they could get some useful information. After that, they launched the communication balloon again. Ingress then noted that it was time to transmit the mission progress report to the robot that was located at their base. Langet took on this task and established communication, checking whether he could hear her. After that, she reported that they had managed to reach the desired point. In response, the robot inquired about the state of the base. Langet explained that they were currently outside, waiting for dawn to continue their mission. Then Hiji strongly advised caution. Ingress explained that they had enough energy left to continue the search, and that at dawn, they would be able to resume the mission. After this, Langet turned to him, asking whether he had felt traces of the Gurits. The man replied that he had not found any signs of their presence. However, he noted that there was something disturbing felt near the base, as if there were some monsters nearby. These creatures apparently emitted a subtle scent, but one that still made their presence known. After some time, morning came, but the weather turned out to be unfavorable. The sky was covered with clouds and it was raining. However, it was impossible to postpone the mission, and so they had to continue moving forward. At some point, the weather suddenly worsened. It became significantly darker, and the rain intensified, turning into a real storm with thunderclaps. Our heroes were at an observation point not far from the base located on the island. At this point, Ingress began to explain the plan of action in detail, noting that there was very little time left to reach the goal. He said that when the water level receded, they would be able to go around the route and reach the island. However, he emphasized that it was during low tide that the Gurits became especially active. He also mentioned again that he was able to sense their presence through a faint smell. However, he did not know whether these creatures were located directly inside the base. However, one thing remained clear. To reach their goal, they would probably have to engage in combat. Soon, Langet discovered a box of food, which turned out to be dry rations. These things belonged to the Boomians, and Ingress noted that they reminded him of the past. The girl said that the warehouse where the items were located was in disarray, and she could detect a faint scent of pheromones. Langet suggested that they could have been Gurits. John couldn't understand how such huge creatures could have gotten into the warehouse, and Ingress suggested that they might have been cubs. However, in an effort to reassure the others, Ingress noted that they were currently outside the danger zone. Before continuing on their way, they decided to eat to restore their strength. Seeing that the bar wouldn't fit in the protagonist's mouth, Ingress suggested that he break it and dilute it with warm water. When he took it, the man asked him if he liked the food this way. At that moment, Langet noticed that she was very glad to eat something other than mushrooms. The protagonist, in turn, noted that if you have these mushroom bars, they also turn out pretty good. Then Ingress asked him to eat and rest well, since they would have to wake up before dawn. Morning soon came, but the weather outside had not improved at all. Langet, already equipped with her armor, reported that her Naga weapon was ready. At the same time, John reported that his weapon was also loaded and prepared. Hearing this, Ingress asked the protagonist to get ready and get into the car. Without further ado, John complied with his request. After that, they all drove together towards the flooded base. They still couldn't believe they had managed to drive under the bridge, and John hoped it wouldn't fall on their heads. He asked if they could sense pheromones here, but Ingress replied that in this weather the rain washed everything away, so he couldn't say. At that moment, Langet looked out of the hatch and said that there was an obstacle ahead. As it turned out, it was some kind of mountain of stones that could be driven around in the mud, but it would be very difficult. Then Ingress said that they would have to clear the way and asked Langet to take the top tower. After that, he and John took hammers and headed towards the pile of stones that was in their way. Without thinking twice, they began to hammer at the stones, as they were too big to move simply. It took them some time because there were a lot of stones here. John then noted that these were debris from a collapsed bridge and asked why they were only in one place. However, instead of answering, the blue-skinned man looked up and in a serious voice asked John to look ahead. Crossing the bridge, they saw a creature that turned out to be a Gurit. At that moment, Langet informed them that many enemies had been detected behind them, and Ingress asked her to clarify this. The girl, horrified, said that they looked like small Gurits, but there were dozens of them. Moreover, she said that they were approaching very quickly and therefore she had no choice but to open fire. The protagonist immediately asked her to cover him while he cleared the passage. At that moment, the monster, which was already waiting for them on the bridge, began to slowly approach them. The protagonist understood that he could not die right now, and this thought drove him crazy. When he looked up, he saw that the monster was not alone, and two more monsters of the same size appeared next to it. At that moment, John realized that he could no longer ignore them, and so he prepared for a fight. One of the monsters had already jumped and was about to attack him from above, while John raised his hammer. But before the monster could strike, a shot pierced it from somewhere on the side. As it turned out, it was Ingress who fired from the car, and he immediately turned to John, telling him to get back in the car. Without thinking twice, the protagonist turned around and ran back to his allies, while a crowd of monsters chased after him. He had almost reached the car, but the monsters were literally following him on his heels. And yet, John managed to reach the transport, after which Ingress started the engine and they drove forward. However, the situation did not improve as the protagonist noticed that the enemies kept arriving. Indeed, the number of enemies kept increasing, and soon another small group of monsters appeared in front of them. John had no choice but to attack them while they were still riding, so he hit one of the monsters with his hammer. And then suddenly he looked up and noticed something very strange ahead. He turned his attention to the other end of the bridge, where he saw a rather bright glow that seemed to attract his attention. Looking closely, the main character saw the silhouette of some creature there. Suddenly, strange signals began to appear on their radio receiver, which were impossible to understand. However, John realized what was going on and asked Langet to tune the radio channel to 70 megahertz. In order to do this, the girl needed the main character to open the side cover of his earphone. Without thinking twice, John complied, and then the girl approached him to make the adjustment. She twirled the sensor in his earpiece a little, tuning it to the right frequency. At this point, the message from the unknown creature began to become clearer and now sounded less meaningless. As it turned out, he was addressing the crew of the Atalanta. It was a human-like robot that kept repeating the same message due to poor sound quality. Then John turned to him and said that he could hear him well, asking him to explain what he wanted. At that moment, the robot looked at him carefully with its glowing red eyes. He asked to state his position, rank, name, and call sign if he was a member of the Atalanta crew. The robot had a weapon in his hands, which he apparently intended to use if he found himself in front of a non-crew member. Without thinking twice, the protagonist said that he was the head of the first technical department and gave his call sign as Rockstar. A moment later, the robot confirmed his answer and asked for instructions. John realized that the robot in front of him was Aleph, and then he asked him to provide him with fire support. The robot immediately accepted the order and asked whether it should identify the creatures following the car as enemies. Without further ado, John confirmed this and asked Aleph to start shooting. Literally a second later, the robot reported that the target had already been captured. He pointed his gun at them, declaring that he was going to open fire. Immediately after this, he began to continuously shoot at the monsters that were chasing his allies. The first shot hit the nearest monster, who was already one step away from jumping onto the car. John immediately praised Aleph for an excellent shot and said that they would enter the island base through the entrance in 3 hours. So he asked the robot if he knew about this place. Aleph immediately confirmed that this territory had already been explored by him. Then the main character asked him to deliver batteries there to charge the weapon, and at that moment, monsters suddenly jumped on him. Fighting them off, he clarified that he would need 2 Odettas and 1 Aurora. Then Aleph asked whether the batteries needed to be delivered directly to the entrance. The hero said that they needed to go there right now, and the robot accepted the order, after which their conversation ended. Langet asked John who it was, and he explained that it was Aleph, Atalanta's onboard robot with artificial intelligence. He said that Aleph would cover them at the entrance to the base, while he himself continued to shoot the monsters. Soon, the robot contacted the protagonist, informing him that it had arrived at the position and asking for the characteristics of the hostile creatures. John replied that these monsters were called Gurites, and that their structure was similar to that of vertebrates from planet Earth. He also clarified that what they were seeing was a small version, but that larger specimens also existed. Meanwhile, one of the monsters was already literally a few centimeters away from the main character. However, before he could attack, John hit him right in the face with his hammer, but the monster grabbed him with its paws. Seeing this, the hero sighed with indignation, realizing that the situation was starting to drive him crazy. Then he lunged forward, intending to snatch his weapon from the clutches of the bloodthirsty monster. However, he didn't succeed, and instead he simply fell off the roof of the car. However, Langit noticed the danger in time and grabbed his leg at the last moment. Using all her strength, she began to pull him back as the monster fell rapidly downwards. He praised the girl for reacting in time and being able to catch him. And then suddenly Ingress warned them that there would be a sharp turn ahead and asked them to hold on tight. Soon, the protagonist reactivated the radio and informed Aleph that they were already near the entrance. At this moment, the robot was already inside and firing at the approaching monsters. He turned to the main character and said that he had already managed to deliver the weapons here. He asked John to come closer and provide biometric data to confirm his identity. John immediately jumped out of the car's hatch and asked his comrades to hold off the monsters while he went for a weapon. Soon he was near Aleph, who knelt down to scan him. He activated the sensors to scan the protagonist's iris. Once the identity was confirmed, he called for the weapon but asked for confirmation of receipt. Although this irritated John, the robot explained that protocol was most important to him. The robot also said that its duties included protecting the lives of the crew members. He looked at the next group of monsters that were approaching them at full speed. The robot stated that according to Arkady's mission protocol, all hostile creatures would be neutralized. With these words, he took out his weapon and jumped into the air to attack the monsters from above. They didn't even have time to do anything when Aleph dealt them a crushing blow. In an instant, he found himself behind the backs of his opponents. With one light blow, he literally sawed several monsters in half at once. The other monsters, seeing this, froze in horror, realizing that they would hardly be able to cope with this enemy. This was a great chance for our heroes, as they understood that the enemy pressure had now weakened. Then Aleph turned to John again, asking him to retreat immediately. He said that he would definitely follow them as soon as he finished his business here. Finally, he asked not to try to destroy everyone, but to simply sort out the situation. Meanwhile, Ingress and Langit watched in amazement as the situation unfolded before their eyes. The man pulled the right lever and soon noticed John approaching on the horizon. He waved to them and said that his ally Aleph would also be arriving soon. He explained to Ingress that he was talking about the Atalanta ship's onboard robot. It was created to help the crew survive inside and outside the ship. Meanwhile, Aleph had almost finished his business near the entrance to the base. Beneath his feet lay countless corpses of monsters, which he dealt with in just a few minutes. However, new monsters had already begun to appear behind him, and one of them was ready to attack the robot. But Aleph was still faster. He turned sharply and cut another annoying monster in half. When the blood of the last Garit splashed right on his face, he knew that his business here was finished. Soon he arrived to the others, and John was very glad to see him in good condition. After making sure that no one was left outside, Ingress said that he was going to close the passage. Then John looked at Aleph and asked if he had finished his business. The robot, which soon appeared on the horizon, reported that it had managed to weaken the enemy attack. At this moment, the protagonist noticed that there was purple monster blood on the robot's hands and face. He praised Aleph for his excellent work, and Aleph asked in response whether these aliens were really their comrades. The hero then introduced them as Langit and Ingress, and said that they were from the local Boomian race. Then Aleph said that if they could be contacted, he would like to convey some words to them. John immediately asks him what he wants to tell them, and at that moment the robot suddenly sticks his hand forward. He points his weapon straight at Ingress, but he doesn't seem to be at all scared. John immediately orders the robot to immediately lower its weapon, but it does not obey and instead asks for his words to be translated. He wants to ask the aliens if it was really their race that destroyed Atalanta. At this moment, the main character does not know what to think and is shocked by the information he heard. However, not a muscle moved on Ingress's face, and he answered briefly that it was indeed them. Afterwards, Aleph warned them not to show hostility, especially since Langit still held the weapon. She also added that if control over the situation is lost, the consequences could be extremely serious. The robot added that they may even be irreversible. John repeated his order again, demanding that she lower her weapon. In response, Ingress stated that he was ready to answer any questions they might have. Then Aleph asked the first and most important question, why the ship was attacked. The man explained that this order did not come from them personally. He explained that the attack was carried out by other representatives of their species. Moreover, it was the result of an autonomous solution of the satellite defense system. After this, the android asked if he maintained contact with other representatives of his civilization. Ingress paused briefly before admitting that, under current conditions, attempting to establish contact would effectively be a mortal risk. Ingress began to speak human language without any accent, and this immediately attracted the attention of the protagonist. The man then said that in the distant past, The creatures called Gurits were just wild animals. They regularly attacked the inhabitants of this planet and posed a serious threat to their existence. However, as he further noted, there was a positive side to these constant attacks. Ingris explained that a system called Korak was developed to counter this threat. It was from this moment that the Boomians began to actively develop technology, gradually abandoning primitive means of protection. Previously, their only weapons were simple blades, but over time they moved on to more complex types of weapons. Over time, an important discovery was made. It turned out that the Gurits arrived on the planet by moving along with meteorites. Thus, those who were previously considered ordinary animals were in fact invaders from space. The realization of this fact was a serious shock to society, and in response to this, a system of interplanetary interaction was created. There, a mechanism was developed to intercept meteorites falling on Boomi, which made it possible to significantly reduce the likelihood of new invasions. However, after some time, a supermassive meteorite was discovered. Its size turned out to be so enormous that its collision with the planet could lead to the complete destruction of the entire civilization. In the face of impending disaster, the Great Assembly decided on the need to resettle to another planet. It was from this moment, according to Ingris, that the most serious problems began. Representatives of the central government stated that they would go first to prepare the conditions for future colonization. However, those who were not included in this mission perceived this decision as an act of injustice. Gradually, tensions in society grew, and eventually the planet was divided into several warring parties. Some continued to fight for the chance to leave Boomi and be saved. At the same time, others, having lost confidence in the existing system, rose in rebellion. As a result of this conflict, many Boomians died. Only those who had sufficient resources to ensure their own safety managed to survive. Ingris, seeking to protect his daughter, was forced to leave his usual habitat and take refuge in a remote shelter. He took Langet with him to the bunker. He understood that remaining in the same place meant almost certain death. Thus, their survival was a consequence of forced flight and subsequent isolation. After this, Aleph asked a completely logical question. Why, under the current circumstances, Ingris decided to trust John? In response, he explained that John had mentioned a certain Atalanta engine, which, in his opinion, could be capable of destroying the meteorite. Therefore, he saw John as a potential last hope for saving the entire planet. Then Aleph turned to the hero himself, asking whether he believed Ingris, and he confirmed that he was inclined to trust the words of the Boomians. However, this was not enough for the android, as its algorithms required more convincing evidence. But John noted that finding himself alone on an alien planet, he would hardly have been able to survive if he had not begun to trust those around him. In the current situation, mutual trust was a key condition for survival, since without it, Arkadi's mission would lose its meaning. Moreover, even if they successfully left the planet, without cooperation they would hardly have been able to find a new habitable place. After all, to achieve something, you first need to trust someone. After listening to his arguments, Aleph said that he accepted them. According to the team's security protocols, the android was required to conduct an identity check of everyone present. After this, the threat level could be partially reduced. Thus, he stated that he was ready to trust the Boomians to a certain extent. After this, Aleph asked about the purpose of their arrival at the base located on the island. The hero explained that this object controlled low-orbit satellites intended for reconnaissance and monitoring. The robot then said that they needed to activate the system as soon as possible and leave this place before the situation got worse. John decided that this was a reasonable decision. Ingris and Langet also agreed with this plan. As a result, a unanimous decision was made to join forces to achieve a common goal. Ingris reported that the corridor they were in led to the command center, located on the 3rd level of the central tower. Langet, who had the ability to detect the presence of monsters by their scent, warned that the Gurits were already nearby. There really was one of the monsters in front of them. However, the main character, without wasting a second, opened fire and after firing several accurate shots, managed to hit the target. After this, he wondered about the appearance of this creature, since its size and the nature of its movements were noticeably different from the others. In response, Langet explained that such creatures were at an earlier stage of development. In their appearance, they resembled something like their ancestors in an embryonic state. Before coming into existence, these organisms had to undergo a process of further evolution and transform into a more advanced form. Thus, the current state of these creatures indicated that they were born prematurely. As a result, they turned out to be less developed compared to larger representatives of their species. After hearing this, the hero became interested in how these creatures were able to detect pheromones and transmit signals to each other. Langet noted that electrical activity also plays a significant role in this process. She explained that they generate bioelectric impulses, and during rain, this works even better than pheromones. Hearing this, the hero came to the conclusion that the debris scattered along the road could have been left there by the creatures themselves. He then turned to Aleph, asking if he had encountered similar life forms before, but the android replied in the negative. At that moment, Langet suddenly felt a sharp increase in the smell of pheromones, which caused her anxiety. The hero himself, looking around, did not see anything suspicious ahead. He suggested that the monster might be behind them. However, the very next moment he felt a viscous substance drip onto his hand. Almost instantly, the Gurits fell upon them from above. The creature hit him with force, knocking him off his feet. The monster hit the hero on the helmet, causing him to become severely dizzy. However, maintaining his composure, the protagonist decided to resist. He gripped his weapon tighter and opened fire, trying to repel the sudden attack. Having risen to his feet, he immediately inquired about the condition of his companions. And then he noticed that they were also under attack. Langet, despite the danger, desperately defended herself. Meanwhile, the android acted much more effectively, eliminating opponents one after another with high precision. Realizing that a delay could lead to critical consequences, John gave the command to move forward immediately. New creatures kept arriving, not allowing them to stay in one place. Our group of heroes began a hasty retreat, but their opponents were faster and soon closed the distance again. At that moment, Aleph moved forward, covering Ingress. With one blow, he eliminated another creature, thereby providing the rest with the opportunity to continue moving. Ingress, noticing the android, expressed his gratitude to him for saving him. Meanwhile, the group moved through the narrow tunnels, but soon their path was again blocked by another Gurit. John immediately aimed his gun at him. The protagonist quickly got his bearings and asked Langet to hand him the plasma cutter. The girl immediately pulled out a weapon from behind her back. Then, taking up a position next to him, they began to clear the way together, destroying the attacking Gurites. However, it seemed that the flow of opponents did not dry up. New ones immediately appeared in place of those destroyed. However, using her plasma blade, Langet managed to cut one of the creatures in half. This allowed the group to gain a few precious seconds. They soon reached a fork in the road, and the protagonist turned to Ingress for directions. After thinking for a bit, he suggested turning right. The group followed his advice, hoping to find a safer route. However, it soon became clear that it was from this direction that the new creatures were approaching. Our heroes had no choice but to fight back. However, despite constant pressure from their opponents, after a while they still managed to find a way out. Immediately after this, the young man used the radio communication built into his helmet and reported that they had managed to reach a safe zone. Ingress stayed behind to open the doors using the mechanical lever. While Ingress was doing this, Aleph covered him, not allowing the creatures to get closer. Soon a message came over the radio that the lower level had been cleared, and upon hearing this, the hero decided to go down there. However, the path was blocked, and an attempt to open the passage using a lever was unsuccessful. The situation was complicated by the fact that Langet again smelled pheromones, which indicated the approach of a new wave of creatures. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Ingress said he would try to open another door. However, the mechanism jammed. As a result, the group had to exert physical effort trying to open the passage manually. At that moment, Ingress ordered those inside to lower their weapons and come outside immediately. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly came from behind the rubble. A man hiding among the rubble cautiously asked if it was really the defense forces in front of him. In response, Ingress calmly confirmed his assumption and, trying not to increase the tension, invited the stranger to come out of hiding. The man then slowly raised his hands, demonstrating a lack of hostile intent, and introduced himself. He explained that he belonged to Tiganoba 3429-76, formerly part of the Northern Exploration Group, and his name was Taris. Ingress, closely observing his behavior, asked what he was doing in such a dangerous place. In response, he explained that he was forced to hide from traitors. He only miraculously managed to find shelter among the destroyed structures, but in doing so, he lost contact with his family. Then, unable to contain his emotions, the man began to beg for help, explaining that he needed to find his Makura. John, not fully understanding the meaning of this word, at first assumed that it was about loved ones. This assumption was soon confirmed when Taris, unable to bear the tension, began to cry, asking them to help him in his search. Then the young man asked Ingress whether he had understood correctly that he was talking about his wife and child, and received an affirmative answer. After this, Ingress switched to his native language. He began asking the man clarifying questions. During the conversation, it became clear that Terrace worked in the secretariat, and his immediate superior was a certain Mora. Hearing this, Ingress was finally convinced that the person in front of them was the one he claimed to be. Then he ordered the weapon to be lowered, explaining that he was already familiar with it and had previously cooperated with it. When Terrace realized that it was Ingress in front of him, he immediately recognized him. He fell to his knees and recalled their work together. However, the relief from the meeting was short-lived, after which he again began to ask for help, begging to save his wife and child. At this point, Aleph intervened in the conversation, reminding them that the group did not have the time to waste rescuing outsiders. The man, not fully understanding who was in front of him, asked what kind of creature it was. Then John suggested that he perceived the android as a being who had arrived with the goal of saving the planet. And then Terrace asked whether a certain structural element that fell near the research base belonged to them. Intrigued, the hero asked him to tell him more. The man reported seeing a huge piece of the ship containing solar panels crash nearby. There was also a figure drawn on his side, and the description matched exactly what John was looking for. Moreover, Terrace claimed to know the exact location of the wreckage. He then offered a deal. If the group helped him find his family, he, in turn, would lead them to the place where the needed fragment fell. The android, having made calculations, reported that the probability of successfully completing the task would increase by approximately 36%. Hearing this, John decided to agree to Terrace's terms. In turn, Ingress asked if Terrace knew a way to leave the base. He replied that there was a Barra Langita vehicle in the upper hangar, but he did not know how to drive it. Ingress explained that he had the necessary knowledge to operate this device. He added that its design resembles a compact flying machine. He then proposed the following plan of action. While he was busy preparing transport, John would go in search of Terrace's family. Because this mission could be dangerous, it was originally intended that Aleph and Langit would go with him. However, the hero himself, after thinking a little, decided that it would be safer for the girl to stay with her father. He noticed that she looked worried, and as it turned out, Langit felt genuine sympathy for Terrace and his situation. In the end, Ingress decided to take his daughter with him to ensure her safety. John, in turn, promised that he would definitely return with the others. After this, the group began to move deeper into the base, descending through dark and narrow corridors. After some time, Terrace reported that his family was most likely in an underwater hangar located on the lowest level. At that moment, Ingress's voice came over the radio, and the hero replied that he was already very close to the target. Ingress continued to assemble the apparatus, noting that most of the work had already been completed. However, some elements still required installation. When the connection was lost for a while, he began to become restless and attempted to re-establish contact. In response, John reported that they had managed to find Terrace's family. Before their eyes, the long-awaited reunion took place, and the man met his wife and son. At that moment, Ingress's voice was heard again, insistently stating that the group needed to return as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Terrace introduced his family to John and Aleph, explaining that they were guests from planet Earth. After this, Aleph said that they should leave this place immediately, as it was becoming more and more dangerous. However, as soon as the group began to move, noticeable tremors were felt under their feet. Almost immediately, Ingress said that it could be the floodgates opening, and this information only increased the overall tension. Moving further, they soon noticed an underwater hangar below, in which there was a huge monster. Then Terrace said that he would lead them by a different route than the one they had come by. The boys decided to hurry, and in the meantime, a huge underwater monster swam after them. At this point, Ingress asked over the radio if John could see the hangar, but he replied that the view was very limited. Then, without wasting any time, the group decided to change direction and began to quickly advance towards the eastern sector. John immediately transmitted this information over the radio so that Ingress could get his bearings and head towards them. Having received the coordinates, he immediately headed towards the aircraft to meet them at the indicated point. Meanwhile, the group continued moving. It already seemed to them that the exit was very close, literally around the next turn. The tension eased a little as a sense of salvation came over me. However, as they turned the corner, they suddenly stopped. Ahead of them, only a dead end awaited them, while behind them, monsters were rapidly approaching. At this point, Terrace, quickly assessing the situation, announced that the door in front of them could be opened manually. He said that if you pull the lever, the door will open. Then he himself immediately rushed to the mechanism, trying to set it in motion. However, at the same moment, the water level in the hangar began to rise sharply, and the water arrived at an increasing speed. However, Aleph maintained his composure and helped Terrace's wife, warning her about the danger of electrical discharges in the water. Realizing that time was running out, John ordered the android to focus on the mechanism. Meanwhile, Terrace, having climbed onto the platform, turned to his family, insisting that they go first. With their combined efforts, they managed to set the lever in motion, and soon the mechanism began to operate with a characteristic creaking sound. After this, the massive gate slowly began to open. For a moment, John felt as if the danger was behind him. However, the joy turned out to be premature, as the gates soon began to close back. As it turned out, they remained open only if the lever was constantly held down. At that moment, Terrace's cries came from behind them, urging them to move faster. Turning around, John saw that Terrace remained at the mechanism and continued to hold the lever, sacrificing himself to save the others. The young man tried to clarify whether he was sure of his decision, but in response, he received only a determined look. Aleph, realizing that delay was unacceptable, pushed the hero forward, forcing him to move on. Thus, the group began to quickly leave the danger zone. The gates remained open thanks to Terrace's efforts. Finally, Terrace gave John some important information, giving him the coordinates of where the ship's debris had fallen. He specified that they were located in the area of Sulfur Rocks southwest of the Northern Research Group headquarters. At the same time, seeing the creatures approaching, he asked the protagonist to protect his family, Saren and Nova. The young man then said goodbye to him and promised to fulfill this request. However, the next moment the situation again got out of control. The monsters caught up with them. As a result, a powerful blow threw the group aside. The little boy, Nova, was thrown several meters into the air. However, John managed to catch him. To soften the fall, the hero landed on his back, thereby preventing serious injury to the child. Having risen, he immediately inquired about his condition, and having made sure that the child was not harmed, felt noticeably relieved. At that moment, Ingris's voice came over the radio again, saying that they needed to leave this place immediately. There were Gurites everywhere, and the situation was becoming increasingly critical. John realized that the danger was growing stronger with each passing minute. Meanwhile, Aleph continued to hold back the onslaught, methodically destroying his opponents and gaining precious time. However, a dangerous opponent soon appeared before him, a huge creature capable of generating powerful electrical discharges. During the collision, the android received a strong electric shock. Unable to withstand the overload, he switched off and, losing mobility, fell down. At that moment, John found himself face to face with this giant creature. Despite this, the hero did not retreat. He continued to cover the child, being ready to protect him to the last. Then John slowly looked up and, trying to shout over the growing noise, spoke loudly to Ingris. He reported that they had almost reached the required point, after which he asked to reduce the flight altitude. Suddenly, the massive body of the giant Gurite began to slowly descend, and a thick substance began to flow out of it. Almost immediately after this, the aircraft was struck, causing it to begin to lose control. Ingris, quickly assessing the situation, warned the others that mud had gotten onto one of the wings. He reported that the landing would most likely be an emergency. At that moment, John noticed that smaller creatures had already begun to rapidly approach them. Then John, without wasting any time, grabbed the boy and asked him to cover his ears as tightly as possible. Immediately after this, he entered the water and began to fire continuously at the creatures that were moving aggressively towards them. Even when he was practically surrounded, he continued shooting, never ceasing to try to protect the child. At some point, the boy suddenly asked to be lowered to the ground, which caused the hero obvious surprise. However, despite his doubts, he fulfilled this request, after which John addressed him by name. Nova took a stable position and took a deep breath. He began to concentrate a bluish, shimmering energy in his hands. Gradually, a closed energy field formed around him. The very next second, he released the accumulated power, releasing a powerful sound wave. This wave almost instantly paralyzed all surrounding creatures, while the boy himself looked extremely exhausted. After some time, one of the monsters was accurately hit by an energy shot. As it turned out, it was Langet. She quickly assessed the situation and inquired about the main character's condition. He calmly replied that he was fine, after which, in turn, he asked what was happening with the aircraft. Langet explained that Ingris is currently working on its restoration and is trying to complete the repairs as quickly as possible. After this, Aleph reported that his systems were still in the process of being restored, and were only about half functional. He also noted that among the creatures there is a giant gurita, which apparently coordinates the actions of the others. John reported that Nova had managed to temporarily stop the attack, but due to the intervention of the gurits, they had to make an emergency landing. Then he noticed that the smaller creatures began to move towards Ingress. Ingress himself contacted them over the radio, asking them to buy him some time while he finished the job. At this time, Aleph, analyzing what was happening, came to the conclusion that the situation was developing unfavorably. He stated that the only effective solution was to eliminate the controlling being. Aleph added that the bridge leading to the island was in disrepair. If you cut its cables, it will simply collapse. Then John asked the android how they could do it. He said that such thickness could only be cut with a plasma cutter, so they need to lure the main gurita under the bridge and then collapse it on the monster. As its systems recovered, the android ran additional calculations and awaited further instructions. The hero then asked Langet where her plasma cutter was, but she replied that she had dropped it in the crash. Then John turned to Nova, noting that since he had managed to calm the gurits, perhaps he could also anger them. The boy quietly admitted that he could do it. The protagonist, hearing this, asked him to do it. Without thinking twice, Nova activated his abilities, and his skin began to turn red. At that moment, one of the monsters began to approach Ingress, who was still busy repairing the aircraft. And then suddenly, they felt the pheromones that were emanating from Nova and immediately switched their attention to him. Langet turned to the protagonist in horror, asking what he was doing. John himself grabbed the boy tightly, ran forward with him, and asked Langet to cover Ingress while he distracted the gurita. While shooting at the huge monster, he asked Aleph if he could throw him a plasma cutter. The android was still unable to move, as its recovery status was at 58%. And then he suddenly saw Saren approaching him, holding a weapon in his hand. She walked slowly through the water, dragging a huge, long instrument behind her. At first, Aleph was wary when she handed him the weapon, as he thought the woman might pose a threat. However, Saren began to say something in her own language, apparently asking for her son to be saved. Aleph took the weapon from her hands, but the restoration of his system was still not complete. The restoration was slow but sure, and when it was almost ready, the android asked John for further instructions. Meanwhile, Langet, from a distance, delivered a precise blow to the giant monster, drawing its attention to herself. However, almost immediately after this, Nova's alarming cry was heard, warning of the approach of new gurits. John reacted immediately by calling out to Nova. He then pulled the rope out of his gear. Lifting the boy onto his back, he asked him to hold on as tightly as possible and began to actively dodge the attacks. At the same time, Nova continued to support him using his abilities. The battle with the gurits continued, and at some point the flying machine appeared above them again. Ingress radioed in that he was already airborne and asked for the plasma cutter to be handed over to him. Aleph joined the channel and clarified whether the transfer of weapons was really necessary for him. However, Langet, while in the air, stated that she would take on the task herself. When John spotted the approaching drone, he informed the android that he had confirmed the target's coordinates and gave the command to begin its descent. Nevertheless, Aleph ordered that the current altitude and speed be maintained, since in such conditions the accuracy of calculations increases. Immediately after this, he launched weapons in their direction. Having completed the necessary calculations, the android reported that the probability of successful completion of the operation was 100%. At that moment, Langet confidently intercepted the weapon and, without wasting any time, transmitted the command to Ingress to immediately attack the target. Ingress directed the flying machine straight towards the giant monster, gradually reducing the distance to the intended target. Meanwhile, Langet struck with pinpoint accuracy, aiming the attack directly at the creature's head area. At the same time, the main character continued to fight with the small gurits. The giant monster, feeling the devastating blow, let out a loud and drawn-out roar of pain. At the same time, the aircraft began to quickly move towards the bridge, performing a maneuver at the maximum possible speed. In this way, he was able to cut all the cables that were holding the bridge from falling. Literally the next moment, the structure began to rapidly fall downwards. After a few moments, the huge creature finally lost its strength and, unable to withstand the load, collapsed. After this, Langet quickly called out to the protagonist, while the ship began to lift them up with the help of fixed cables. The girl managed to grab the hero by the hand, preventing him from falling down. They were both pulled upwards, allowing them to escape. Having lost their leader, the smaller creatures began to move chaotically across the body of the defeated monster. Left without control, they soon began to attack each other. Meanwhile, John watched what was happening from above, carefully assessing the consequences of what had happened. Sometime later, he was already on the shore, sitting on the sand, when Aleph asked him if the current situation was safe. Then John turned around and asked with noticeable concern if everything was okay with the android. In response, he reported that his systems were functioning stably and that the remaining creatures no longer posed a serious threat. He noted that their vehicle was flooded, but they were still able to analyze the operation. Aleph stated that despite the initially unfavorable conditions and difficulties, the group managed to successfully repel the enemy attack. However, the android then held Saren's body in his arms and, with a noticeable heaviness in his voice, announced that she had died in the collision. Hearing this, John turned his gaze to the horizon and became immersed in thought. Meanwhile, Aleph reported that the transport had completely failed after being flooded by the tide. He clarified that both Saren and Terrace died during the battle. The robot also explained that Terrace's body was too badly damaged to be removed. Nearby, Ingress and little Nova watched what was happening from the side. Realizing the gravity of what was happening, Ingress carefully covered the boy's eyes, thereby trying to shield him from what he saw. However, the child noted that, according to his father, every person dies sooner or later, and this may happen earlier than expected. Meanwhile, John, turning away slightly, called out to Ingress. He inquired about the customs that existed on the planet Bumi in the event of death. Ingress explained that the bodies of the dead are recycled and turned into resources that are then used for the benefit of the planet. John asked if there was a ceremony involved, but Ingress explained that it was usually limited to honorary speeches. The hero found this approach to be overly cold and lacking the emotional component to which he was accustomed. During this time, Nova remained calm, showing no obvious reaction to what was happening. After some thought, John decided to hold the farewell in accordance with earthly traditions. Ingress agreed with this decision and suggested that the hero act as he considered right. After this, John took a shovel and went to a more remote place under a large tree, where he began to dig the ground. After examining the surrounding area, he noted that the chosen place was suitable for burial and continued his work. After some time, Aleph approached him and asked if he needed help. Then the hero asked to bring him water and food. Langit and his father also expressed their desire to help. The hero then asked them to find objects that could be used to make an inscription and also to join the excavations. Some time passed and John continued to work. His movements became increasingly heavy, and he looked noticeably tired. However, he understood that he had to remain steadfast and see it through to the end. Later, Aleph returned carrying the body, and at that moment the hero quietly noted that he was here, but he did not belong to Arcadia. Then John carefully lowered himself into the hole he had dug. After this, he lowered the woman's body into the prepared grave with particular care. Then, after waiting a bit and collecting his thoughts, John turned to Aleph with a request to find a flat stone. Meanwhile, John noticed a suitable tree branch nearby. Having picked it up, he began to carefully process it with a knife, gradually giving it the desired shape. Aleph asked where exactly the stone should be placed, and the hero explained that it should be placed in front of the tree. After some time, 2 branches were installed in such a way that they began to resemble improvised incense. Then, using the small case as a support, John began to write neat lines on the strip of fabric. After this, he again turned to the android with a request to bring water and food. He calmly followed all the main character's instructions. Soon, everything was ready, and John began the ritual of farewell to the dead. John bowed, expressing his respect to them and paying tribute to their memory. He then placed a strip of cloth on the grave and slowly stepped back while Langit and Nova watched in silence. A moment later, John turned to the boy, who was clearly watching his actions with attention. He explained that this was the customary way to say goodbye in the place where he came from. He then asked the child if he would like to try performing this ritual, and after thinking for a while, he decided to agree. However, before he began, the boy had a question and asked what was written on the fabric. The hero explained that he wrote down the message in his native language, since he did not yet speak the Bumi language. He added that these lines were addressed to his beloved father Terrace and mother Saren. Thinking about what he had heard, the child quietly repeated the word beloved, as if trying to comprehend its meaning. Then John began to explain the sequence of actions, showing how to fold the hands, kneel down, and perform 2 bows. Following the instructions, Nova carefully repeated the movements. Then he bowed before the grave. When the hero announced that he could get up, the child suddenly couldn't contain his emotions. Nova began to cry, admitting that he missed his parents very much. The protagonist watched him, realizing how hard it was for him at that moment. Then John tried to console him. He explained that they had not disappeared completely and, despite everything, continued to live in his heart. Then, as he concluded the ceremony, he explained that it was as if they were now sending them to heaven. After this, John set fire to the strip of fabric. Now it is time to release the dead to heaven. Holding the burning fabric in his hands, the hero involuntarily wondered whether they would ever meet again. Meanwhile, Ingress and Langit stood next to the boy. The ash from the fabric slowly dispersed into the night sky. After some time, Ingress asked if Terrace had told him where Atalanta was, and the hero confirmed that he knew it. Then Ingress added that in the morning they should take the flying machine and set off. He advised the hero to get a good night's rest. John, after saying goodbye, noted that they would see each other tomorrow. After this, John was left alone, immersed in thoughts about the correctness of his words. He remembered how confidently he had told the boy that his parents would live in his heart, and he wondered how true that was. Memories from his childhood came flooding back to him when he believed that good people go to heaven and bad people go to hell. However, now he understood that everything was arranged much more complicated. Gradually, he came to the conclusion that people do not disappear completely. Instead, they continue to exist in memories and dreams. Sometimes they remain nearby throughout life, bringing suffering to a person. At that moment, memories transported him to the past, where the doctor explained the specifics of preparing for hibernation. He explained that when blood freezes, it expands. So during the procedure, almost all moisture, including blood, is removed from the body. They are then given a special solution to prevent freezing. After this, the body switches to a mode of minimal resource consumption. The doctor also warned of serious risks, including organ damage. Moreover, they could become disabled or even die. However, he then asked the participants to fill out forms to participate in the training. One of the soldiers, named Liam, was shocked to learn that he was allergic to the solution used. He asked if this meant he would no longer be able to participate and was told he would be transferred to another unit. Then the hero turned to him, noting that if he wished, he could return to his former group. However, the soldier himself, clearly disappointed, noted that he had shown good results, but now his capabilities were limited. At this point, John interrupted him and explained that otherwise he might have died during hibernation. The soldier, looking visibly depressed, rose to his feet and said that he understood him. He then saluted, adding that it had been an honor to work with them. John then asked the doctor how many candidates were still on the list, and she replied that there were only 2 left at the moment. They soon called in the next candidate, Jocelyn Yates. John turned to the girl and asked if she had any health problems or contraindications. Jocelyn replied that allergies were her main problem and that she was fine now, but she had problems with them when she was younger. However, the doctor stated that the examinations carried out did not reveal any abnormalities, and from a medical point of view, she was completely fit. However, the girl became noticeably nervous and asked if she would be automatically suspended if she failed the training. John then explained that if she had any doubts, she had every right not to sign the documents. He emphasized that there was always the possibility of returning to one's unit. These words made the girl plunge into thought. But then, having gathered her courage and made a final decision, she signed the form. She then asked if she would need to shave her hair in preparation, admitting that the thought made her a little nervous. After this, the doctor informed John that the last candidate on the list had a brain implant installed. The man introduced himself as David Zimmerman and explained that he had already removed the implant specifically for participation in the mission. However, the doctor expressed concern, explaining that even after removal, microscopic metal particles could remain in the brain. Despite this, David said that he understands all the risks, adding that in practice, most astronauts use such implants. John went to the doctor and asked if this meant they were officially fine, and she confirmed that everything was fine. After this, David signed the form. He said he intended to complete the training under any circumstances. After a while, Dean approached John. Calling out to him, he asked him to pay attention to him. Dean inquired as to which soldiers had been excluded from participating in the training. The hero replied that it was Ray, Jesse, and Liam, adding that Jesse was returning to Alaska. Hearing this, Dean was surprised by the number of people expelled, after which he asked if John himself had undergone similar training. He explained that he did not personally participate in it. Despite belonging to the Space Forces, his experience was gained in the Army. At this point, Dean noted that he had already undergone similar training before, but he looked somewhat tense. Noticing this, John looked at him carefully. Dean then said that, regardless of the circumstances, hibernation preparation remained merely a technical task. John, in turn, placed his hand on John's shoulder, adding that he hoped that everything would go without incident. Soon after, he headed down the corridor. After some time, he was already with the team preparing for training. They took the elevator to the right room, where the hibernation capsules were located. Then one of the managers ordered all personnel to take their places in the hibernation capsules. When everything was ready, he asked the engineers for confirmation that he was ready to begin anesthesia. In response, the maintenance team reported that the first and second chambers were fully prepared for launch. The cooling system was activated, gradually putting the participants into a state in which the body slows down all vital processes. Then a mechanical voice calmly wished them good night. At that moment, John began to think that the hardest part of hibernation was not the process itself. It was the impossibility of waking up even when consciousness was in the grip of nightmares. Gradually, his perception began to blur, and he fell into a dream associated with one of the most painful memories. An image of a burning car, engulfed in a bright and relentless flame, appeared in his mind. As John moved towards him, he was accompanied by other memories from his past. The flames reflected in his eyes, not allowing him to look away, as if holding him in place. And just when the fire began to seem especially bright, he suddenly felt someone's hand gently touch his shoulder. Turning around, he saw a girl with headphones slowly approaching him. Meanwhile, the flames around her grew stronger and more intense. Suddenly, this disturbing dream ended, and John, with a sharp breath, came to his senses in a hospital bed. The doctor, who had been closely monitoring his condition the entire time, reported that Jung Yeon-soo had regained consciousness. Barely having time to comprehend what was happening, John asked if everything was okay with the rest of the team. At that moment, Jocelyn appeared nearby and jokingly noted that apparently her body was still functioning. David then added that even though 2 weeks had already passed, it still felt like a dream to him. Hearing this, John felt noticeably relieved. A barely perceptible smile even appeared on David's face. But this feeling of calm did not last long. Suddenly, a strange impulse seemed to pass through his head, causing every cell in his body to shudder with pain. The next moment, David fell to the floor, shocking everyone around him. The doctor demanded an immediate check of the victim's breathing, reporting that one of the crew members had lost consciousness. John tried to convince himself that all of this was just the remnants of a nightmare, echoes of a dream that had not yet completely left him. He reminded himself that he was on the planet Bumi, and everything that was happening was just normal fatigue after the recent battle. Lost in these thoughts, he wondered why this dream did not end. After some time, the hero came to his senses. At this time, he was flying with his comrades on an airplane. Langet pointed with noticeable enthusiasm to creatures called erapa, which looked like llamas. John asked what kind of animals they were, to which Langet replied that she was seeing them for the first time. As they got closer, little Nova became more and more afraid, watching the creatures closely. The eraps themselves also watched with surprise as the object flew over them. After landing, John immediately turned to Aleph and asked if he knew what had happened to the Atalanta crew. However, the android, having analyzed the available data, was unable to give a precise answer. At this point, Ingress warned that the ship's battery level was almost depleted and asked everyone to prepare for landing. He then turned to Nova, trying to find out if the boy remembered which tunnel they had passed through earlier. The child wasn't entirely sure, but after thinking for a bit, he remembered that there was some kind of device at his father's waist level. Ingress noted that he now had at least a rough idea of the direction in which they should move. Suddenly, Nova cried out in surprise, sharply attracting the attention of the others. John immediately asked what happened, and then he noticed a small white creature running quickly between the dense foliage. Langet explained that this creature is called a raba. She asked with a smile if they didn't find the animal beautiful, and Nova, having calmed down a little, agreed. Then Langet offered to catch it for the boy, which caused Nova genuine bewilderment. The girl explained that they needed to catch this creature as it could serve as food. Langet, without thinking twice, rushed into the pit after the little animal. Acting with exceptional dexterity, she managed to catch the little rabbi. After some time, Ingress noticed a cave nearby and suggested stopping there for the night to rest. Once inside, they lit a fire, and the soft flames gradually illuminated the space. After some time, Langet returned from reconnaissance, and she looked very pleased. She reported that she had managed to catch 2 more rabas for dinner, thus providing them with additional food. Hearing this, John felt his appetite awaken and suggested that they should not delay and start cooking. Soon, the meat was carefully placed over the fire. After some time, Ingress took it off the fire, noting that it was already sufficiently cooked and ready to eat. Langet offered a piece to Nova, asking him to try it. However, the boy, remembering the cute creature he had seen just recently, did not dare to eat it. Then the hero, in a light, joking manner, noted that if Nova refused, he would have to eat everything himself. However, Aleph warned that alien meat could cause adverse reactions because it contains different proteins. John, not immediately attaching much importance to this, asked how serious it was. Then the android suggested conducting a quick test for possible allergies. He carefully ran a piece of meat over John's hand. He watched the reaction carefully for a while. It soon became noticeable that his skin began to become irritated, showing clear signs of a negative reaction. After analyzing the results, Aleph reported that the reaction was severe and that consuming such food could be dangerous. This caused John noticeable disappointment, as he had clearly been expecting a normal dinner. After this, he offered Nova to try the mushrooms, but the boy immediately reacted with obvious disgust. Meanwhile, Ingress turned his attention to another topic and asked Nova who had taught him Palam's abilities. Nova, after thinking for a moment, replied that he had learned everything from a master named Paraka. Hearing this name, Ingress was noticeably surprised, and he asked with obvious interest whether Master Parak was still alive. However, the boy explained that they had to leave the village during the attack, and since then he does not know what happened to his mentor. These words made Ingress plunge into his own thoughts for a moment. John quietly noted that they could all use some rest and recuperation. Almost immediately, the thought occurred to him that perhaps he should have taken his guitar with him. Then, calling out to Aleph, he asked how badly the plasma cutter found earlier was damaged. The android explained that the compressor required repair, but the magnetic field control system was still functioning. Hearing this, John asked whether it was possible to use this device in such a way as to produce sounds with it. Aleph, showing the device on his body, asked if he wanted to try this idea right there. Soon, all the Boomians present were watching what was happening with obvious curiosity. John began his experiment, carefully handling the device and gradually adjusting the parameters. Ingress, without taking his eyes off the process, noticed that it was based on the use of electromagnetic fields. John confirmed his guess, explaining that he had converted the magnetic field interference into sound vibrations using the android. Intrigued, Langet noted that his posture resembled a man playing a guitar. The comparison struck a chord with John himself, as the word guitar echoed in his mind. Inspired, he suggested that Ingress give it a try. At first, he was very surprised by such a proposal, but nevertheless accepted the improvised instrument with interest. Then John began to explain the basics, showing how to make sounds, while Langet said she wanted to try too. The hero then turned to Nova and suggested that he try beating out a rhythm using the box as a kind of drum. Although the boy was a little unsure at first, he gradually became involved in the process and began to play along. John then pointed out that Langet would have the most important role, which sparked her genuine curiosity. He began to hum a simple melody, asking her to repeat what he heard. Langet tried to reproduce the sound, but John corrected her, explaining that it was important to hit the right key. Gradually, as each of them found their role, the improvised group began to create music. Langet, clearly fascinated by what was happening, excitedly asked if this was John's music. The hero explained that when people play together, it is called a group. At the same time, he couldn't help but imagine what it would be like if the people of Boomi also created their own musical group. However, he then noted with a slight note of regret that they didn't have a real guitar. To add variety to the sound, he decided to try something new. Picking up his friend's diary, John briefly considered whether to use Dean's lyrics and add a rap element to the music. After a few moments, he invited the others to try creating a melody over the given rhythm. John began to hum rhythmic lines. Langet tried to repeat after him, gradually adjusting and catching the intonations. The music continued to evolve, becoming more coherent. It seemed that Langet enjoyed taking part in this the most. The next morning, the conversation turned to discussing the further plan related to the search for the wreckage of the ship. As they approached the entrance to the settlement, the hero said that he wanted to avoid battles, realizing all the risks. He then addressed the group and announced that from now on they would be introducing themselves as part of the Northern Exploration Team. The hero, carefully examining the surrounding area, noted that the landscape was significantly different from what they had seen before. The cross-shaped structures immediately caught Ingress's eye, and he came to the conclusion that these were the structures Nova had spoken of earlier. Meanwhile, John remarked that the place, with its dark atmosphere, was reminiscent of a Metallica album cover. Ingress explained that these structures are part of an ancient defensive system and do not pose a threat. Soon, a strong smell began to be felt in the air, and Langet, having smelled it, immediately asked Ingress if he was okay. John noted that it was difficult for him to pinpoint the source of the smell, whether it came from the Gurites or the Boomians. Langet warned that it had spread throughout the village. Ingress then ordered everyone to immediately put on protective helmets to minimize possible exposure. Once all the measures were taken, John asked Nova if he knew where the villagers might have disappeared to. The boy replied that he had been forced to flee during the battle, but that the main clash had taken place on one side of the settlement. Ingress asked how many opponents had participated in that battle. Nova reported that there were about 200 villagers there, but they were defeated by the enemy. John noted the unnatural silence, inconsistent with the scale of the battle, and then asked why Nova wasn't wearing a helmet. Ingress explained that thanks to Palam's training, he had greater control over chemical signals than normal Boomians. John asked if this was related to the ability that allows him to control the heroes in the water. Ingress confirmed this, explaining that it was a rare skill based on the precise use of pheromones at the right moment. Nova was surprised that John couldn't smell the pheromones. The hero said that he does not feel them, but knows of their existence, since on his planet they are used by bees or ants. Ingress added that such signals could convey simple commands such as attack or stop. Moreover, they can influence not only the Gurites, but also the Boomians themselves. They actually synchronize their behavior. Once under their influence, the Boomians' emotions synchronized with the pheromones, and he acted accordingly. In this way, it was possible to send them into an attack, or, on the contrary, stop them. Realizing this, John clearly understood how serious and potentially dangerous Palam's ability was. Ingress noted that the helmets provide sufficient protection and, if necessary, can also use pheromones themselves. He also added that Palam representatives can be recognized by their white hair. Realizing this, John asked if this meant that Ingress was not Paluma since his hair was black. Ingress confirmed this, explaining that he gained this knowledge through his experience working with other specialists. But he himself didn't have the talent for this. However, at that moment the situation changed dramatically. The Aleph warned that its sensors had detected movement. He reported that at the 12 o'clock mark the presence of a human-sized creature was detected. Ingress, instantly sensing the threat, loudly ordered everyone to temporarily retreat. John immediately began to move, while simultaneously asking Aleph to pinpoint the target's location. However, the android warned that movement was also recorded from above. With almost no time to react, John found himself facing a surprise attack. A masked warrior jumped down on him from the roof and immediately struck him with a sword. However, the hero managed to react in time and block the attack. In response, he fired a shot from his weapon. The bullet hit the enemy's helmet straight. However, he was incredibly fast and, without losing momentum, delivered a powerful kick, knocking the weapon out of John's hands. The collision caused the enemy's helmet to crack and partially shatter, revealing a Boomian face with a prominent red eye. Seeing this, little Nova was shocked and anxiously wondered if this man could be his master. Without giving the enemy the slightest time to react, the warrior suddenly released thick red smoke. Nova, overcome with intense excitement, screamed loudly, trying to reach his mentor and make him stop. However, he seemed to either not hear him or to deliberately ignore him. John, instantly assessing the situation, was about to open fire. However, Perica moved forward rapidly, leaving him no chance. Moving with astonishing speed and precision, he deftly dodged the attacks while simultaneously parrying them with his sword. Then he unleashed a series of quick, heavy blows on him, forcing him to use his last strength to hold his defense. At some point, Perica managed to knock the weapon out of the hero's hands and then struck his helmet, damaging it. Almost immediately after that, the enemy jumped up and launched another attack. John didn't even have time to fully comprehend how exactly he received this blow, but it instantly knocked him off balance. Seeing this, Langet called out to the hero with alarm. At the same moment, smoke began to come out of the damaged helmet. Soon, the hero collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath and barely able to say that he couldn't breathe. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Langet decided to help her comrade. However, she quickly realized that using long-range weapons here was impossible. Then she activated her abilities. Her eyes turned yellow and red smoke began to come out of her mouth. Her weapon transformed into a sword, and taking a fighting stance, she prepared to attack. Perica, in turn, also stopped, taking a stance and clearly preparing for a duel. Without wasting any time, Langet rushed forward. But at that very moment, an unfamiliar voice rang out, sharply ordering the fight to stop. The battle ended instantly, and both Boomians froze in place. Soon, a woman appeared in front of them, told Perica to back off, and then apologized for what happened. Meanwhile, John continued to lie on the ground, experiencing an acute shortness of breath. Langet noticed the damage to his helmet tube and offered to use her helmet. However, he refused, feeling very dizzy and barely able to remain conscious. Then Langet took off his helmet and, seeing his condition, became visibly alarmed. John was desperately trying to catch his breath, and red spots began to appear on his skin. Aleph, quickly assessing the situation, explained that this was an immune reaction to pheromones in the air. He added that the first priority is to ensure access to oxygen. At this point, Nova offered his help, saying that he could try to take control of the pheromones. Meanwhile, a mysterious woman approached them and asked if they were the owners of the ship that had crashed nearby. She added that she had already examined it and discovered interesting technologies. Nevertheless, she offered her help. Aleph approached Langet, who was watching what was happening with obvious wariness. Surprised by their reaction, the white-haired stranger noted that they still hadn't asked for help. At this point, Aleph warned that John's condition was worsening. The hero, breathing with difficulty, tried to balance his breathing, but it was becoming increasingly difficult for him. Then Langet offered her helmet. However, Aleph immediately warned that the high concentration of aerosols could harm her. Meanwhile, the woman again persistently asked if they were really connected to the crashed ship. She noted that their condition speaks for itself. Seeking more information, Aleph asked what she knew about the ship Atalanta. The woman confirmed that she was looking for him in the hope of obtaining new technology. After this, she invited them to her workshop for a more detailed conversation. As the group began to follow her, she began to question the reasons for their presence here. She wondered what they could possibly need in this remote research group. As they climbed the steps, Aleph explained that Earth had become uninhabitable and that their mission was connected with the threat of a meteorite. Hearing this, the woman quickly grasped the essence and realized that it was about the destruction of Ragbata, which aroused her obvious interest. With a touch of irony, she asked if they really considered themselves the saviors of the planet Bumi. In response, Aleph, after thinking for a moment, noted that if the mission was successful, this might turn out to be true. However, despite his outward calm, he continued to treat the stranger with obvious distrust. With a slight smile, the white-haired woman noted that their story was truly touching. Suddenly, Nova called Ingress. As he came closer, the boy leaned towards him and quietly whispered something right into his ear, and Ingress listened to him attentively. Meanwhile, the woman added that she still managed to partially preserve some items that belonged to their species. However, she immediately and honestly warned that she could not guarantee the presence of medications or drugs among them. Taking this thought further, she suggested that it would be much more reasonable to try to create the necessary medicine herself. Then Aleph asked whether there was, in principle, a way to implement this in practice. In response, the woman asked a counter-question, asking if they were familiar with the phenomenon of physical enhancement of the Boomians. Aleph explained that he views this process as a set of physiological changes caused by the influence of pheromones. However, the woman immediately made an important clarification, noting that in fact, enhancement is not a completely natural process. To confirm this, she showed a small capsule. Shaking it, she explained that it was precisely these capsules that formed the basis of the entire amplification system. Almost immediately, Aleph activated the sensors and conducted a detailed scan. He clarified whether there were nanorobots inside. The woman confirmed this and explained that Boomians are given similar injections at an early age for training. When red pheromones enter the body, physical strength increases, but side effects inevitably appear. In this case, nanorobots play a key role as they regulate the effects of pheromones. After analyzing what he heard, Aleph asked whether this method could be used to suppress John's immune response. The woman confirmed this and explained that she intended to train the nanorobots in such a way that they could restrain the body's reaction. However, she warned that this would require changes, as the mechanisms were originally designed for the Boomians. Without wasting any time, Aleph handed her a container of John's blood, which was to serve as a control sample. The woman, smiling broadly, asked if they were willing to trust her skills in such a risky situation. The action soon moved to the lab, where she began a detailed analysis of the cells. There she tried to adapt the substance to the human body. The white-haired woman approached this process with the utmost seriousness. Aleph watched each step carefully, focusing on the process. After some time, Langet came closer and asked what organization this woman had previously belonged to. In response, she told him that she had once tried to become a priestess, which noticeably surprised Ingress. She wondered why this topic still mattered. Then Ingress noted that her level of training corresponded precisely to the priestly class. After this, he began to insist, wanting to know her real identity. The woman then introduced herself as Panora and added that high positions usually remain in the hands of the nobility. A little later, she clarified that she had previously been a talented member of the Northeastern Council. Hearing this, Langit's face noticeably changed. Panora noted with a slight smile that she once, like the priests, knew how to attract people's attention by speaking in front of them. However, she regretfully admitted that her background would not have allowed her to take this position. In response, Ingress sharply objected, calling such words an insult to the federal system. But the woman immediately retorted, declaring that his position was no different from the hypocrisy of the nobility. Immediately after this, she went into action and injected the substance into John's arm, who was in a helpless state. Aleph, closely monitoring his indicators, noted that his body temperature began to drop. John, gradually coming to his senses, reported that he felt much better. The android confirmed that the treatment was indeed producing positive results and thanked Panora for her assistance. In response, the woman noted that she should be grateful to them for their devotion to the planet Bumi. She added that if the Bumians had had such determination, the situation would never have reached such a state. These words almost immediately aroused Ingress's suspicions. Panora then invited him to ask any question he wanted, assuming that he wanted to understand whether she was a traitor. Ingress, however, chose to remain silent, neither confirming nor denying her assumption. The woman asked if he wanted to hear her answer, after which she confirmed that she was indeed a traitor. Ingress asked a different question, asking why she had decided to help them, knowing that they were part of the defense forces. Then Panora explained that she found their story much more touching than Raj's plan. She wondered what they would do next. At this point, all the guys felt that the situation was getting tense. The woman then asked them to detail what role they thought she might play in the story. Meanwhile, John continued to lie there, gradually recovering and still feeling noticeable weakness in his body. At one point, Panora asked with a slight smile if they had really gotten here by eliminating the Gurites one by one. Ingress explained that they themselves had been attacked, and then asked if there was any other way to fight. In response, Panora said that the colored field outside was actually the result of exposure to nerve gas. Hearing this, John was noticeably surprised, while Panora, on the contrary, noted that she preferred the style of the old heroes. After this, Ingress, no longer hiding his irritation, asked why she had again decided to betray those whom she had previously called traitors. The woman replied that she also wanted to save the planet, but she also pointed out that there was a serious problem with their plan. Ingress immediately asked what exactly this problem was, adding that he had sufficient resources to solve it. Panora then pointed out that they claimed to be able to destroy the Mount Aragbat, but they are only searching for debris on the surface. However, to destroy the meteorite, they will need to go into space. However, they lack a plan to implement this step. Panora reported that the nearest spaceport was already under the control of Raji. In order to either regain control of it or get into space, they will need significantly more people. Ingress, still not entirely convinced, asked whether she was capable of making such a possibility possible on her own. In response, the woman turned to him and, with a slight mockery, asked if he really thought she was stupid. Immediately after this, Panora revealed to him an entire group of warriors acting as a single organism. She explained that she had managed to find many gifted warriors who could now be used as part of her strategy. Ingress was clearly shocked and asked if she had actually synchronized them all. The woman confirmed this and added that what was happening was part of Raji's plan. She then revealed the true purpose of this plan. She explained that the plan was to let all the Bumians die while in the illusion of happy dreams. Panora also noted that Raja was incapable of understanding human emotions, which is why he created such a naive plan. In response, Ingress demanded that she release the people so that they could discuss the situation openly. However, the woman responded by asking him if he really wanted people to come to their senses and immediately attack her. Despite this, Ingress continued to insist, stating that she should free them and leave with them. Panora then asked if his plan was for her to save the planet while he stayed out of it. She then asked a direct question about which of the two of them would actually be more useful for the rescue, he or she. All this time, John, gradually coming to his senses, watched their argument. He began to come to the conclusion that although Ingress's logic seemed sound, at the same time, Panora's plan cannot be called wrong either. If Ingress had agreed to accept her help, they could have gained a numerical advantage without much difficulty. However, John came to the conclusion that trying to remain neutral ultimately only resulted in all sides losing. At that moment, numerous memories filled with pain and loss began to surface in his mind. He remembered Nova, who had just lost both his parents yesterday, and the panic-stricken soldier. Finally, his thoughts suddenly returned to the moment when he was playing chess. Dean, visibly puzzled by what was happening, asked what exactly the department head was doing. His latest move seemed strange to him. The situation seemed obvious. John was in check, but he did not move his king piece. Realizing his mistake, John apologized and explained that he had been too deep in his own thoughts. In response, Dean reminded that chess is a game in which victory is achieved exclusively through checkmate. He added that the king in it does not actually die, while the pawns inevitably become expendable. This made the hero think about the fact that in real battles, it is the soldiers who die, not those who command them. There are no convenient people who can be used as a tool without consequences. After this, John turned his gaze to Panora and, while acknowledging the need for additional forces, still asked one question. He asked if she intended to continue using her control method if they encountered other Boomians. Panora replied that to a certain extent she was even close to the world he was talking about. However, the choice had already been made. She then invited him to join her, asking if he was truly ready to continue killing Boomians. John thought that if the situation repeated itself as in the last battle, he would only need to eliminate the commander. At that moment, Aleph reacted sharply to the change in the situation, instantly sensing a threat. He immediately pulled out his weapon and opened fire on Panora, trying to neutralize her. However, the woman stopped the bullet in midair with a slight movement. Almost simultaneously, one of the soldiers under her control appeared behind Aleph and attacked him. Realizing the situation was getting out of control, John shouted that he and Aleph would hold off the enemy and ordered the others to retreat. With a knife in his hand, he rushed forward, trying to break through the encirclement. However, a moment later, he was knocked off his feet. Panora watched him and stated that she did not intend to kill him. She added with a slight smile that, in her opinion, he was the main character in this whole story. With difficulty, John got up and shouted to Aleph to help the others. However, the android immediately warned that he could not do this, since he was currently blocked by enemies. At that moment, the hero's gaze caught on his weapon lying nearby. However, before he could reach it, a warrior of Panora appeared in front of him. His red eyes reflected genuine rage. Seeing the enemy approaching, John suddenly struck him in the face. But it seemed that the warrior only lost his balance a little, despite the fact that the blow was very strong. The next moment, John realized that he was being surrounded and immediately demanded that the warriors get out of the way. However, the soldier soon knocked the weapon out of his hands, once again depriving him of the advantage. He threw it far back so that John could not reach it. Meanwhile, Aleph reported that Panora was leaving. The soldiers parted, allowing her to move forward. John understood that if she disappeared now, the situation would become even worse. So he shouted for her to stop and rushed forward, breaking through the line of opponents. However, they had no intention of letting him through to their leader. At the same time, Ingris ordered Langet to run into the passage ahead. Langet, without wasting any time, grabbed Nova, and together they headed in the indicated direction. However, the pursuit did not stop. Panora's warriors were still running after them. Once inside the tunnel, Ingris explained that this was a defensive passage where they could temporarily take cover and buy time. He noted, however, that Panora's ability to control such a large number of people poses a threat. He then suggested that pheromones were distributed through special sprayers. Ingris came to the conclusion that they needed to get to the control room to stop the system. However, the very next second, he noticed that something strange was happening to Langet. Under the influence of pheromones, she began to tremble, losing control. Meanwhile, Nova was desperately trying to hold on to her. The boy called her, but she was already under someone else's influence. Ingris called out to her loudly, but it was too late. Langet completely lost control of herself and pointed the weapon straight at Nova. However, her sword froze literally a couple of centimeters from the boy's head. He fell, not understanding what was happening, and she pressed the weapon to him, preparing to strike. Ingris instantly realized that it was the lack of protection that was the problem and removed his helmet. The girl, meanwhile, continued to resist the influence of the pheromones with all her might. Coming closer, Ingris put his helmet on her and ordered Langet to run. He stated that the operation had failed and that an immediate retreat was necessary. In fact, sacrificing himself, he insisted that she not look back and save herself. At that moment, Ingris's own skin began to become covered in red spots. They were spreading very quickly, so he asked the girl to hurry. Langet, still under the influence of the pheromones, but hearing her father's voice, froze for a moment, after which she called out to Nova. Then, having collected herself, she stated that they would follow the original plan and asked for directions to the control room. The boy quickly explained the route and asked her to follow him. In the end, the two of them rushed forward along the dark corridor. Meanwhile, John, still held back by his opponents, heard Langit's voice on the radio. She said that they were going to the control center. The hero replied that he was ready to help them, but he did not know how to find them. Then Langit asked Nova to explain the way to the control center from where they were. The boy immediately said that if you go straight from there, you can get to the elevator and go down to the lower floor. John agreed to help them, but he was still being held by Panora's warriors, so he asked Aleph to help him. He warned that he could only do this by force and therefore asked for permission. The android asked John if he confirmed permission to use violence against the Boomians. The hero agreed, but gave him instructions not to harm Ingress, Langit, and Nova. Hearing this, Aleph accepted his command. The android then immediately went on the attack. His eyes flashed and he began to rapidly eliminate enemies, paving the way forward. Aleph struck the warrior closest to him head-on. Then with a deft movement, he broke free from the hands of the Boomian who was holding him from behind. After this, the android dealt him a powerful blow to the knee. The blow was so strong that the warrior's leg bent backwards. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Aleph twisted his opponent's neck, after which he forcefully threw him to the floor. The protagonist decided to help the android and extended his hand, in which he held his knife. Moving forward, Aleph displayed overwhelming force, quickly incapacitating the soldiers. Aleph managed to take John's weapon and continued his attack. He attacked the warriors who were holding back the main character. He soon joined her, and together they began to move forward. One of the opponents, seeing the hero's fist in front of him, realized that the outcome was already predetermined. John delivered a powerful blow, pushing the last warrior away from him. Then, without slowing down, he ordered Aleph to move towards the elevator, clearing the way for him. John attacked all the zombified Boomians that were in his way. They reached the right elevator quite quickly, but when the doors opened, he noticed that it was already filled with soldiers. John realized that the situation was becoming critical. At the same time, on the lower level, Langit and Nova discovered a strange device. The boy suggested that it transforms the pheromones of the Gurites and distributes them in huge quantities. Langit, quickly assessing the danger of all this, ordered him to hide. Taking position, she prepared to destroy the mechanism. However, the device suddenly opened, and an unknown creature was found inside. Soon, Panora appeared before Langit, half of her face hidden by someone else's flesh. She stated that the destruction of the car could lead to even more serious consequences. Panora said that the pheromone-controlled Boomians would attack each other if they lost their common goal. She herself wanted to save as many of her fellow tribesmen as possible. Despite this warning, Langit did not retreat and prepared for battle. When one of the soldiers approached her, she repelled his attack by engaging in a fight. Activating the weapon, she began to dodge the attacks, blocking and counterattacking. Waiting for the right moment, she jumped back and fired straight at the Boomian who was attacking her. At the same time, another fighter was approaching from behind her. He delivered a powerful blow with his sword to the place where Langit was, but she managed to dodge it in time. Langit barely held back the blow with her weapon. In the midst of the battle, a creature appeared before her. Panora, fused with a huge Gurith, she declared that she did not intend to kill her. The next second, she dealt a powerful blow, not at Langit, but at her own warrior. Panora grabbed him with her huge paw and threw him down. However, Langit, with an effort, rose again and prepared to continue the fight. But the monster, without wasting a moment, quickly attacked Langit, trying to take advantage of her vulnerable position. Lifting her into the air, Panora said that the fault for the current state of the world did not lie with her. In her view, responsibility lies with the elders, whose decisions, driven by greed, ultimately led to disaster. Langit, in the grip of the Gurith, began to visibly tremble. At that moment, Nova loudly warned her that the central reservoir was a pheromone mixer. Panora, hearing his words, only turned her gaze in his direction. Meanwhile, at the elevator, John began to prepare for the next collision. He remembered the substance injected into his blood that was capable of suppressing an allergic reaction. Without hesitation, he cut his finger, allowing the nanobot-infused blood to flow out. Panora, watching this, did not hide her surprise and noted that he managed to turn the situation to his advantage. John, closely monitoring her reaction, came to the conclusion that he was moving in the right direction. Then he squeezed his hand tighter, and the blood began to drip onto the reservoir even faster. Meanwhile, up above, Ingress was still resisting the effects of the pheromones. He was surrounded by soldiers who were already ready to kill him. One of them had already raised his weapon to cut off his head. However, It was at that moment that the protagonist released a drop of his own blood, and the reaction occurred instantly. Almost immediately after this, the external sprayers activated and began to spread it in the form of gas, gradually changing the situation. The effect was not long in coming. One of the controlled soldiers blinked and began to come to his senses. Piraka, noticing this, immediately called out to Ingress. He, momentarily confused, asked whether Piraka had really begun to regain consciousness. Soon, more and more soldiers began to free themselves from the influence. They looked around with obvious confusion about what had been happening to them all this time. Meanwhile, John approached the car and demanded that Panora stop resisting. However, the woman replied that she had not initially intended to follow this plan. However, now she had no choice. Hearing this, John asked what plan exactly they were talking about. Almost immediately after this, one of the sleeping Gurites opened his eyes, which flashed with an ominous red light. Then new creatures began to rise from the ground, ready to attack. They had sprayers on their bodies that began releasing pheromone pores into the air again. Panora, mocking the whole thing, asked what kind of plan John was interested in. The Boomian soldiers, seeing this, were visibly frightened. The situation quickly escalated as new Gurites broke through to the surface. One of the monsters attacked the unsuspecting soldier from behind. Before he could do anything, the monster simply tore him to pieces. Panora then revealed her true purpose, stating that she intended to destroy all the Boomians present here. John, shocked by what he heard, asked if this really meant total destruction. In response, Panora said that these people made their own choice, choosing safety over the struggle for survival. Panora added that it would be wiser for John to join them. She believed that this would be better than supporting those whom she considered hypocrites. At this moment, Aleph, without wasting any time, attacked the huge Gurit defending Langit. This attack was quite unexpected for Panora. However, in the midst of the fight, his weapon slipped from his hands and fell to the ground. Despite this, the android rushed forward. However, the creature, possessing enormous strength, sharply pushed him back. However, Aleph managed to react and delivered a precise counterattack directly into the Gurit's paw. Thus, the monster released its grip, releasing Langit. After this, Aleph quickly checked with her about her condition, and she confirmed that she was able to continue the fight. At that moment, John warned that Panora was heading towards them. One of the soldiers collapsed nearby, and the hero, taking advantage of the moment, suddenly jumped forward, passing the monster. In an instant, he picked up the fallen soldier's weapon. Moving forward, he attacked the Gurit with his sword. John then shouted to Aleph for fire support. In response, the android ordered him to retreat to a safe distance. He then took up position and fired a powerful shot. The projectile accurately hit the creature's eye, temporarily weakening its onslaught. Then John called out to Panora again, demanding that she surrender, and began to approach. However, he soon noticed that she had disappeared. He quickly looked around, searching for the woman. A moment later, the hero discovered her on top of the monster, immediately warning Aleph about it. At that moment, a strange purple energy began to emanate from the Gurit, which quickly spread and enveloped John. Langit, seeing this, screamed, warning him of danger. John tried to hold on to the cables that hung over the edges of the abyss. However, they turned out to be not so strong and soon began to tear under his weight. As a result, the hero lost his footing and fell straight down, but he was fine. The fall to the ground partially softened the consequences. Now he clearly understood that getting up again and continuing the fight would be much more difficult. John, quickly assessing the rapidly deteriorating situation, informed Aleph that Panora was moving outside and then hurried after her. The android, without asking any unnecessary questions, confirmed that he was ready to follow the instructions. Immediately after this, the main character headed for the exit so as not to lose sight of his opponent. After just a few moments, he actually noticed Panora, who was on the back of the Gurit. The monster began to literally break through the Boomians' ranks, sweeping away the fighters who did not have time to regroup. Observing this, the protagonist noted that the situation was becoming critical. Meanwhile, Aleph said that there were also intense clashes with the Gurites on the upper level. He also clarified that losses among the Boomians continued to grow rapidly. Ingress, not hiding his concern, immediately turned to Langit and asked if she had been injured. The girl quickly replied that she was fine. Hearing this, Ingress breathed a sigh of relief while continuing to pull the huge box along with Piraka. Langit, helping to push him, asked what was inside. When the boys lowered the box down the stairs, Ingress declared that there was a weapon inside. When the container was finally opened, the warrior paused for a moment, looking at the contents of the box in surprise. Then Piraka began giving orders. He loudly ordered the fighters to dismantle the weapons at the central staircase. Meanwhile, Ingress asked Langet where John was at the moment, and she said that he was downstairs and chasing Panora. Then Ingress turned to Perak and noted that they needed to provide support to the main character as soon as possible. He was surprised that the other worlder was their ally. Peraka added that they should first clear the fortress, otherwise any attempt to advance forward could end in failure. He then contacted the radio and began coordinating the remaining forces. One of the soldiers reported that the commander of the 1st Cavalry was killed. Another reported that the 3rd commander, Barta, was currently in the hangar. Hearing this, Peraka immediately gave orders to Barta to gather available forces and move to John's aid. The answer came almost immediately. Reinforcements had already begun to move. Meanwhile, the hero himself contacted Aleph again and reported that Panora continued to move forward. At the same time, he understood perfectly well that there was less and less time left to make decisions. At that moment, he suddenly saw that someone had started firing smoke grenades at the enemies. Thus, they created a thick curtain that temporarily hid John from the eyes of the Gurits and Panora. As it turned out, Barta came to John's aid and immediately ordered him to retreat to the central gate. He stated that they would be able to hold the line of defense. However, the protagonist doubted this, and then the fighter asked what exactly the problem was. John explained that if their forces were dispersed, they would be destroyed one by one, without having time to put up adequate resistance. Hearing this, Barta agreed that it was necessary to concentrate forces in one point in order to strike more effectively. At this moment, Paraka shouted to Barta to follow the protagonist's instructions. He added that they would provide support at the gate. Barta, having assessed the situation, agreed with this plan, noting that it really did seem the most rational. After this, John finally assumed the role of leader and planted the flag in the ground, marking the rally point and key position. Aleph, observing this, noted that the hero now needed to focus on command and coordination of actions. The android drew a parallel with the historical battle. He explained that the current situation is in many ways reminiscent of the Battle of Gaugamela. There, one of the sides faced numerical superiority of the enemy. He continued his analysis by comparing what was happening with the confrontation between Alexander the Great and Darius. In that battle, sound tactics played a decisive role. According to Aleph, the enemy is now trying to surround them using their numerical advantage. However, weak points are already visible in its construction. He pointed out that the density of enemy forces is unevenly distributed, which creates vulnerable areas. If a pinpoint strike is made in these areas, a chain reaction can be triggered and the entire formation can be destroyed. In conclusion, the android emphasized that the protagonist's role is to lead the attack and direct forces straight to the center. Then John immediately rushed forward, preparing for the decisive clash. At that moment, a huge Guri appeared in front of him, ready to enter the battle. Barta, without hesitation, shouted that he would take it upon himself and rushed forward. However, the creature turned out to be much faster and was already preparing to throw him back with one blow. Luckily, Barta was smarter. He quickly prepared a flare and fired it towards the monster. The bright flash momentarily blinded the Gurit and distracted him, allowing Barta to avoid serious harm. He began to literally cut his way through his opponents, cutting through their formation. Then the main character loudly gave the order to the squad to move to the left, coordinating the actions of the fighters. At the same time, he separately emphasized that their main goal is to capture Panora, which is located in the very center of the enemy formation. Following these instructions, the detachment continued its advance, firing at the Gurits. John himself watched the battle closely, waiting for the right moment to strike the decisive blow. At this moment, some warriors fired at our heroes, standing right on the bodies of the monsters. Barta immediately warned him about possible traitors and recommended that he exercise maximum caution. After this, John shouted to Bartha, informing him that he intended to personally get to Panora. He also ordered the left flank not to slow down the pace of the attack and to continue the pressure, not giving the enemy time to regroup. Continuing to move, the protagonist rushed straight into the center of the battle. Then, choosing the perfect moment, he pushed off sharply and made a leap, landing right on the body of the monster. His sudden appearance caught Panora off guard. She turned around and greeted him with obvious surprise, which, however, almost immediately gave way to mockery. The hero attacked the traitors without delay, trying to take advantage of the element of surprise. However, Panora, smiling slightly, wondered if her power would affect him the same way it did the others. After this, she began to tell her warriors that they must listen to her if they wanted to become the light. She promised that after this, the heavens would definitely open before them. At that moment, one of her fighters hit John with a baton impregnated with electricity. Despite this, the hero did not stop resisting and continued to fight. However, Almost immediately, one of Panora's fighters rushed at him with a weapon that emitted powerful electrical discharges. Thanks to his quick reaction, John managed to block the blow. However, the impulse still passed through his body, causing sharp pain and severe disorientation. At the last moment, Panora's fighter managed to jump back from John's attack. And yet, the electric shock hit the main character hard. Gradually, his vision began to blur, and the surrounding reality began to distort, as if losing clarity. In this state, he again heard Panora's voice, which continued to repeat the mantra, increasing the pressure on the warrior's consciousness. Images from the past began to appear before John's eyes, and among them appeared Jocelyn, the girl with whom he had trained. Shocked, he didn't immediately understand what was happening. However, Jocelyn only looked at him silently. Then John heard a voice telling him to stop hesitating. He did end up firing a shot, hitting Jocelyn in the shoulder. Almost immediately after that, an image of Dean appeared before him, asking worriedly if everything was okay with him. Disoriented, the hero began to wonder if his friend was really alive or if it was just part of an illusion. Meanwhile, Dean was screaming louder and louder, as if trying to get him out of this trance state. Suddenly, Jonah grabbed Bart sharply, demanding that he come to his senses, and this finally helped the hero return to reality. The first thing I asked was where Panora was now. In response, Barta reported that she had apparently already left the battlefield, taking advantage of the moment. Barta then explained that he had used a mental synchronization technique to get him out of her influence. Hearing this, John asked why anyone would want to enter into such a relationship with a being like a Gurrit. Then Barta clarified that this was exactly how Panora controlled the monsters. At that moment, the giant creature, having lost control, began to rush furiously in different directions. A memory of a similar phenomenon flashed through the hero's mind, when his enemies seemed to him to be his comrades. Barta confirmed that such a reaction is indeed typical in such cases. He then asked if John's species was also capable of responding to pheromones like the Boomians. The protagonist thought for a moment, trying to put the facts together, and then he came up with the idea that the cause of such effects could be the nanobots that had been previously introduced by Panora. Barta noted that the Boomians also actively use nanobots, including for interaction with pheromones. Gradually, comparing everything he heard, the hero began to understand the overall picture. However, he then asked where Barta got this information from, if, as he himself had previously claimed, it was only available to priests. Then Barta, without trying to hide anything, replied that he had received this knowledge from Paraki, who, unlike the others, did not try to hide it. And then the hero noted that Barta had black hair, although he had heard that only white-haired Boomians could control pheromones. However, in response, Barta only silently looked forward without giving a direct answer. When the illusion dissipated, Panora, who had been pretending to be Barta, appeared before John again and noted his mental strength. At the same time, the space around them began to change. Panora's influence wore off, and John realized they hadn't even been outside all this time. He then turned to Panora with a question, trying to understand how long she had been manipulating them and using what was happening for her own purposes. In response, she noted that he had a complex mind, but he preferred simple solutions. And in this, he reminded her of the heroes of ancient legends. She then asked him what kind of companions he had seen in his visions caused by her influence. However, the protagonist replied that since she was the one who caused these illusions, she herself should know their content. Panora then explained that the synchronization process does not allow one to directly read thoughts, but only reveals hidden feelings. Meanwhile, Ingress loudly announced that Panora was surrounded. He ordered her not to resist and to accept her inevitable outcome. However, as if not taking the threat seriously at all, she asked a counter-question, asking whether they really intended to kill her. She asked if it was really impossible to combine their powers. John noticed that his allies were already ready to open fire. Among them, he again saw people with whom he had once undergone practical training before a space mission. Then John accused Panora of continuing to play with them even at such a moment. Panora stated that he could find true happiness with his friends and family in the world she could create. However, the hero sharply answered her that all this had nothing to do with reality. Then she objected, arguing that if a person feels happiness, then reality itself loses its meaning. In response, John stated that in front of him were not just images, but her subordinates. At that moment, he took the illusory Ingress hostage, but Panora declared that she did not care even if the hero destroyed everyone. Almost immediately after this, someone shot at the hostage. For a moment, John couldn't help but wonder about the nature of battles. He noted to himself that some people fight for their convictions, At the same time, others, like him, fight because it has become their skill and destiny. Gathering his strength, he prepared himself to continue the fight, realizing that the moment had come to act decisively. John grabbed the weapon and with his first move killed one of the soldiers under Panora's control. At that moment, another warrior ran behind him. Taking advantage of the moment, he fired towards John, but he managed to dodge at the last moment. The hero turned sharply to look at the one who was firing at him. On the hill in front of him, he saw a warrior who continued to shoot at him. However, John was faster, took an advantageous position and shot his enemy in the chest. Immediately after this, the huge Gurith swung its paw and knocked down the column behind which the hero was hiding. John had no choice but to hide behind another obstacle. Continuing to move along the corridor, he did not stop shooting, gradually displacing the enemies from their positions. At some point, he managed to dodge another shot and land a precise hit on one of Callahan's illusions. Then, quickly assessing the situation, John picked up a stone from the ground. He threw it aside to distract the soldier's attention. He instinctively reacted to the sound and momentarily lost concentration. The hero immediately took advantage of this, closing the distance and opening fire, resulting in the enemy being struck. Meanwhile, the hero continued to fire at Panora from afar. The woman watched what was happening, noting the protagonist's tenacity, emphasizing that he was not giving up. John, hiding behind a column, noticed that the structure was beginning to collapse. He realized that this shelter would soon cease to be reliable. Deciding to change position, he began to climb higher, simultaneously noticing the enemy on the upper level. Having prepared for the attack, he temporarily took cover behind another column, waiting for the right moment. At the same time, the part of the column behind which he had been hiding earlier eventually collapsed. With her fall, she raised large clouds of dust, blocking the protagonist's view. Soon, new opponents appeared, ready to join the fight. The hero, acting quickly, attacked and neutralized one of them. Then, without giving him a second chance, he got ahead of him and opened fire first. He continued firing without stopping, not allowing the enemies to regroup. One of the wounded soldiers, despite being seriously injured, was still holding his weapon. He tried to fire one last shot, gathering his remaining strength. Almost simultaneously, another enemy also shot at the hero through the ally's body, and his bullets hit their target. John was wounded and fell to the ground. However, even in this state, he managed to respond, firing a shot and hitting the enemy in the head. He then turned his gaze to Panora, who was on top of the Gurit, and took another aimed shot. However, it soon became clear that what lay before him was only an illusion. At that moment, the giant creature collapsed, unable to withstand the damage inflicted. His fall was accompanied by a loud roar. Taking advantage of the moment, the hero immediately began to climb up right along the monster's paw. Then, without wasting any time, he crossed the body of the fallen monster, heading towards its head. Gurit struck his own arm with his second paw, hoping to kill the approaching John. The blow was so strong that the paw he was running on fell down with a crash and broke in half. However, when the dust settled, it became clear that John had managed to avoid the blow. At that moment, Panora noted that she did not want to kill him in such a way. However, John, ignoring her words, made a swift dash towards her. On the way to her, he encountered another enemy. Acting with lightning speed, John struck, slitting his throat. At that moment, someone opened fire, shooting through the illusory astronaut and hitting John in the helmet. The hero turned around in time and hid behind the warrior's body, not seeing that there was a fake langet behind him. John used the warrior's body as a human shield, returning fire at the enemy. But when he saw who exactly was in front of him, he froze in horror. In front of him, John saw Langet, whose body was pierced by gunshots, from which purple blood oozed. But soon after that, the illusion began to disappear. No matter how hard Panora tried, she could not deceive John. Meanwhile, the protagonist approached her, putting his hand on her shoulder. At that moment, the girl removed the device that connected her to the huge Gurith. Her back was covered with holes through which she synchronized their organisms. However, at that very moment, she activated her ability again, plunging him into another illusion. Having fallen under its influence, the hero began to think intensely about how he could escape from this mental captivity. Illusory Maria explained that the illusion would disappear on its own as soon as the influence of the pheromones weakened. At the same time, she tried to support him, urging him not to give in to doubts and to finish what he started. And then John declared that he was ready to spare Panora's life if she agreed to surrender. These words clearly surprised her. Panora didn't expect mercy from him in such a tense situation. But John, as usual, surprised her again. In response, The hero explained that he was guided by certain principles, in particular the Geneva Convention. However, Panora objected, noting that even if he spared her, the other Boomians would still not leave her alive. Then she, again taking the form of Mary, asked him to complete what he had started, saving her from further suffering. After some hesitation, John ordered Panora to turn her head away and without wasting any time, fired the shot. Almost simultaneously, Langet opened fire, hitting the Gurrit directly. Immediately after this, Perica announced that the battle was over and separately praised Langet for his accurate shot. However, the girl objected, emphasizing that everything was not yet finished, since they needed to find John. At that moment, a radio message came in from Aleph, who reported that he had found the hero and was heading back. Upon hearing this, Langet immediately inquired about his condition, and he replied that he had not received any serious injuries. He added that he managed to eliminate the enemy leader, Panora. These words caused noticeable surprise in Paraki and Langet. However, almost immediately, joyful shouts were heard among the soldiers, as they realized that they had won a victory. One of the fighters, looking at the main character, noted that he had returned as a true savior, and soon everyone began to celebrate the end of the battle. Meanwhile, the body of Panora's last fighter fell lifelessly to the ground. The soldiers, overwhelmed with emotion, began to talk about how a man from another planet had liberated them. Ingress thanked Jonah for fighting on their side, but the hero responded by noting that he had only done what he considered necessary. After this, he announced that he intended to examine the items collected by Panora. Stepping aside a little, he added that he needed to be alone to regain his strength. Langet watched this, remaining immersed in her own thoughts. At the same time, the hero himself experienced a strange sensation, as if he had awakened again from the same dream. He remembered how he once felt free when he received his mission. However, now he realized that even on another planet, everything essentially remains the same. With a heavy sigh, he came to the conclusion that this was only a new stage for him. However, the role of a pawn that he has to play remains unchanged. After that, he turned on the music and told Aleph that he did not want to be disturbed. However, he still heard someone's footsteps. Langet, hearing the melody, noted that before the music he played seemed more joyful to her. However, now the music seemed sadder to her. The hero himself continued to listen silently, without entering into the conversation. The girl then admitted that she had previously thought that meeting other Boomians would bring her joy. However, she didn't expect that they would have to face hatred and fight each other. Even though Ingress and Perica thought it was inevitable, she found it hard to accept what was happening. Langet then noted that she considered John an outstanding warrior. However, he himself replied that the only thing that helps him remain calm is that this kind of life was familiar to him back on Earth. The girl added that she especially liked it when he played music, and this made the hero think for a moment. He admitted that he had never before met a person who was so sincerely happy about life. Then Langet asked him to play for her and teach her music. John agreed, but on the condition that she would sing while he played. At first, the girl smiled back at him, but soon her emotions got the better of her and she burst into tears. Seeing this, John hugged her, trying to calm her down. After some time, he picked up the guitar again and noted that it was time to leave sad thoughts behind. Meanwhile, Aleph approached him, expressing concern that he might have suffered serious psychological trauma. In response, John admitted that although he had already accepted the fact of the death of his comrades, he could not say that he had completely dealt with it. After this, the android asked if he kept his notes in Korean. The hero confirmed this, explaining that he initially did not trust those around him, so he used his own encryption system. He then asked how safe it would be to keep all his records with him. Aleph responded that visual logs take up too much memory and are therefore not an optimal option for storing data. John, after thinking about it for a while, agreed with his arguments. He then noted that, like the famous Golden Record, music could become a much more effective way of transmitting information. He then suggested that Langet sing the melody with her voice, thus creating sound and harmony. After this, the hero asked if the recording sounded good enough, but at that moment Hiji unexpectedly called him. The robot noted with displeasure that perhaps it would have been better to only take the more prepared participants with him. Hiji complained that he didn't know how to deal with people who couldn't even do basic tasks like cooking. Hearing this, both the protagonist and Aleph decided to make concessions, since such conflicts only complicated the situation. Meanwhile, Barta and Nova, who were nearby, suddenly screamed as a huge tentacle appeared in front of them. John then asked Aleph to organize the records while he helped Hiji. He, in turn, asked if Hiji could suggest the most efficient way to store data. In response, he put forward the idea of creating a virtual environment. In it, participants could interact directly. He added that they are currently collecting information about the planet Bumi, which makes the task even more urgent. Then the robot asked the android to explain his thought in more detail. However, Aleph explained that due to differences in programming languages, direct interaction between the systems is impossible. However, the proposed virtual machine could act as an intermediate link. Hiji, trying to simplify understanding, compared this process to mental synchronization, but applied to computers. Then he and Aleph came to an agreement and decided to conduct an experiment, believing that Ingress would support such an initiative. Ingress, after listening to them, noted with interest that, if successful, it would be possible to combine many systems, which would open up new possibilities. After this, he announced that the translation tools had already been downloaded and suggested that we begin exchanging data. Without delay, Aleph initiated the connection protocol. Once inside the virtual environment, he appeared in humanoid form. Looking around the space, Hiji, who had now become a woman, noted that it was still empty and required filling. Aleph, agreeing with this, emphasized that this is only the beginning of a larger process. Meanwhile, Langet was hunting, and the little Rabba in her arms let out a cry of fear, realizing that he was about to be killed. Langet had already raised her knife to kill the animal, but she did not dare to do it. Then she sighed tiredly, after which she released the frightened Rabba. The creature immediately broke free and quickly ran away. Langet, lost in thought, noted that the idea of destroying opponents increasingly seemed wrong to her. Meanwhile, Hiji reported that the work was almost complete. Then Aleph turned to her, adding that he had the opportunity to help in one of the processes. Aleph made an unexpected statement, admitting that he would like to become human, which caused noticeable surprise in his interlocutor. He explained that the human way of storing memories is highly efficient. The point is that people use only the information that is necessary at a particular moment. He added that while Hiji's speech may seem human, her virtual image is in many ways reminiscent of Langet. He noted that he perceives her as an artificial intelligence formed in her image. He then asked Hiji to prepare for this, as he wanted to know how to structure the mind as humans do. However, Hiji explained that her appearance was a result of her own choice. However, Aleph had a question about why his image was so similar to Langet. In response, the woman revealed that Langet was her daughter, adding that this information should remain secret. Meanwhile, Ingress reported that the external work had been completed. Soon after, John returned with food and asked how things were going. He offered food to Ingress, who thanked him. John also noted that he feels much better thanks to the effects of the nanobots. However, Ingress added that it was because of them that he became more susceptible to mental synchronization. After this, the hero asked a question about the conditions under which this process becomes possible. Ingress explained that the basis is the neutralization of consciousness using pheromones in combination with targeted electrical impulses. As a clear example, he cited the color of the skin from Boomian to red, which indicated a sharp increase in the level of aggression. In such a state, it was enough to give the appropriate command to direct this aggression towards a specific target. John realized that the images of his friends that appeared in his visions might not have been random, but rather represented a kind of command. Ingress confirmed this and noted that when using more powerful devices, resistance to the impact was almost impossible. John then admitted that he was concerned about the possibility of such hallucinations occurring directly during the battle. Ingress continued the conversation, trying not to delve into the most disturbing aspects of the topic. Then he suddenly showed off an object that turned out to be a guitar modeled after John's own instrument. Ingress explained that he had modified the plasma cutter, turning it into a device suitable for both music and combat. Hearing this, the hero was genuinely amazed, and for a moment he couldn't even find the words to express his reaction. After this, Ingress handed him the headphones, explaining that with their help he would be able to fully perceive the sound. John thanked him and cautiously asked if he could try playing the new instrument. In response, Ingress allowed him to do so, adding that he would no longer be able to continue working today. Inspired, the hero expressed gratitude and promised to repay such a gesture in the future. Meanwhile, Ingress wondered whether the inhabitants of Earth really often consumed such strong drinks. Soon, John settled outside and began playing guitar, gradually becoming completely immersed in the music. After some time, Langet approached him, holding a lantern in her hands. The girl sat down carefully next to the hero, watching him carefully. After listening, she carefully removed one of the headphones to hear the melody better. Then she asked what kind of composition it was. John explained that it was a piece he had once created with a friend that had suddenly come back to him. Afterwards, he played a few more chords for the girl. Langet, listening attentively, admitted that she felt both joy and a slight sadness at the same time. In response, the hero noted that this was precisely the effect he was trying to achieve. At that moment, his consciousness briefly returned to the past, when Maria enthusiastically appreciated his melody. She then explained that they had decided to create a final composition for broadcast, and John responded by asking if she would pay him. The girl was unhappy that he started talking about money when he should have been talking about art. Nevertheless, she praised the result, stating that the composition turned out to be truly high quality. And since this song was intended for the finale of the live show, she suggested calling it Grand Finale. Returning to the present, John asked Langet if she liked the music and received an affirmative answer. After that, they both remained silent for a while, watching the starry sky. Soon, we find ourselves in a virtual environment again. The artificial intelligence representing Langet's mother pulled out a flower from somewhere and handed it to Aleph. He, analyzing what was happening, said that he wanted to conduct a more precise analysis of the composition of the atmosphere. However, as he approached the flower, his perception suddenly changed. It was as if he found himself in a space completely filled with flowering plants. Confused, he tried to figure out what exactly had happened. Hiji explained that this was analogous to human memory, in which one sensation can trigger a whole chain of associations. Aleph, reflecting on this, clarified how one feeling could cause another. Hiji explained that it's not just about perception, but also about the relationship between memories and actions that shape emotions. Then Aleph came to the conclusion that, despite possible errors, this method was original and quite effective. After this, Hiji reported that the main data download was complete. As a result, Aleph will now be able to help the main character much more effectively. In conclusion, she asked him to take care of Langet. Meanwhile, Langet herself spent almost the entire night singing along to the songs John played for her. When morning came, Ingress explained to the hero that in ancient times it was believed that priests spoke on behalf of God. But when science became able to explain natural phenomena, the Boomians stopped believing in God. Even though the Boomians had abandoned the god, the priests still tried to convey his words. But now even that has become pointless. At this point, the Boomians no longer believe in anyone. Even if it wasn't the result of reflection, they had to accept it. Then John picked up the loudspeaker and addressed the Boomians gathered in front of him. He said that the stronghold they needed to capture was a satellite surveillance base. Together, they must find Atalanta's engine and watch the approaching meteor. However, John and his allies believed that the base was now captured by traitors. He warned that they needed to avoid unnecessary casualties, and so they would try to negotiate first. However, Barta was clearly unhappy that they had to negotiate with traitors. They had already seen what Panora had done. They killed their own tribesmen without any hesitation. But John said they had a strong argument, a chance to destroy the meteor to save Boomy, and one of the traitors would definitely join them. However, Perica said that John did not know how long their war with the traitors had been going on. The generation born after the start of this war cannot even imagine that it is possible to coexist with them. And then Ingress entered the conversation, saying that he too had not forgotten about revenge. But now they had to think about what their planet needed. Langet then added that they would be able to find time for a fight after the main threat had been eliminated. Ultimately, Paraka agreed with their decision, but noted that he would not hesitate when battle became inevitable. He then asked John what the plan of the operation would be. The hero replied that the first phase would involve reconnaissance of the territory, and Aleph would handle that. The android had previously told him that he had received all the information and access to the 8 Paths facilities from Hiji. However, Perica questioned how Hiji had such access if he was just a robot assistant. But realizing that no one would talk about it so openly, he asked the protagonist to continue. He said the second phase was about taking the path of least resistance. Ingress added that John himself would not participate in the battle due to severe damage to his armor. Barta was extremely unhappy that John himself did not want to do the dirty work and entrusted everything to them. But Ingress explained that right now John was the most important person for the plan to be carried out, and they couldn't risk him. The hero addressed Barta directly, saying that he had seen him fight and therefore he trusted him and his skills. Barta was still unhappy, but his anger began to subside little by little. He was very pleased to hear such words from John, but he tried his best not to show it. John said the third phase was to quickly occupy territory, and the fourth was to isolate the enemy commander for negotiations and destruction. When evening came, The fighters had already taken up their positions in the shelter. Aleph reported that they had been able to locate the fortress and would most likely be able to penetrate the wall. John also noted that according to available data, there is an observation post at the front, so he said it would be better for them to come in from the other side. Soon, Aleph had already climbed onto the ledge, after which he lowered a rope for the others. Langit and Ingress attached them to their belts. Then Aleph pulled them up, helping them climb to the top without any hassle. He informed John that the infiltration was complete, but there were a small number of guards ahead. Then the hero asked, if possible, to disable them without killing them, since this was the only chance to achieve mutual understanding. Meanwhile, the white-haired guard dozed off a little at his post. Aleph took advantage of this and covered his mouth with his hand before the man could do anything. Then Langit addressed him as a commander, saying that they had a proposal. She soon reported to John that the commander of the first fortress had expressed his willingness to cooperate. John immediately praised the girl for her excellent work, after which he wished them a safe return. Langit also added that since there are several commanders here, she will return with them. Soon after, Ingress reported that the commander of the second fortress had also expressed his willingness to cooperate. Following this, John reported that the commander of the third fortress was also ready, although he was very ashamed in front of the master. The protagonist was very pleased that everything was going as smoothly as possible. He then turned to Barta, saying that Aleph had moved towards him to provide support, but due to poor communication, he had not heard anything. Then he turned to his men, ordering them to advance. Barta himself ran forward, and 2 other warriors covered him from behind. Soon he reached a place where another commander was located. Barta pointed his gun at him, offering to transfer the negotiations. However, almost immediately the situation changed dramatically. A girl appeared behind him and demanded that he immediately lay down his arms. Barta, clearly not expecting her appearance, jumped to his feet abruptly. Without waiting for an answer, the girl fired right over his head. As it turned out, it was Jocelyn who repeated her demand, ordering Bartha to lie down on the ground and not move. As a result, his sword ended up on the ground. Soon, other soldiers arrived on the scene and began to find out whether their commander was okay. Jocelyn, in turn, inquired about the identity of the Boomian. Barta then explained that he had come for negotiations and was John's ally. Despite this, Jocelyn continued to hold her weapon at the ready, showing no trust. Then Barta again emphasized that he was a friend of the main character, giving his full name. After this, Jocelyn suggested that they discuss everything in private. The soldier, agreeing with this, noted that the conversation should be short. They stepped aside to discuss the situation, and Barta warned that Aleph was also heading to negotiate. Jocelyn was surprised by this and asked if Aleph was nearby. In response, Barta made a gesture with his hand, but its meaning remained unclear to her. Then Jocelyn clarified what that meant, assuming Barta couldn't hear her. At that moment, a drone suddenly appeared above them. Jocelyn raised her pistol and, turning to a certain Tinkerbell, asked him to turn off the interference. Almost simultaneously, she activated a button on her suit, starting the radio scanning procedure. Barta, standing nearby, watched as Jocelyn tried to call someone. Soon, Aleph contacted him and, strictly according to protocol, asked Jocelyn for information about her affiliation, rank, and name. She introduced herself and, without hiding her emotions, noted that she was glad that the android was still alive. In response, Aleph said that he was also glad to know about her survival, after which he asked where she was. Jocelyn explained that she was at the 4th Orbital Observation Base. She also discovered a member of another race who claims to be John's ally. Aleph, having analyzed the received data, clarified that this was about Bart, an ally sent to conduct negotiations. Afterwards, Jocelyn asked if this order had been given by the sector leader, and Aleph confirmed it. The girl then stated that she was ready to cooperate if the instructions really came from John. She then informed the soldiers that she wished to speak with the commander. However, he insisted that he must first explain their side's true intentions. Barta then stated that there was a way to destroy the Ragbat meteorite, which was a threat to the planet. He proposed to release the Boomians who were under synchronization in order to join forces for a common goal. These words caused a noticeable shock among the soldiers. Barta himself only watched them silently, waiting for an answer. However, the detachment commander responded coldly, declaring that it was he who should beg for mercy. After this, he ordered the captive named Carla to be brought in. Barta, however, realized with displeasure that the situation was getting out of control. Soon a girl appeared in front of him, her legs shackled. The commander announced that he would have to fight the captive. He added that only if he wins will he be able to continue the conversation. This caused Bart to become angry, and he asked them what they were even doing, but his words were ignored. Moreover, to level the playing field, they removed his armor, emphasizing that the fight must be fair. The commander clarified that the only rule was to continue the fight until the death of one of the participants. The captive, preparing for the fight, showed signs of extreme aggression, her body turning red. Meanwhile, Jocelyn informed Aleph that Barta was being forced into combat, which did not look like a negotiation. The android confirmed the information received, and soon the battle began. Barta struck the first blow, but Carla managed to dodge it. After this, she immediately responded with a powerful counterattack. Her fist hit Barta right in the face. The fight quickly became fast-paced, with the fighters exchanging blows. At some point, Barta noticed that his opponent was again putting emphasis on her left hand. He then tried to take advantage of this by grabbing her to restrict her movements. However, this technique turned out to be insufficiently effective. Carla managed to land a powerful punch with her right hand. Then she immediately continued her offensive. Carla had already raised her fist to deliver another blow. However, her hand suddenly stopped just a couple of centimeters from his face. For a brief moment, Barta froze, not understanding why she had suddenly stopped. In response, Carla unexpectedly asked him to knock her out and then save her sister. Hearing this, he continued the fight, trying to finish the duel. He then used a more powerful attack and managed to knock Carla to the ground. The soldiers watching the scene were visibly shocked. Barta irritably declared that this was enough and demanded a meeting with the commander. However, at that moment, someone threw a weapon at his feet. Then the commander ordered him to end the fight. He added that if Bart refused, he himself would become the next victim. Under the pressure of these words, he froze, unable to make a decision. Jocelyn watched the scene unfold, keeping a focused expression on her face as she continued to analyze the situation. Meanwhile, Carla, lying on the ground, was trembling and could not get up. Jocelyn asked Aleph if the situation would get worse if Barta died, and he said that it definitely would. Then Jocelyn stated that, according to her information, their guest had important information, and suggested considering a peaceful solution. However, the commander ordered her not to interfere in their affairs. He stressed that she would not receive the privileges that had previously been granted to her by the Raja. At this time, the soldiers began to take up positions, preparing to open fire on the signal. Then Jocelyn turned to Aleph again, clarifying John's conditions. A few moments later, she activated her drones and declared that she now fully understood everything. Then the soldier, with noticeable bewilderment, asked what exactly she was going to do. However, Jocelyn, without the slightest hesitation, declared that she was launching the plasma system. Almost instantly after that, her drones began to move and attacked the soldiers' weapons, successively rendering them unable to fire. One of the fighters, looking around, looked completely confused, unable to understand what exactly had happened. Then Jocelyn announced that the negotiations had finally failed. Moving forward, she demanded to be escorted immediately to the commander, adding that further resistance was pointless. The commander, amazed by her audacity, asked if she understood who she was dealing with. However, at that moment, Jocelyn caught a strange sound that made her turn around. She saw that some of the soldiers were already under the influence of an unknown force. Their skin glowed with a reddish tint, indicating a state of uncontrolled aggression. Carla, quickly assessing the situation, said that she guessed where the commander was. Then she offered to follow her. The girl ran forward, clarifying that he was most likely on the upper level. At the same time, Jocelyn transmitted a message to Aleph that the Boomians had begun an attack. In response, Aleph recommended avoiding unnecessary casualties if possible. Meanwhile, Carla rushed forward, cutting a path through her opponents and neutralizing them one by one. Her movements were precise and confident, allowing her to gradually clear the space of enemies. Soon, she reached the place where the soldiers were. At some point, one of the soldiers tried to attack her with a sword. He was already ready to kill her. However, before he could complete the attack, Jocelyn struck him with a plasma disc. Shocked by what had happened, he froze for a moment, as if not realizing what had happened. Looking at his weapon, he realized that only the handle was left. Barta, meanwhile, covered Carla, helping her clear the way from the enemies. However, another detachment of armed soldiers was already waiting for them near the gate. Jocelyn, running forward and covering the boys with her shield, ordered her fighters to immediately retreat and stay behind. However, almost immediately, the soldiers opened fire and the situation escalated sharply again. Then Jocelyn asked which direction to move, and Carla said without a word to move to the right. At this time, another soldier approached them closely, preparing to shoot at point-blank range. However, Jocelyn hit him with her shield, blocking the attack. Then she immediately went on the counteroffensive, successively disabling her opponents. In the midst of this chaos, a giant creature caught her attention. Ahead of her was a huge Gurith towering over her, with a commander standing on its body. Brada, taking advantage of the moment, turned to the commander with a demand to start a dialogue. He proposed to free the Boomians in order to find a solution together. But the commander, upon hearing this, declared that he had nothing to talk about with the surviving members of the defense forces. At the same moment, the Gurith attacked Barda. Then Jocelyn entered the fray. The girl, without hesitation, directed her plasma discs to help her ally. The discs immediately cut through the creature's paws, after which, in a second, they severed the head of the traitorous commander. As a result, the huge Guri fell to the ground, losing the ability to resist. He rolled down the stairs, destroying the steps with his massive body. It was at this moment that John gave the order to cease fire. A special gas was released into the air, which began to rapidly reduce the level of aggression in everyone present. The soldiers, gradually coming to their senses, looked around in confusion, not understanding what exactly had happened. Taking advantage of this, the protagonist announced that they had managed to find a way to destroy the meteorite threatening the planet. He stressed that only joint efforts would allow them to protect their world. He doesn't care what they choose, whether to join them or Raja, but being on his team, they will be able to save their planet. One of the soldiers, openly doubtful, asked if this was really possible. In response, John explained that his civilization had antimatter weapons. He added that the implementation of this plan will require the unification of all forces, since the task requires maximum coordination. Hearing this, one of the fighters stepped forward and expressed his willingness to join if this was truly their chance. John approved his decision and ordered him to gather the others. Meanwhile, Jocelyn, noticing the sector leader, was clearly surprised by his appearance. John then greeted her and asked for a brief mission report. In response, the girl noted with slight irony that a person like him could hardly have died so easily. Ingress, in turn, drew attention to the fact that the hero was without a helmet, which looked unsafe. Jocelyn reported that she had managed to neutralize the enemy commander with minimal losses. In response, John explained that he was currently searching for the Atalanta ship's engine. He clarified that a massive meteorite is approaching the planet. Therefore, they are trying to regain control over observation points for surface analysis using satellites. Hearing this, Jocelyn hesitated a little. Then she reported that the engine had not fallen at all. She explained that the object had been in orbit around the planet the entire time. This message came as a real shock to the hero, and he asked if this meant that the engine was functioning as a satellite. Jocelyn confirmed that it was located in space above the planet Bumi, and that the information was received from observation bases. Then John asked why she was looking for this engine in the first place, and heard an unexpected answer. The thing is, Dean planned to use it as a power source. Shocked by this, the protagonist couldn't help but wonder if this meant that Dean might still be alive. At this point, Jocelyn confirmed that Dean had indeed survived and was currently leading a group of 10 survivors. The hero asked if Raja had given them any support, and she confirmed that he had helped them settle on the planet. She explained that if John's squad turned hostile towards the Raja, they would have to enter into a forced alliance. After hearing this, John noted that Raja was clearly not someone who could be trusted without reservation. He added that there was something hidden, perhaps even dangerous in his behavior. Jocelyn, in turn, agreed and admitted that she felt a similar feeling, as if there was another plan behind it. At this point, Aleph intervened in the conversation, reporting that 12 people had already been identified among those detained for disobeying orders. Upon hearing this, Jocelyn immediately asked how they were going to deal with the prisoners, and the hero said that they would simply let them go. Jocelyn warned that if they were released, there was a risk to the Allies, as the behavior of these people remained unpredictable. After considering the situation, she stated that the most reliable solution would be to either eliminate the prisoners or isolate them. However, John, after some thought, chose a more restrained approach and decided to leave them in custody for now. He also explained that those who refuse to cooperate will remain with the detachment, and the issue of their release will be reviewed later. Upon hearing this decision, Ingress asked what exactly had influenced the change of decision. Then John reported that other crew members from Earth were also heading to the planet. Ingress nevertheless noted that such leniency towards traitors may prove excessive. However, without prolonging the dispute, Langet gave orders to find means to bind the captives. Meanwhile, the commander of the traitors, clearly irritated by what was happening, stated that such actions were not part of the terms of their agreement. He demanded an explanation, saying that the human side was too easily backing out of agreements. His words were supported by another soldier who, raising his voice, insisted on the immediate release of the prisoners. In the ensuing confusion, Carla suddenly reached for her weapon, which immediately attracted the commander's attention. He shouted, warning about the traitor and demanding that he be immediately neutralized. Almost simultaneously, Carla, without thinking, rushed forward. She delivered a powerful blow straight to the commander's face. The fight flared up with renewed vigor, and Carla, without holding back, began to deliver one blow after another. However, the commander still did not calm down. Between attacks, he continued to shout insults at the girl. Then Carla, having finally seized the initiative, knocked her opponent to the ground. Without giving him a chance to get up, she firmly pinned him and delivered a knee strike straight to his face. Then, with a finishing blow, she finally disabled the commander. At that moment, she took advantage of the situation and picked up her opponent's fallen sword. Jocelyn, watching closely, asked if the others were just going to sit back and do nothing. She warned that the captives posed a real threat. However, John countered that removing them would only make the situation worse. Assessing the situation, he quickly made a decision and asked Jocelyn to hand over her protective device to him. He insistently asked her not to waste time. She agreed without further questions and handed over the shield. Almost immediately after this, Carla rushed into the attack again. However, Jocelyn stepped forward sharply and blocked her blow. Then she firmly ordered her to stop. After this, John demanded to know who Carla really was. He asked her why she was behaving like this. In response, Carla introduced herself and stated that her goal was to get to Raja and she would be able to deceive him. Hearing this, John asked what benefit she expected to receive. She then admitted that her sister was there because of her own mistake. With despair in her voice, she begged them to destroy Raja to save her sister. After listening to her, John replied that he would try to develop a plan and ordered her to lower her weapon. After a few moments, Carla slowly lowered her sword. Meanwhile, Jocelyn, standing a little to the side, continued to watch what was happening closely. Langet still held her weapon at the ready and was ready to open fire at any moment. Then Carla, gathering his courage, took a step forward, demonstrating his readiness to negotiate. Immediately after this, Langet turned around, lowering her weapons. A tense silence fell between the boys. Then John took the initiative and assigned Ingress to deal with the current situation. After this, he approached Jocelyn, offering to discuss a plan for the team's return. After a little hesitation, she finally agreed. However, despite her outward calm, her inner doubts did not leave her. And soon, Jocelyn noticed that John seemed to be becoming too attached to members of this race. Coming closer, she asked him to make a promise. Jocelyn said that if he were chosen, he would put the crew members first. John was silent for a moment, not answering. He then replied that it should be obvious, but asked why she brought it up now. Jocelyn reminded him that his own life mattered too and that he should not sacrifice himself under any circumstances. Continuing this thought, she looked towards Langet. Jocelyn added that even if her life was on the line, he still had an obligation to save himself. After listening to her, John thought for a moment, then nodded, thereby confirming that he would do as she asked. Memories once again return the protagonist to the past, at the moment when he is about to leave for the army. Before he can get into the car, his sister runs out and hands him his guitar. However, John refuses to take it, as he is still only a private and believes that it would be inappropriate. However, the girl says that according to rumors, troops are going to be sent to Kazakhstan, and that if he doesn't take her now, he won't be able to take her again. Then John has no choice but to agree and take the case with him. Finally, he thanks his sister and his parents, who come out to see him off, after which he heads to the car. His father wishes him a safe journey and asks him to dress warmly so as not to freeze, and also to call them more often. John smiles goodbye and tells his elders not to worry. However, as soon as the car door closes, he suddenly lowers his head and droops. He wonders in his mind whether he will ever be able to make music again, as it no longer brings him joy. Now the action returns to the present. Jocelyn reflects on the fact that Raja was suspicious of them from the very beginning. She says the man didn't give them any important information. She is referring to information about the approaching meteorite and the abilities of the local inhabitants. John suggests that Raja must be planning to use the Earthlings for his own benefit, or at least control them. Perhaps he just doesn't want them to interfere with his plans. Or perhaps there's something more lurking there. Jocelyn says they'd be better off getting rid of Raji, adding that Deputy Daniels is also preparing for battle. John asks her if they really considered him a threat. Jocelyn replies that they ultimately had to create a platform for their race here, so the decision was made to destroy Raji's gang. The girl says that a state is born in war. John remembers that the phrase was on the first page of the manual and assumes that Charles Tilly wrote it. Jocelyn suddenly remembers that she has to report to Raja every 8 hours, so she decides to contact him. At this moment, Ingress informs the protagonist that a command meeting is beginning and asks him to come over. Then the protagonist tells Jocelyn that he is going to a meeting. Finally, the girl asks him to make a false report to Raj and then try to contact Dean. She also decides to stay in touch so that they can call her if necessary. At this point, the protagonist notices Langet standing behind him, and Aleph explains that she has been waiting for 10 minutes. The girl approaches him and asks if he needs to write a report, but he replies that he has already written everything down briefly. In this case, the girl asks if he's going to play some music today. Jocelyn asks if they are planning to form a band, but John denies it. He says he asked Langet to sing the song because she has good vocals, but Jocelyn gets the feeling it wasn't that simple. In any case, the main character apologizes to the girl and says that they will do music later. At this point, Jocelyn turns her attention to Langet, who looks very sullen. Then she comes up to her and says that the antenna needs to be installed higher. Since she needs to contact Dean now, she suggests that the girl do it together. At that moment, Aleph comes up to them and says that he can go with Jocelyn and help with the installation and work. Then Langet, with a bit of uncertainty, says that she would also like to go. Jocelyn says she doesn't think Langet will need a translator, so they'll go together. When the girls go outside, Jocelyn says that Langet seems to really like the Major. She asks if they have some kind of special relationship, but the girl doesn't even understand what the Earthling is talking about. She suggests that because they come from different nations, this makes their relationship special. Jocelyn then clarifies her thought and asks if they slept together, to which Langet replies that during the campaign they all sleep together. At this point, the girl laughs and says that she meant a more mature relationship. However, Langet still doesn't understand what she's talking about. At this point, Jocelyn gives in and decides not to torture the girl with her questions anymore. However, she still wonders if she treats the Major in some special way, not like she treats others. Langet is immediately alarmed by this question and asks if this means something is wrong. But Jocelyn explains that she only hopes that Langet doesn't do anything dangerous in the future, because the Major is clearly worried about her. She asked Langet not to engage in battles from now on. But the girl clearly did not agree with this decision. She said that she would follow John anywhere. Then Jocelyn said that she had already talked about this with the Major himself, and he agreed. And yet, Langet does not understand why John agreed to such, in her opinion, a stupid decision. At this moment, Jocelyn suddenly hears a signal that the connection has been interrupted. She looks at the screen and assumes that Raja has turned on the interference. A disturbing thought arises in her head that he is trying to isolate them in this way. Meanwhile, John comes to Ingress and the Boomians, connected to a lie detector, and asks if what Carla said was confirmed. One of the examiners says that her feelings and words turned out to be true and that she really wants to destroy Raja. Ingress explains that capturing the spaceport is an urgent task, so he decided that he could serve as a guide. Furthermore, Jocelyn reported that the engine was in orbit, so they changed their plans and decided to use Alvera Palaverma. However, John does not understand what it is and asks the man to explain in more detail. He says that in the sky above the planet's escalator there is a ring of rails, and Alvera Palaverma is a station above Palaverma. There are 8 space elevators on the station, and if you take off from the ground in a spacecraft, you can get into one of them. Then the main character asks how they can get to the engine from there. Ingress explains that there are many combat satellites in space, and he thought that they would be able to reach the engine by controlling them. Then John clarifies that he is really talking about the satellites that destroyed Atalanta. Without answering the question, the man asks the hero who he is going to take into the group to meet with his comrades. The hero says that he will take Jocelyn, Aleph, Carla, and perhaps a priest familiar with the area. At this point, one of the men takes off the helmet that connected him to the lie detector and says that he will go with him. Hiji says the others will follow Ingress to ensure the safety of the airfields, including Langet. At this moment, the hero involuntarily thinks about the girl and notes that she, it seems, has not yet recovered from the psychological shock. However, the robot says that Langet is a strong girl, and now is the most important historical moment for their planet. And yet, Ingress voices his decision, saying that he is leaving her in reserve. Hiji does not dare to object to the man's decision. However, he still asks them to rest for now before the operation. On the day the operation begins, Carla suddenly makes a surprising announcement saying that God is dead. Judging by the faces of our heroes, this was clearly not the best news. Moreover, Carla explains that God died 500 years ago. She explains that by becoming a priest, one can learn history that is unknown to ordinary people. In ancient times, a representative of a race called gods came to their planet. He chose them from among the countless inhabitants of the planet Bumi. Moreover, he helped them create civilization. He also trained them to handle the Gurites. For him, the Gurites were a means of transportation in space. The peaceful era lasted for quite a long time, but then some people began to have doubts. God was transmitting information to his fellow beings in space, and they suspected that he was planning to seize power over the Bumians. In the end, the Bumians killed the god, but kept the knowledge passed on to him, since it was useful, and sent the god's remains to the laboratory. In a world without God, they found themselves divided, while the attacks of the Gurites continued. However, then Raja showed them God, namely his real form, which looked like a creature with many eyes. Eventually, countless Bumians submitted to him, and in the face of the impending disaster, this seemed the only hope. Carla said that her sister was among them, and if she had not been mistaken in her judgment then, everything would have been fine. Then the main character looked at the monster in front and asked if this was really that very God. But the girl said that in front of them was only a particle of God. God is a fungus, a parasitic life form, and this was a small part that separated from the main body. She told them not to touch it so the spores wouldn't spread, as if inhaled they could make a person vulnerable to mind control. Carla explained that nanobots and mental synchronization were created thanks to God. Aleph translated her words for Jocelyn, who immediately tensed up when she heard about mind control. As she walked forward, she asked the Major if this meant they could be captured and turned into zombies. But John said Jocelyn would be fine because of the immune response, but there was a risk of suffocation. Then the girl asked why he said that she would be fine, but didn't say anything about himself. John replied that he was injected with local nanobots precisely because he was suffocating. He then said that if he suddenly joined the enemies and tried to attack, he would have to be killed, and then Dean would have to be told about their plans. John also said that he took up the guitar because it is associated with mind control, and that the hobby can help break out of hypnosis. John explained that strong external stimulation can disrupt mental synchronization, but in reality, he's not entirely sure he can handle it. After this, he turns to Carla with the same request. He asks to be killed in case his mind is captured. The girl does not argue with him, but says that she does not think that his subordinates will dare to do this. Aleph explains that only Earthlings can make decisions about the life and death of crew members. Then Carla asks to do as John says, because they are about to meet with real priests who have passed through the central temple. They have the ability to instantly brainwash and control behavior, and they need to be prepared for the worst, just in case. He then asks her if there is a way to identify these real priests other than white hair. Carla is about to say that there is a certain mark on their body, but suddenly stops. She orders everyone to stand still because she senses something strange. The girl explains that there is a very dense concentration of pheromones ahead, so they should go back and look for another way. However, Jocelyn says that her drone reconnaissance revealed no danger and assumes they can get through. However, Carla says that these pheromones can even penetrate the filter. John intervenes in the conversation and says that they should listen to Carla's advice and look for another way, and Jocelyn doesn't argue. She then says that she will conduct reconnaissance using a drone. However, when she looked at Carla, she realized that something was wrong with her. She was shaking very violently, and horror was written on her face. Jocelyn immediately realized it was the pheromones and asked the Major how he was feeling. John replied that he only felt a little discomfort, but everything returned to normal pretty quickly. At that moment, Carla suddenly turned an anxious gaze to him. While they were talking, an unfamiliar woman approached them from above, from the mountain of debris. She addressed Carla as a slave and asked why she was not on a mission. A woman with short white hair and a veil asked her what she was doing here with aliens from Earth. After that, she said something in her own language and beckoned Carla towards her with her finger. The girl obediently began to climb up and addressed her as a sister, saying that they were heading to the Great Lord. Jocelyn immediately tensed and reached for her weapon, asking what she was up to. Carla looked at the stranger and said that they were in a hurry, so she asked to let them through. However, she only asked if this was an order from the Raja. Carla explained that she needed to save her comrades, but the stranger demanded that she answer whether she was following Raja's order or not. Then John entered the conversation and said that Raja had not given such an order and that they had come to meet their colleagues. And then the stranger noticed him and quickly realized that this was the same Earthling who killed Panora. The protagonist explained that at that moment he had no other choice, but the woman didn't care. She said that God was curious to know about their race, so she ordered them to go to the Raja, to the center of the 8-sided crossroads. Then John asked Carla to show them the way, but the woman said that only earthlings could go forward. The hero said that he did not know the way, but the woman explained that no instructions were required from them. Slaves would meet them. Hearing this, the protagonist looked forward and did not argue with her. He then turned to Jocelyn and Aleph and said that only they would go on. The boys also did not argue with the main character and moved forward. At that moment, the woman turned to Carla and asked what she was doing. Carla looked at her with an angry look and said that Raja was there. Before Jocelyn and Aleph could reach the top, the android suddenly saw someone's head fall at their feet. He turned to the protagonist with alarm and said that the situation seemed to have changed. As it turned out, Carla couldn't take it anymore and killed the arrogant stranger. She explained that she cannot tolerate traitors. She was so angry that she seemed ready to kill all the followers of God who were there. At that moment, the God particle suddenly woke up and began to emit spores. At that moment, Carla froze in place, realizing that all this was not just like that. Horror froze on her face as she realized she had made a mistake again. The woman's head, which had been reattached to her body by a fungus, said that no matter what Carla had been through, she was still a traitor. The girl then turned to her allies and told them to get out of here immediately, and John ordered Aleph to use a smoke flare. Without thinking twice, the android fired a smoke flare into the sky, signaling danger and pollution. Meanwhile, the woman turned to Carla again and asked if she wanted to know what her lie was. The terrifying creature, whose neck had turned into spores with eyes, arrogantly called Carla a slave. Jocelyn noted that she could already see particles and asked if John was okay, and he replied that so far everything was fine. Meanwhile, an allied priest was running towards them with a device that sprayed the pheromones they needed. He asked the protagonist to follow him, and he himself promised to neutralize the opponents with stabilizing pheromones. The protagonist thanked him and asked Jocelyn if the drone showed that there were enemies nearby. At that moment, bodies fell on them from above, and Jocelyn said that the enemies were everywhere and were flocking here in droves. She looked up in horror and saw creatures with spores instead of heads falling on them from all directions. There were so many of them that the boys no longer knew where to run. The monsters were clearly determined to fight and not let their opponents get ahead. The protagonist then asked Jocelyn to duck because he was going to shoot. Without thinking twice, he opened fire on the enemies who were ahead. Although he had to spend a lot of bullets, he was able to kill some of the fungus-infected creatures. He then turned to Jocelyn again, asking if she was okay. As he asked, the girl ducked and the bullets did not hit her. And then suddenly the main character looked forward and realized that it was as if he was seeing everything in a mirror image. He didn't know which way to go since Jocelyn was on both his right and left. However, when he looked closely, he realized that one of them was real, and the other had a gunshot mark on the suit. He was brought out of his thoughts by Aleph, who showed the main character the right path. The android quickly realized that John was hallucinating. He said that if he had any doubts, he could ask control questions, and whoever answered correctly would be their ally. The protagonist decided that this was a pretty good decision. At that moment, Jocelyn turned around and looked at the Major with concern. Their ally, meanwhile, ran forward, holding a spray device in his hands. However, suddenly he felt that he had stepped on something soft, and the ground seemed to disappear from under his feet. But before he could fall down, he felt someone grab him by the cloak. As it turned out, Jocelyn managed to catch him in time before he fell into the abyss. And then suddenly the girl felt a bullet fly right above her. When she looked up, she saw a gurit in front of her, whose body was infected with fungus. When she looked closely at it, she saw that there was a boomian inside its mouth. Without thinking twice, the girl activated her drones and directed them towards the monster. In an instant, they turned into flying discs and were about to attack the infected monster. However, at the last moment, he covered the infected part of his body with his paws, which is why it was not harmed. Jocelyn was horrified when she realized that with such a powerful attack, she had only managed to scratch him. And at that moment, numerous tentacles suddenly grew out of the monster's head, which he directed at his opponents. Jocelyn manages to protect herself from them with her shield, but her ally does not have such an opportunity. Before he can do anything, the tentacles grab him and begin to suck him into a mouth that resembles a huge funnel. The monster grabs him by the head, lifts him off the ground, and despite all his efforts, the man cannot escape. The next moment, the monster throws him to the side with all his might, hitting him against the wall. Meanwhile, Aleph turns to Jocelyn and asks her to help him reach his goal. Although the situation is dangerous, the girl understands that she has no choice. So she covers herself with a shield and prepares to become a springboard for Alep's jump. Thus, the girl becomes a kind of springboard for the android so that he can reach the monster. With one leap, he finds himself right above the head of the monster, which does not yet have time to react. The robot immediately lands on his back and rolls down. Having reached the place where his paws grow, he immediately attacks them with one blow, cutting off several limbs at once. The next second, the monster roars in pain as it loses both its legs. As soon as he hits the ground, Aleph extends his hand to Jocelyn and John, telling them to follow him. In the end, the guys jump over the huge infected monster, but everything turns out to be not so simple. As John runs forward, the monster grabs him with its tail and blocks his path. With one deft move, he knocks the protagonist off his feet and he falls to the ground. Jocelyn turns in horror and looks at the Major as a new wave of enemies approaches them. However, John does not lose his head. He turns around and decides to fight back. He starts shooting into the enemy's open mouth. At this moment, the Boomian, who had already merged with the Gurit, looked at him attentively, and suddenly something completely unexpected happens. It's as if open space appears in place of his head. However, the protagonist is brought out of this illusion by the voice of the Boomian, who informs them that they are finished and can move on. He jumps down to the protagonist, who has already risen to his feet, and asks if he can walk. John looks at him incredulously and asks who he is and where Jocelyn and Aleph are. The stranger says that he does not know the language of Earthlings, but his subordinates will help his comrades. At that moment, they see the huge monster approaching them again. While the stranger covers the main character, he goes inside one of the rooms. Due to the hard fall, John is limping a little, so he needs a temporary rest. When he sits down, he asks the stranger if he has betrayed Raja and why he is helping them. However, the man replies that he did not betray anyone. The point is that they interested God. However, the protagonist still does not understand what this man is talking about. He then explains that Earthlings are a new species. Many see hope in them, and besides, Panora's message is spreading widely. Still, John wonders why the man took off his helmet when there are spores and pheromones all around. However, he replies that everything is fine with him. He does not feel anything. No pheromones, no mental synchronization, no emotions. And then John remembers Panora's words about Raja not understanding emotions, which is why he wrote that children's order. The hero realizes that he is facing an enemy, so he points his weapon at him and orders him to drop what he is holding in his hands. The man throws out a smoke grenade containing pheromones, and John asks his name. He replies that he has long since given up his name and that he doesn't have an identification number either. He also informs that his subordinates are already on their way here and invites John to go to God, as he is very curious to talk to him. He says it will help John, himself, and God. Then he finally tells the protagonist, who is already under the influence of pheromones, how he can be addressed. He says that John can call him Raja, since that's what everyone calls him. Meanwhile, among the rest of the protagonist's allies, complete confusion also reigns. When they see a signal in the sky, they realize that John is sending them a warning signal. Ingress freezes in horror and turns to the others, telling them that John is in grave danger and needs help. Perica responds to him, saying that the situation is worse than expected and he fears that it will be difficult to provide support. Then Ingress turns to the reserves, and they report that they are providing support to the west of the spaceport, and all their forces have been thrown there. And then suddenly Langet contacts the man over the radio. The man asks her worriedly what happened. The girl, while on a motorcycle, reports that John asked for help and she is already on her way. Ingress is horrified when she realizes that she is going there alone. In a firm voice, he orders her to return immediately, since they don't even know if John is alive. His memories are transported back to the past, to a time when chaos reigns everywhere and Langet's mother hands over the girl to him. She asks Ingress to save her, while she herself rushes into battle. Then the man swears to Langet's sister that he will protect Langet even at the cost of his life. To protect the child, he is forced to flee the battlefield and abandon his sister. And although it is very difficult for him, he understands that he made a promise to Langet's mother and intends to keep it. That's why he now declares that he will protect her even at the cost of his own life. Langet herself understands how much Ingress values her, and yet she claims to be a strong girl. She has learned a lot from Ingress and knows what it takes to survive, so she promises that she will definitely return. But the man says it's not that he doesn't want to save John, it's that they need to gather troops and organize everything properly. But Langet understands that they don't have time for this, and promises to launch a yellow rocket when he finds John. The girl says that everything will be fine with her, after which she drives at full speed in the direction where the main character is. Soon, she arrives at the place where they were just recently and sees traces of pheromones there. There are particles of God lying everywhere there, which, due to spores, grow in many places. At this moment, Langet suddenly sees a suitcase lying right in the middle of the road. She quickly picks it up and examines it, remembering that Aleph had this suitcase. And then she suddenly hears someone screaming, someone demanding death for all traitors. Realizing that these could be enemies, Langet immediately hides and decides to watch from cover. She sees two fighters, one of whom says that the girl seems to have completely lost her mind. As it turns out, they are talking about Carla, whose skin color has already acquired a red tint. One fighter says that she might kill herself if left alone, but another reminds that the priest ordered this to be dealt with. At this moment, Langet aims at them to shoot, but does not dare to do so. She is scared, she fears for her life, but she still understands that she needs to move forward. Then she quickly takes aim and shoots at one of the soldiers. He immediately falls to the ground, and his partner begins to look around, trying to find the shooter. But before he can do so, Langet shoots him in the chest. She then gets up and calls out to Carla, trying to bring her to her senses, and then asks where John is. However, the girl is clearly not herself and thinks that Langet is one of the traitors. She grabs a sword and rushes at the girl, not realizing who is standing in front of her. Langet understands that Carla is under the influence of pheromones. She is completely out of her mind and needs help. Then she takes out one of the canisters of restorative pheromones, but she needs to somehow inject it into the girl. Then she calls the enraged Carla again and looks at her intently. Langet carefully approaches her from the side. In her hand, she holds a rather heavy stone. Waiting for the right moment, she takes aim and throws the stone straight at Carla's head. This makes the girl even more furious, but for a moment she is at a loss. Langet takes advantage of this moment, quickly approaches her and snatches the weapon from her hands. After this, she sharply injects a canister with the necessary pheromones into her side. Within just a few seconds, Carla begins to come to her senses, her skin turning blue again. When she returns to normal, Langet immediately begins asking where John is now. However, the girl cries, saying that she was wrong again and thought that if she cut off the priest's head, he would definitely die. Now she understands that her sister was right and she shouldn't have done it. However, Langet is not going to listen to this and hits Carla on the head, ordering her to come to her senses. More insistently, she asks again where John is now. The girl says that he is probably currently being held captive by Raja and mentions that they are heading towards the center of the 8-way intersection. Hearing this, Langet immediately calls Carla with him, saying that they urgently need to find John. But apparently, the girl is not very happy with this plan, but Langet reminds her that she herself also wanted to find her sister. She has already gone too far, so there is no retreat. Because if she sits idly by, all her loved ones and she herself will die. These words bring Carla to her senses, and she rises to her feet, removes the helmet from her opponent and follows Langet. However, she warns that the attacks on the mind will only become stronger and doubts that the antidote will be sufficient. But Langet assures her that she still has many ampules of pheromones in her backpack, and what's more, she has Aleph's bag. Then the girl asks if everything is okay with the other guys. Carla replies that they seem to be alive, but they need to move towards the center as quickly as possible. As they walk forward, Carla asks her ally why she likes John so much. Langet explains that he taught her music, and then Carla wonders if that is really so important to her. The girl replies that this is indeed the case. Earthly music makes her feel special. However, there is another reason, but due to the presence of enemies, Carla asks her to remain silent. As they run past the enemies, Langet asks why she is so eager to find her sister, and she replies that she was caught because of her. He and his sister discovered Raji's camp while looking for shelter, and his sister said it was foolhardy to go there. Langet asks if she knows where to look for her, and Carla replies that she doesn't know, but she is sure that if John is killed, her sister will be free. At that moment, they suddenly see something terrible in front of them, and Langet asks her ally if she knows how to deal with it. However, the girl replies that they should not engage in battle and find another way. As it turns out, in front of them is a huge, overgrown mushroom occupying a colossal space. Langet suggests that this is some kind of mixture of priests and gurits. Carla explains that the priest takes control of the territory by borrowing the power of God. God gives a part of himself to the priests, controlling them and at the same time endowing them with power. At the same time, the priests use this power to control the Bhumian and Gurit. Langet asks if God ultimately gives orders down to the lowest level and suggests that it might be the other way around. When Carla hears this, she thinks the girl is talking about two-way communication. She explains that they have antidotes, and if they help each other and don't let themselves be captured, they can try to deal with the priest. Carla considers two-way mental synchronization, but still doubts Langet's plan. The girl says that in any case, they still need to try. At that moment, her gaze falls on one of the priests, who is in the middle of the destroyed mushroom. Langet asks Carla if this is really her sister. At this moment, the girl realizes that it is really her, and without further ado, she agrees to come closer. Meanwhile, Jocelyn is still fighting the infected Garit. Since her attack only scratched the monster, it quickly recovers and attacks her. However, the priestess suddenly stops him, telling them not to be afraid. At this moment, the monster actually stops a centimeter away from Jocelyn, as if someone's hands were holding it back. The priestess calmly explains that they simply got out of control for a second. At this moment, messages in an alien language begin to come out of the loudspeakers. Then the priestess turns to the Earthlings and asks them to come closer. Jocelyn and Aleph just look at her with disbelief. At this moment, the priestess is suddenly carried upwards, and her body begins to change, and she says that God wants to talk to her. Meanwhile, Raja tells John that he will call God here, and the hero asks if he can really tell him where to go. In response, the man simply says that God is everywhere. Looking at the huge monster, he says that it is advisable to use Kalima for the descent. Meanwhile, other priests prepare everything necessary for the descent. One of them opens a compartment in one of the devices, preparing it for further action. At that moment, a monster with mechanisms installed on its body appears in front of them, and then the priests call Raja to intervene. He asks the priest to protect John, explaining that he should not be exposed to the influence of pheromones. The two priests who are next to the main character respond that they understand the order and are ready to carry it out. At this point, parasitic arms begin to grow from their backs, gradually changing their appearance. With each passing second, they grow larger and soon begin to resemble wings. Meanwhile, Raja heads towards the monster and picks up one of the wires leading to the device. After this, he attaches it to the monster's body, and the wire immediately begins to spark with strange energy. At this point, the monster begins to make strange sounds, reacting to what is happening. The rest of the priests at this time carefully observe everything that is happening without interfering. As soon as the pheromones begin to spread, they immediately fall to one knee, bowing before God. When the fungus grows to incredible sizes, Raja activates the ladder and heads to the very top. There he discovers a priestess named Kalima. He turns to her and asks her to prepare for the descent ceremony. Without further ado, the girl picks up the mask to inhale the pheromones. As soon as she puts on the mask, Raja connects her to his device. When everything is ready, he pulls the lever and the process begins. At this point, the fungus begins to spread far and wide. Monsters appear everywhere, and pheromones actively spread. All devices are literally hissing from the energy that overflows them. The rest of the priests only silently watch the descent of God without interfering in the process. Meanwhile, the priests who are supposed to protect the main character cover him with their fungal wings. At this time, Raja watches as Kalima absorbs the pheromones. Her appearance begins to change. First, a second pupil appears in her eyes, and then it fuses together, taking on an unnatural appearance. The next moment, the protagonist notices that someone's massive figure begins to appear through the smoke. When the smoke from the pheromones clears, he sees Kalima approaching him, with a fungus monster trailing behind her. The girl says that she has been looking forward to meeting John for a long time, since she has always been interested in learning about new species. John greets her calmly, noting that he is also pleased to meet her. However, he understands that now it is more correct to address this being as God. At this moment, one of the priestesses looks at the hero with displeasure and orders him to speak politely to God. But God stops her, explaining that he likes to communicate as equals. After this, he apologizes to John for his descendant's rudeness and decides to punish her. The next moment, fungal spikes pierce the priestess's body, after which they grab her and chain her to themselves. God explains that posture appears to have a strong influence on the behavior of chordates. He then turns his priests into something like a chair and invites John to sit comfortably. He says that Earthlings are the first species to go into space without his help. So he becomes curious about how they managed to get so far and where the Earth is. John replies that he was frozen, and when he opened his eyes, he was already here. God notes that giving a definitive answer in a vast and constantly changing universe would be extremely difficult. Then he turns to the protagonist and asks him to become one with him. God declares that like the people of the planet Bumi, Earthlings can also be reborn into him. However, the main character is categorically against this decision and tries to escape. However, someone's hands do not allow him to do this. The priests that make up the chair he sits on begin to grab him, preventing John from getting up. At this moment, Raja comes up to him and removes his protective helmet. Not even a few seconds pass before the main character starts to choke. At that moment, a man comes up to him and suddenly breathes something into his mouth. God stands aside and watches everything that happens without interfering. The protagonist immediately clears his throat, declaring that it was incredibly disgusting. He notes that Raja is not influenced by God and therefore asks him why he follows him. He replies that this is the most effective way to make the inhabitants of their planet happy. However, the protagonist does not understand how this can make them happy. Raja explains that if you become one with the parasite of God, the body disappears and only happiness remains. So this is the most effective path. However, John doubts that this can be called happiness, and now understands why Panora did not support this plan. Then Raja asks him if he knows why Panora spoke out against all this. But John is not going to explain this and says that if he is so interested, he can ask her directly. However, Raja replies that it is impossible to talk to Panora because John killed her. Then the hero wonders where he got the information about her death and why he is so sure that she is really dead. At this point, God intervenes in their conversation, thanking Raja for his help, noting that he is an amazing mutant. After this, he turns to John again, intending to start a unification. He says that this is the first personal interaction between him and Earthlings. John resists with all his might, but the hands holding him do not allow him to move. Raja looks at him one last time, but the protagonist tells him to leave. Then it creates a hole in the parasitic organism and leaves the barrier, going outside. At this moment, Langet and Carla are watching what is happening from the box in which they are hiding. Carla is worried about her sister, while Langet is worried about John. At this moment, the priestess outside understands that the descent of God is just beginning. At the same time, Jocelyn and Aleph watch what is happening with bewilderment. The girl guesses that their major is somewhere there, and Aleph confirms her assumption. At this moment, the priestess suddenly hears something strange and turns around sharply, assuming that someone is shooting. She then immediately orders her soldiers to move towards the source of the sound. At this point, Jocelyn asks Aleph how far away the shots are. The android explains that the straight-line distance is approximately 600 meters northeast of here, and judging by the sound, it is not a combat weapon. Jocelyn suggests it might be Dean and asks Aleph to buy her some time while she gathers a team. However, at that moment, the robot suddenly looks at her strangely, clearly worried about something. The girl asks him, perplexed, what exactly is wrong? Aleph explains that there are some things that defy his calculations. He adds that for some reason he cannot understand God's abilities. It seems that this is the first time Jocelyn has seen an android afraid of something. She half-jokingly notes that he seems to have become too humanized. However, she then says that if he feels afraid, then he only needs to think one step ahead. After this, she points her gun at the priestess, and this does not go unnoticed. Jocelyn shoots her in the head, adding that after she takes this step, she needs to think about the next one. Therefore, as the major told her, she decides to move forward step by step and begins to shoot all the enemies. The android immediately understands her idea and follows her example. He cuts one of the soldiers in half, after which he wishes Jocelyn a good day. Aleph realizes that John must have overcome this fear as well, and now decides to see how he can get through it. Jocelyn trusts the robot, so she is ready to leave him, confident that he will cope. Meanwhile, she herself runs in the direction from which the shots are coming. By this point, the priestess has recovered her face after the shot and declares that there is no forgiveness for those who go against God. At that moment, Aleph sees a huge parasitic monster moving straight towards him. However, the robot manages to dodge in time and, with deft movements, cuts off one of his legs. And although all the creature's wounds are synchronized with the priestess's body thanks to the fungus, she recovers quite quickly. She immediately shoots mushroom fragments towards Aleph, but he dodges in time. He then takes up a good position again and prepares for the next attack. The next second, he throws his spear straight towards the priestess. It flies literally a centimeter from her head, but she manages to turn away in time. And yet the weapon manages to hit her, leaving a deep wound on her cheek. Then she prepares for a new attack, but Aleph in the meantime takes out his other weapon. However, as soon as he attacks the fungal organism, he realizes that the blade literally gets stuck in the mutant's body. No matter how hard he tried to pull it out, With each passing second, the fungus consumed his weapon more and more. When Aleph looks up, he realizes that the priestess is about to attack him with her tentacles. One of them falls right on the robot's shoulder, causing him to fall to his knees. The priestess comes down to him and asks if he understands who he is trying to resist. By this point, the tentacles have already tightly wrapped around the robot's body, and the monster is preparing to devour it. But at the very last moment, Aleph still manages to escape the grip of the tentacles, cutting them off with one movement. The mutant monster is already closing its mouth, and the robot jumps right onto its teeth. However, the monster immediately attacks the robot, and it quickly begins to fall down. By this time, Jocelyn has already reached the place where the explosions are coming from and begins to harshly interrogate one of the soldiers. She beats him, demanding to know where the Earthlings are. The man promises to tell everything, but only if she stops hitting him. He points her in the direction and tells her that she needs to go there and then turn left at the fork. At this moment, Jocelyn suddenly summons her drone, which immediately turns into a deadly disc. The soldier is horrified, not understanding why she is doing this, because he has already told everything. But before he can say anything, Jocelyn cuts off his head with one deft move. When the job is done, she heads in the direction the soldier pointed. Soon she finds herself in a place where explosions are heard, and there she sees 3 soldiers. Taking advantage of the fact that they don't notice her, she carefully approaches them from behind. At this moment, one of the soldiers turns around sharply and notices an unfamiliar girl behind him. But before he can do anything, Jocelyn takes out her weapon and deals with them. Meanwhile, on the other side of the barricades, Earthlings note that the enemy's attack has weakened. And then one of them notices something strange. In the place where their opponents were a moment ago, a woman appears and says that it is now clean. Jocelyn introduces herself as a member of the first technical section nicknamed the Poetess, stating that she has returned. Her partners run up to her and ask how the reconnaissance went, to which she replies that the department head, Major John, is still alive. However, she adds that he is currently being held hostage at this base, so she suggests conducting a rescue operation. The man agrees, but clarifies that they will make a final decision after they join the Alpha Dog. This option suits Jocelyn, and she agrees. Meanwhile, the battle between Aleph and the mutated monster continues. Having fallen to the ground, the robot, whose leg was cut off at the knee, manages to grab a weapon and begins shooting at the enemy. However, he covers himself with his paw, preventing the bullets from reaching his parasitic body. At this moment, the priestess prepares for another attack. With one deft movement, she sends new tentacles towards Aleph. Grabbing the robot by the limbs and lifting it off the ground, she notes that it is quite persistent. However, she then states that no one can interfere in God's affairs. The tentacles grip the robot tightly, but it continues to repeat the words Jocelyn told it earlier. Before the tentacles can crush him, a mechanical dog unexpectedly comes to the robot's aid. She grabs hold of one of the tentacles, causing it to loosen its grip. Then the second mechanical dog gets involved, and thus they free Aleph from the grip. One of the dogs reports that the alpha male is approaching, and the other asks Aleph to report the enemy's characteristics. Aleph explains that what they see is a hybrid of a parasitic fungus and a worm, which has 3 pairs of legs and a hard outer shell. However, the man interrupts him, declaring that he does not need detailed explanations, but needs a way to destroy this creature. Then Aleph replies that, after all, the mutant is still made of protein, which means it can be burned. As soon as the mechanical dogs hear this, they immediately rush towards the enemy. Passing the body of the huge monster, they immediately rush towards the priestess and grab her hands, not giving her a chance to react. They then jump up sharply, still holding her by the wrists, thereby completely depriving the priestess of the ability to move. At that moment, someone suddenly points a crossbow at her and fires without hesitation. The priestess can only watch in horror as an explosive projectile flies towards her. Literally a moment later, a huge fire breaks out on the body of the parasitic monster, engulfing and burning the priestess. Aleph watches what is happening with obvious surprise, after which he asks the stranger to state his name, rank, and call sign. The man introduces himself as Dean Daniels, Deputy Chief of Technical Department 1, call sign Alpha Dog. After this, he asks if Aleph is okay, and the mechanical dogs assure him that everything will be fine, and at the same time ask if there are any more enemies left. Once Dean's identity is confirmed, he approaches the robot and asks if it knows where Major John is now. Aleph replies that he is in the place where the ritual of the descent of God is being performed, specifying that the priestess is oriented towards the south. Then he turns to his partner Vlad and asks him to help Aleph. Immediately after this, he announces that they are moving out, as their main goal is to rescue Major John. Meanwhile, in the place where John is located, pheromones are still actively spreading throughout the entire territory. Carla, from the shelter, reports that God is trying to synchronize with John. She adds that if the synchronization fails, God will retreat, and this will allow them to buy some time. Carla goes on to explain that in order to make it more difficult to gather information, John's useless memories must be transmitted to God. After this, Langet connects the necessary wire to her helmet, and at that moment, Carla's expression changes dramatically. She states that she is going to interfere with the synchronization process. She then asks Langet to continue administering the antidote to her, adding that if she says the code phrase, she must be deactivated immediately. When everything is ready, the girl closes her eyes and prepares to connect to the synchronization. Meanwhile, God continues to communicate with John and asks him to tell him about his home planet. The hero, already under the influence of the spores, begins to talk about the radius of the planet and its gravity. God then asks about the composition of the planet's surface, and John clarifies that approximately 71% is water, with the rest being land. After this, God becomes interested in the atmospheric conditions and air temperature on Earth. John continues to answer God's questions, but suddenly feels as if his consciousness is being transported back to the past, when he was still a soldier. Langet asks Carla if she managed to synchronize, and she replies that God is currently asking John about Earth. After this, she decides to try to interrupt the process and asks John to look ahead. The protagonist, hearing her voice, suddenly looks ahead and sees a camel. However, God notices that John is distracted and demands that he focus. He is interested in the level of development of energy technologies on Earth, as well as the method by which John was able to get to this planet. Still under the influence, John responds that humanity has successfully developed nuclear fusion in space. He adds that they managed to create the Atalanta engine, which is essentially a dark matter collector using nuclear fusion. Then God asks why he came to the planet Bumi, and at that moment, Carla intervenes in his consciousness. She turns to the protagonist and asks him to think about anything to disrupt the process. John replies that he was told that this place was like heaven, and if he got to heaven, he would never have to fight again. At this moment, God suddenly freezes and looks at the protagonist in surprise. He then turns sharply to Raj, who is at that moment outside the barrier. Hearing God's appeal, he immediately pushes the parasitic organism apart with his hands and looks inside. Without taking his eyes off John, God commands that distractions be removed. At this moment, the man turns sharply and looks towards the containers in which Langet and Carla are hiding. The girl says that she continues to administer the antidote and asks only for a little time. Meanwhile, Raja begins to check each container one by one. At some point, he finds the right container in which the girls are hiding and opens it. Without any unnecessary emotion, he asks them why they are interfering. Without answering his question, Langet immediately reaches for his weapon. Raja states that he will not kill them if they stop interfering, but asks why they are willing to risk their lives for John. Langet, coughing, explains that John knows a way to destroy the meteorite to save all the inhabitants of the planet. Raja then points out that they are already in mortal danger and asks why John's life is more important to them than the current threat. On edge from the effects of the pheromones, Langet replies that he and John used to make music together. However, Raja does not seem to understand the meaning of this word. Then Langet explains that she experienced true happiness while studying music. That's why she says she's not afraid to risk her life for the chance to experience that feeling again. At this moment, Raja thinks and remembers a word related to music, theater. After this, he asks if Panora was happy for the same reason when she played on stage. However, the girl replies that she does not know the exact answer to this question. At this moment, Raja suddenly falls silent and becomes lost in thought. In the end, he does not kill the girls, but asks them not to interfere anymore. As he closes the container, he adds that if they want to survive, they should do nothing. Langet doesn't have time to react in any way, as her body weakens under the influence of pheromones. After this, the container is closed, and a powerful electrical discharge begins to emanate from one of the wires. Then the Raja turns to God, informing him that the problem has been resolved. Hearing this, God smiles, noting that this is their first interaction with Earthlings, and he is completely satisfied with the result. After this, he prepares to continue the procedure. Raja then asks if John has been useful to his plans. God replied that he was finding a new target, apparently on the part of Atalanta that remained in orbit. Navigation records were preserved. So, with the help of John, God is going to find the location of the Earth. Then Raja approaches him and asks what he thinks about the inhabitants of the planet Bhumi. God replies that as originally planned, all representatives of the Bhumi people will be synchronized. He assures Raja that they will have happy dreams until the last moment. After this, he orders the preparation of a space elevator, with the help of which he and John will travel to Earth. At this moment, God does not even suspect that he is already being targeted. Watching all this, Dean notes that the Major is apparently infected with something, and next to him is Raja, who is in charge here. He also notes that Raja seems to be talking to someone hiding nearby, and Jocelyn suggests that it might be Langat. Then Dean asks her if it is someone important. The girl says that if she married the Major and became queen, it could unite the two races. Dean realizes that it would be a political marriage with a leader they could easily control. Jocelyn confirms that this is true, but if the Major is in a desperate situation, they could at least save Langat. However, the deputy replies that their task now is to save the commander. That is their protocol. Jocelyn points out that he's right and she was just distracted. However, she then adds that the best time to kidnap a person is when he is getting into or out of a car. Just at that moment, the man takes aim at God and gives a command to his subordinates. He orders the entire crew to take up sniper positions. He states that their target is a horned creature in white and orders them to report when the target is captured. Dean also notes that the enemy has the ability to quickly regenerate. Therefore, he gives the order to not spare the shells, so as not to allow the enemy to regenerate. Dean and Jocelyn realize they need to prepare to open fire on their target. Dean waits tensely, watches his target and carefully aims, saying to fire on command. He aims his gun at the head of God, who is unaware that he is in grave danger. Dean waits for the perfect moment to shoot and still says not to shoot. After a few more tense seconds, he finally gives the command to fire, and Kalima's body immediately receives several wounds. The soldiers, along with the enslaved priests, turn around, trying to figure out who decided to attack them, and quickly take cover. Kalima herself, influenced by the god, falls to the ground, while the others hide in shelters. Jocelyn says she has arrived on the first floor and begins checking John's location in hopes of rescuing him. She quickly approaches him, saying that the object is in her direct line of sight. God tells his servants to stop this dugout, using the body of the unfortunate Kalima. The soldiers rush to their leader's defense and prepare to shoot Jocelyn. However, this brave girl calls on Hector and Achilles to help clear the way. While these dogs block the movement of her opponents, she fires several quick shots at their heads. She finally manages to reach the final opponent and put a bullet in his head to incapacitate him. After this, she quickly runs up to the captive John and tries to bring him to his senses with loud words. Looking into his eyes, she says her name, hoping that this will be enough for him to remember her. John looks at her with a completely absent gaze, making it clear that he is seeing her for the first time. Jocelyn continues to try to talk to him when suddenly a projectile flies into her hand, forcing her to level her weapon. Looking at the red-hot piece of metal, she realizes that there will be a burn on her hand. But right now, that's not the biggest problem. The dogs continue to fight the soldiers, using their sharp teeth to inflict lacerations. John, meanwhile, takes advantage of the momentary delay to reach for the weapon that no one is looking at. He immediately picks it up and heads towards Jocelyn, who doesn't expect things to turn out this way at all. She asks him to put down the weapon, while he clearly has no control over his actions whatsoever. The evil god orders her to be killed, saying that it is his will, which he must carry out immediately. Jocelyn says there is no problem he can't handle and asks him to fight. Jocelyn continues to remain optimistic and believe in him, telling him not to give up and to keep fighting. Langat quickly emerges from her hiding place and loudly calls out to the protagonist in the hope that he will respond to her call. Immediately after this, she takes out a special guitar that means an incredible amount to him and should at least help somehow. She looks desperately in his direction, hoping that he will remember who he once was and regain control. Jocelyn recalls his words about how strong external influences can disrupt mental synchronization. She shouts loudly at Langat to play the guitar for maximum effect. Langat says that she only saw him play, but she herself does not know how to use the instrument at all. Jocelyn says she needs to try doing the same and assures her that she will definitely do well. Meanwhile, God orders John to kill the naughty girl before it's too late. John gradually loses control of himself and is about to pull the trigger, but suddenly he hears a song. Langat begins to sing a composition that means incredibly much to the main character. John stops and turns towards her as Langat begins to sing louder. This song means an incredible amount to him, so he gradually immerses himself in his memories. His mind desperately tries to remember what this song is called, and he plunges into the distant past. In this distant past, life seems much easier because he doesn't have to solve problems on a galactic scale. The first thing that comes to his mind is that shootout in which a then unknown person is seriously wounded. He recalls helping an unknown man cope with a serious injury and bandaging his leg. He also remembers how Maria came up to him and said that it was he who saved her father on the way to school. She asks him if he composed the song, while for him, her visit comes as a surprising surprise. She says the melody here is absolutely amazing and recommends using it. John asks her why they're using it, and she explains that they're deciding to write a final song to finish the shows. Gradually, his thoughts are interrupted by the demands of the evil god that he finish off the girl. Dean plays along with the action and starts singing loudly to help combat the god's influence. They call him a rock star and tell him to finally wake up from this terrible captivity of the evil god. John continues to be lost in his memories and hesitates to pull the trigger and shoot. He remembers asking her if she wrote the lyrics back then, and she states that the song is called Grand Finale. He asks her what she means, and she states that Cassini and Huygens are the final mission of 2 spacecraft. John says it's a difficult topic and is trying to figure out if he has any suitable verses for the last part. Langit reads lines from this song and tries to constantly help himself with a powerful component. This song proves to be powerful enough to affect the protagonist and weaken his control over him. His hand begins to shake gradually, and he realizes that he is gaining more control over his body. He raises his hand sharply upwards to fire a powerful shot. He states that now that he has found his perfect voice, he understands that it can't end up that stupid. He is immediately asked to state his name, rank, and call sign to ensure that he is okay. John states his name and position, saying that she knows it herself. Jocelyn irritably says that the Major never changes himself and will behave as usual. Langit, in turn, loudly shouts his call sign, calling him a real rock star. She also says that he is the best guitarist and a real rock star she has ever seen. John puts his hand to his suffocating scarf and says it feels much better this way. After this, he tears off these organic scraps and declares that this is exactly the answer he wanted to hear. Gradually, he manages to escape from the shackles of this evil god, and his friends rejoice that he is safe. Infected Kalama, under the influence of the evil god, says that he must be immediately captured and destroyed. The mutated priests rush forward to capture it as quickly as possible, moving their legs. Dean turns to his comrade and advises him to duck, after which he takes out a giant crossbow. He says he's going to shoot incendiary flares, and John manages to lower his head in time. The next second, a powerful explosion is heard, which tears off a small part of these mutated priests. Dean asks the protagonist if he is okay, hoping that he is not seriously injured. John states that he is glad to see him, but first they need to talk about really important things. Dean smiles and says that he is waiting for orders from his commander. John says that the local god wants to find Atlas to go to Earth, and we need to get ahead of him. Dean says it won't be too difficult, as space is his second home. John remembers Panora, with whom he interacted not long ago. He advises her to leave this place, so as not to appear here again and live a peaceful life. He also remembers her asking him why he doesn't just kill her and get rid of the problem. John says that he doesn't want to have another reason to regret, and also states that he would like to give her one piece of advice. He advises her to bury the dead according to their custom, so that everything is done properly. From his point of view, this way she would feel much lighter, and the heaviness on her heart would not last long. Panora says with a smile that he is incredibly generous, and she will definitely do everything as he said. She also says that if he ever meets Raja, he should tell him that the island has beautiful panoramic views. She assumes that she will likely become a cause for regret for Raj, although she does not want that. Raja asks him if he can tell him one thing that he really wants to know. He asks him where Panora has gone now, and John doesn't know what to tell him. A few moments later, his thoughts are interrupted by a loud scream from Langit. She comes closer to him and says that she is incredibly glad that he remains unharmed after this mess. John asks her how she ended up here, reminding her that it is very dangerous, but she states that she cannot do otherwise. She also points to Raja and says that this guy is helping them and turning a blind eye to them hiding. John calls him by name, and Langit is surprised that it is indeed the same man. Carla is also very surprised by this and turns her tired gaze straight at him. Raja asks again about Panora's current location, and everyone feels the tension in the air gradually increase. John says Panora wants me to tell you that Kanuta Island has the most beautiful panoramic views. He also tells him that she says that one can live there peacefully without any regrets. The Raja remembers the name of this island and says that now it becomes a little clearer to him. John tries to find out from him where the satellite control center is, when suddenly Carla intercepts the gun. The very next second, a deafening shot rings out, causing everyone else to fall into a complete stupor. The bullet passes right through Raja, making the wound appear relatively easy to treat. However, Kalima is also wounded by this shot, and now her life is in danger. Carla looks at what is happening with fear and says that this is absolutely not what she wants. Raja looks at them with some surprise, realizing that it was only by some miracle that he was not killed. But now he needs help. John asks her what the hell she's doing and tries to snatch the gun from her. He menacingly says that the most important thing for them now is to stop the god, after which he repeats his questions. Raja says he knows where the battle satellite control center is. John asks him to take them there and at the same time tells Jocelyn to bandage him and accompany him. Carla, meanwhile, begins to mourn her sister, feeling that she has just killed her relative. John says they don't have time for that now, as their target is the combat satellite control center. The Raja continues walking, and one of the soldiers asks him if everything is okay and why he is coming here. The soldier also becomes curious about why all the Earthlings are gathering together, and he says that there is a problem with the god's vessel. He adds that there is an urgent need to save Kalima, so they need to get to the medical bay. The soldier says they will activate the medical unit and prepare everything for the operation to prevent the worst. Immediately after this, he reports that Raja is returning with the possessed priestess and the Earthlings. He states that, in his opinion, a problem is arising that needs to be dealt with as quickly as possible. They proceed further through the checkpoint and can breathe a sigh of relief for a while. Raja tells the staff that everyone should rest as their work is over for today. After the scientists leave, he says that he will take over the control of these satellites himself. John watches this closely, after which he is told that they are fulfilling their part of the promise. Raja asks him if he can control the satellites, and John immediately forwards the question to Aleph. Aleph says that he learns everything he needs from Hija, so there are absolutely no problems with this. John turns to Raj again and states that they can manage them on their own and that they need to trust each other. John invites him to join him so that they can stop the god together. Raja says in a tired voice that his actions are reminiscent of the story of a hero who fights with the gods. He also states that he will tell him this story someday, but now he really wants to see Panora. John says that he would like to ask for his help in treating Kalima because he needs additional strength. Raja turns around and says that he understands everything perfectly, and John decides to tell the general situation. He informs them that a parasitic creature calling itself a god wants to get to Atlas. John emphasizes that either he or Dean must get to Atlan first and simply blow it up. He also states that until the allies from the first port contact him, their task is to intercept the god's ship. He gives orders to Dean to set up security and sniper positions inside the buildings. Jocelyn says she will find a suitable sniping position, and John says he will provide cover. Langet immediately volunteers to help, saying that she would be happy to go with them. John agrees to this arrangement and says that together they will make a good team. Jocelyn praises her partner after a while, saying that she is doing a great job in saving the Major. Langet states that she knows this and emphasizes that she is trying very hard to accomplish this task. John turns to her and tells her that Kung Deoki was raised by Jocelyn, and her eyes immediately light up. She then asks him if he's talking about the incredibly cute cat, and Jocelyn tries to figure out where she knows him from. She says sadly that when she hears his name, she starts to miss him too. She also says that before going here, she asks a reliable person to take care of him. The sweet cat doesn't yet suspect that the separation from his owner will last much longer than he thinks. Officer Callahan holds this pet and says a prayer to bless his comrades. Jocelyn promises that she will show him pictures of her cat later, and Langet is immediately impressed. Aleph, meanwhile, says that he is connecting to the satellites and gaining full control over them. John asks him if he has any plans, and he states that he is changing the direction of the attack to ground. Aleph asks him sharply how he is feeling, and he replies that he is fine and feels good. John looks at the screens and asks him what they are showing, and Aleph states that it is the airspace above the base. John is wondering what decision he needs to make to finally get things right. However, suddenly there is a powerful explosion, and it begins to seem to him that this explosion is happening in the next room. He tries to contact Dean and asks him what the situation is and what's going on there. Meanwhile, the soldiers turn to Raja and ask him to come to his senses, saying that he is making a big mistake. Looking at him and pointing their weapons at him, they say that he turns out to be an accomplice of these damned Earthlings. After this, they say that those who betray duty must be punished with particular cruelty. The Raja turns to them with some surprise and asks if they really think he is betraying God. After this, he states that he never believes in him at all, so there is no betrayal here. Dean says there are a lot of enemies approaching, and judging by the speed they are going, they will be here in half an hour. John asks them what they are and demands a detailed description of their appearance. Dean says the priest is leading the Gurid along with other infected Boomians. John says that traders figure things out much sooner than they initially expect. Carla realizes that everything is not going according to plan, and now she will have to improvise to fulfill her duty. John states that there is some kind of commotion going on here too, and asks Aleph to launch attack satellites. Carla is ordered to check the rooms inside the building to find out who is shooting. The soldier, meanwhile, repeats again that he must execute the traitor for committing treason. Carla arrives at his side in time to prevent the murder of his new ally. Taking careful aim, she delivers a powerful blow with her sword to permanently neutralize the enemy. Immediately after the impact, his head falls to the ground, and his helmet slams loudly against the metal floor. Immediately after this, she prepares to attack another soldier, who does not yet have time to understand what is happening. However, her opponent turns out to be more agile than she initially expects, and hits her on the head with the butt of his rifle. Carla loses her balance and falls to the floor, leaving her in a very uncomfortable position. The soldiers quickly point their guns at her and say that there is another traitor here who must be executed. However, fortunately, Kalima comes to her senses in time, pretending to shoot at them with her finger and imitating the sound of a gunshot. A few moments later, a shell flies past them from the side, and the soldiers turn to look at her in surprise. Carla is trying to figure out what all this means when suddenly a strange substance starts emitting from the projectile. Under the influence of these substances, the soldiers begin to shoot each other without much mercy. In a few moments, it's all over, and victory goes to Kalima and her comrade. Carla immediately turns to her dear sister and is happy that she is finally returning to them. She asks her how she is feeling, and Kalima says that she is glad to see her. Carla says she would feel fine too if that guy weren't here, but Kalima reassures her. She says that through God she sees John's memories and learns that she is angry with Raja. Kalima says that she understands her feelings perfectly, but now they need to act together. Carla says she understands this perfectly well, but when this battle is over, she still kills him. Kalima agrees with her decision and does not think to warn her, adding that now she needs to get to work. She tells him that she needs to connect to the central network, and he asks her where exactly. Kalima tells him that she should get to the 4th node since it is the most advantageous position. Raja tells her that he will arrange for a similar procedure for her if it is so necessary. He also asks her if she can handle this connection, and the girl replies that there is no problem. Smiling, she looks at her sister and says that they will definitely see each other a little later. Placing her hand on her helmet, she strokes it, and Carla declares that she believes in this promise and that everything will be okay. John meets her after a while and asks if everything is okay with Raja. Carla replies that there is no reason to worry now since Raja is helping his sister with one very important matter. John looks at her in surprise and asks what they are doing, trying to figure out what their plan is. Carla tells him that Kalima is very keen to do the synchronization. Meanwhile, the monsters are getting closer and closer to our heroes in the hopes of destroying them. Moments later, one of the monsters attacks its ally using a powerful acid attack. This attack is enough to destroy the giant monster, and the other soldiers open fire. Despite this, the monster has amazing armor that can ignore laser weapon shots. However, the soldiers who decide to subdue him have no choice but to face imminent death. The monster falls on them with its entire body and destroys them under the weight of its giant shell. John receives information that an unidentified giant Gurith is attacking enemies, and this makes him very happy. John turns to Dean, demanding that he gather the fighters and build a defensive line with Langat. After that, he runs as quickly as possible towards the satellite center to contact Aleph. As he gets closer to him, he asks him what the forecast is, and he states that the enemies are hard to spot behind the clouds. John says that in that case there is nothing left to do but just shoot at the clouds. Aleph asks him if he can tell him what his plan is. John says that the satellites must be equipped with laser weapons, and Aleph states that this is so. John notes that if you cover clouds with lasers, convection will create condensation nuclei and cause rain. Aleph guesses that he plans to weaken the effect of the pheromone with the help of rain, as he did before. John looks at him with concern, then says that this is exactly what he had in mind in the first place. Aleph asks him if he plans to do anything after the effect naturally wears off. John says he will broadcast because surely some will decide to switch to their side. Aleph says that he understands his plans perfectly well and promises that he can make it rain. John says the clouds must pour down cold November rain to cleanse this world. After entering the appropriate scripts and sending the required commands, the satellites begin to activate the weapons. Together they fire at the clouds to heat them up at an incredibly high rate. A few minutes pass, and a torrential rain begins to pour down on all the soldiers, gradually intensifying. They all look up, trying to figure out how this is even possible. And for a while, the advance slows down. John loudly announces through the loudspeakers that the planet Boomy will not perish no matter what. He says he is a man from another planet and is coming up with a way to understand the threat that is coming here. John also says that God wants to destroy the planet so he can go to Earth. Addressing the inhabitants of this planet, he asks them to defend their homeland and fight against God. John, holding a guitar in his hands, says that the melody he is about to play will become their password. The priestess approaches the doubting soldiers and asks them if they are really going to turn away from the god. She calls them pathetic slaves and says that such behavior is disappointing. Now this becomes the beginning of a serious confrontation between those who are seeing the light and those who still believe in God. John receives information that the traitors are starting to fight each other and realizes that this is not what he wants. He immediately asks Raji if there is any transport here, and he states that it is quite possible that something else has survived. John immediately says that his plan is to play music and protect those who come to their side. Jocelyn says she can hear some of his plan and doesn't quite understand it. She asks him if he's seriously considering playing guitar on the battlefield to help these creatures. John says he's going to play on the move like the Pied Piper to lure his enemies out. Jocelyn loudly tells them that this is a very dangerous undertaking and could lead to serious consequences. John says that even if it is dangerous, they must stand up for those who trusted them. Dean asks what about a freestyle part, and John immediately says that he has no plans for that yet. Langet asks if she can join them and sing her song to help with this cause. John says it would be wonderful and incredibly effective if she agreed to it. As he goes out into the street, he says that this will be an embedded signal that is meant to awaken this people. Aleph connects to the loudspeaker and loudly declares that the inhabitants must protect their planet. Jocelyn carefully approaches a small group of Boomians and states that a small force is approaching them. Jocelyn emphasizes that it's better to play it safe, because even a small force can cause problems. John says that he understands everything perfectly and asks her to try to talk to them. Jocelyn peeks out from behind cover and addresses them, saying that there are grounders here. She tries to tell them that they come here to talk, but a shot rings out next to her. Hiding behind cover, she loudly tells them not to start shooting as they come here in peace. John gets word that they are not stopping and says that they will be here soon. Having prepared himself properly, he begins to play the token on his guitar as if it were a pick. The fiery music reaches the ears of the inhabitants of this planet, and they begin to waver a little. Raising their heads, they see a giant monster walking on the ground, and from it comes this very music. After a while, this monster stops right in front of a small detachment and lowers its head. John emerges from the giant creature's mouth and declares that they are not enemies and have come here to talk. A Boomian warrior says he claims to be saving the planet but is actually causing discord. John asks her what she means, and the girl says that he is guilty of further massacre. She informs them that the priests now kill those who listen to him, calling them traitors, and they do so mercilessly. John says that's why they come here, because their goal is to help them. The girl says that they are going to take over their planet, so they are no different from monsters and God. John looks at her with surprise and says that they want normal coexistence, not some kind of dominance. He tries his best to convince her that this is not his intention, but she is not yet ready to believe him. John recalls the words that his home planet, full of precious memories, is also on the brink of disaster. He asks Langet if there is a song that Ingress and Hiji sang when she was little. Langet declares that there is a song that absolutely everyone knows and begins to hum short melodies. John listens carefully to the key of this song and tries to tune his guitar to it. It doesn't take him long, and after a little tuning of the guitar, he declares himself ready. In front of the astonished audience, he begins playing the guitar again using his dog tag. Langet takes out a small microphone to sing along with him and immediately tries out his vocal skills. The warriors look at them in surprise, but do not dare to open fire and simply watch what is happening. Langet continues to sing a song that is familiar to every inhabitant, because there are not many songs on this planet. The warriors bow their heads and realize that these songs awaken in them distant memories of a carefree life. John says that if they start shooting, this place will turn into a battlefield, and that is not good. He adds separately that singing together is a real celebration, and this surprises the blue-skinned warriors. After some time, it is time to end the song and continue peace negotiations. He asks them to take him to his friends, because together they can protect this planet. Meanwhile, the priests say that the Boomians never change, and even after committing a sin, they do not feel remorse. The priestess says that their kind has no place in the universe, so it must be destroyed. They ask why they commit sin if all they want is to just live. One of them accuses the soldier of being so afraid that he cannot even think about fighting God. The soldier hesitates a moment before firing, then hears a familiar song. His thoughts clear for a moment, and he realizes that he has heard this melody somewhere before, and it seems to have always been familiar to him. He lowers his weapon as the other Boomians stand frozen, hoping someone will save them. The soldier continues to hesitate and realizes that all this time he has been committing a crime against his people. However, despite this, the mutated priest already has him in his sights, in order to finish him off if necessary. The priest says that he is thinking about betrayal again, and that those who go against the will of the god do not deserve to live. However, the next moment a shot rings out, piercing the priestess's head, neutralizing the threat. Dean loudly says that the priestess has been neutralized and now we need to deal with other enemies. John speaks loudly from his monster, saying that they know this song and are not strangers to each other. John loudly repeats the manifesto about the need to save this planet no matter the cost. Jocelyn carefully steps out from under the monster's foot and says that anyone who wants to save the planet can come to her. Some civilians immediately run towards her, hoping that they will not be hit by bullets. A hesitant soldier sees his allies trying to shoot children and realizes it's no good. He immediately turns around and points his gun at them to open fire. With a well-aimed shot, he kills one of the soldiers who is about to shoot innocent children. The other fighters immediately point their weapons at him, realizing that discord is beginning to break out between them again. One of them accuses him of vile betrayal and says that for this he must be destroyed. However, the children who have just been miraculously saved understand that they need to repay for their salvation. They jump on the soldier, who is unaware that someone is approaching him from behind, and prevent him from opening fire. The girl says that even if the stars burn the sky, red flowers continue to bloom on the earth. The soldier makes several quick movements towards the enemy and hits him in the stomach with the barrel of the gun. This turns out to be enough to disable him thanks to the timely help of children. The soldier thanks them for coming to his aid in difficult times, even though they might not have done so. The child tells him that everything is fine and that they will be able to coexist someday, but right now this is the most important problem. Meanwhile, somewhere nearby, the song continues to attract the attention of other Boomians. One of them hums these catchy tunes, realizing that he has been hearing this song throughout his life. His face shows that he has sad memories associated with this song, and he states that it belongs to the Northwest. The young man says that John's location may be discovered, so we need to follow him. He commands them to follow the sound of the song, as it will lead them where they want to go. Meanwhile, John looks at the results of what is happening and says that apparently this mess is turning out to be a success. The soldiers gradually calm down and survey the area for survivors who can still be saved. The mutated priest wonders if he knows that this is how it all ends. After some time, John looks up at the sky and sees silhouettes approaching, trying to figure out what it is. The Boomians open fire and say that the priests are flying on flying monsters to catch up with them and destroy them. John continues to shoot back and says that there is simply no end to these creatures. These priests are indeed very agile, so it will take some skill to deal with them. One of them dives down rapidly to crash into the main character and take him with it. John takes out a special close-range weapon to deal with such opponents. Langet is also constantly near him, ordering the priests not to approach him. However, at a certain point they manage to grab him in order to throw him off balance. John loses his footing and is thrown out of the giant beast's mouth to his death. John understands that if he falls from such a height, he will definitely not be able to collect his bones. However, at the last moment, the valiant Barta appears out of nowhere on a motorcycle to save him. John lands right in his arms, and despite the high speed, he doesn't even get seriously injured. Barta says irritably that for a moment he feels like his arms are going to break. John asks him in surprise what he is doing here, to which he replies that he will listen to his gratitude later. Barta asks him how many enemies there are and how long it will take to eliminate them. John tells him that there are 3 priests with wings here who pose a very serious danger. Afterwards, he makes approving gestures and says that this maneuver was incredibly cool. Barta starts to get a little embarrassed and asks him what kind of nonsense he decides to talk during a battle. He advises him to indicate the targets that need to be shot and immediately gets down to business. John is also not far behind and kills several flying priests to make life easier for his allies. They look around and look at the sky, after which they come to the conclusion that for now there are no more enemies. John sincerely thanks him for arriving so timely, because the situation is on the verge of critical. Barta is happy that he heard the song and came here, and Hiji declares that it is time for them to return to the spaceport. John says that the operation to capture the spaceport is going well and that they need to join Aleph and the others. Taking a closer look at the loudspeakers, they realize that no sound has come from them for quite some time. John asks Barta if he can hear the broadcast when he drives here, to which he says that he only hears his song. John realizes that something is clearly wrong here and recommends hurrying to the control center before it's too late. They immediately board an armored vehicle and prepare to move forward immediately. John asks Dean if he sees enemy movement and what the situation is. After finishing his observation, Dean states that the control center is surrounded and there are quite a lot of enemies there. He also states that their allies are holding at the main entrance, but are unable to prevent a flanking maneuver. John asks if he can win these people over to his side if he uses songs again. Hiji says that they have been able to win the psychological war with this song before, but now it will be more difficult. They note that, judging by the weapons, the control center is being stormed by elite fighters, and they are more difficult to control. It is also noted that these are devoted fanatics, so talking to them will be absolutely pointless. Hiji adds that they must help their comrades at any cost, as she must convey something to Aleph. John looks closely at his ally and says that he understands her desire perfectly. John turns to Bartha and asks him to find a weak spot in the enemy ranks in order to determine a breakthrough point. Barta states that he will figure everything out while they have a little time to gather enough fighters. John asks him to hurry, assuring him that they will soon follow him and quickly join his breakthrough. Dean says that this time he suggests that they provide support from the rear and not get into trouble. Langet suddenly says that she will also go with him since she is not afraid of getting hurt. Hiji states that she will go to the rear with him, but Langet says that she is not asking her permission. She desperately declares that the people who are there are also her friends. Hiji smiles and says that she is already quite grown up and can now make her own decisions. John sadly says that he will remain in the rear and wishes her to take care of herself. Barta radios that they are trying to break through to the south of the control center, since that is the most advantageous position. Hiji replies that they are almost there so they can move forward, hoping for their support. Barta takes note of this information and says that they will act immediately. After this, he tells his cavalry to prepare for a powerful attack and to act quickly. Meanwhile, elite troops continue to lay siege to the fortress and attempt to use underbarrel grenade launchers. However, after a while they have to stop because they hear strange sounds of approaching traffic. Before one of the soldiers can do anything, he is immediately hit by a speeding motorcycle. Barta's cavalry rushes forward at full speed, knocking down everything in its path with its weapons. They also begin to suffer losses, as the monsters have powerful tails that knock down vehicles. However, even this is not enough to break the will of the heroic fighters on motorcycles. Barta crashes into the giant monster and pierces it through, after which he addresses the Earthlings. He shouts loudly to them that they have arrived here and advises them to prepare for evacuation. They immediately understand him and talk to each other about the need to hurry if they want to survive. Barta meanwhile turns to Hiji and tells her that the cavalry will move forward to attack. Hiji accepts this information and says that they will support him and arrive here as quickly as possible. She also addresses the fighters and demands confirmation that they have understood the information received. She also asks her assistant to use the vehicles as a line of defense to cover the retreat. Having reached the required place, they immediately shout to their comrades to run there. Hiji watches the approaching group carefully and discovers that they have managed to evacuate Aleph. She asks him if he knows what Ingress has prepared, hoping he has an answer. She adds that he can perform a mind synchronization right now, and Aleph agrees to this. Meanwhile, the soldiers climb out of their armored vehicles to provide covering fire to their retreating comrades. The fanatics, who had been trying to destroy the Earthlings the whole time, stop as they are pinned down by dense fire. However, some of them manage to reach the car, taking advantage of the improved armor. The real carnage begins, as these elite fighters are really good at killing. An additional problem is that their armor is too strong to be easily disabled. In contrast, they have good melee weapons that can pierce Earthling spacesuits with incredible ease. Langet tries to help his comrades by leaning out of the car and opening fire directly at the head of one of the soldiers. However, the enemy almost immediately counterattacks to disarm his opponent. This tactic proves beneficial as Langet's weapon shatters into several pieces. Immediately after this, he delivers a sharp blow from top to bottom to cut his opponent in half. Langet takes a few steps back in a deadly situation, but her armor takes damage. Due to the blow she received, She also falls to the ground and is unable to maintain her balance. Looking at her opponent, she wonders what she should do now since she has no weapon. However, a few moments later, this fighter is cut in two by a powerful energy blast. Aleph asks Langet what she is surprised about, adding that the fighter was armed with a vibroblade. While removing some wires from his hands, he says that this blade can cut metal. Langet thanks him and notes with surprise that his speech is seriously different from what it usually is. Aleph asks her not to be afraid and says that the thing is that they share this body with Hiji. Aleph approaches Jocelyn and asks her if she can lend him the drone for a while. Jocelyn immediately throws him the gadget and says that there won't be any problems with it. Aleph steps forward and says that he will deal with the opponents, and the rest should provide first aid to the injured. Several elite fighters armed with the same spears immediately appear on his path. They rush forward in the hope that they can cut this android apart in a few seconds. Since Aleph is an android, he acts much faster than the elite fighters and kills them. Aleph and Hiji tell each other that they are incredibly pleased to feel like they are back in action. They talk up front about how they can clear the battlefield, and all they can do is just watch. A few seconds before, Hiji said that Ingress probably wanted to make him robotic armor a long time ago. She added that in any case, if they want to use 100% of the performance, it is better to synchronize. They also agree that anti-personnel bullets will not be able to harm him, so they must fight without looking back. Having agreed on the functions they will take on, they prepare to step forward. Now the duo of Hiji and Aleph show themselves from an incredible side, destroying everyone in their path. Langet watches what's happening and says it's incredibly cool, and Aleph thanks her for the praise. After this, he asks her to get into the car with the others and leave as quickly as possible. Returning back, they say that they will join them very soon and everything will be fine. John, meanwhile, contacts Dean and asks him about the situation on the battlefield. Aleph says that at the moment they are eliminating enemies while in the car and trying to evacuate. They also fall into a trap, but for such a cyborg this is hardly a problem. However, these Special Forces soldiers are armed with heavy weapons that need to be disabled. Aleph understands that they are the only ones who need to deal with this, so he prepares to jump. The fighters don't have time to understand why this android is behaving so recklessly, but it's already too late for them. Once they are close to their enemies, Aleph and Hiji decapitate them with a flick of the wrist. Only one enemy remains alive, holding a heavy machine gun. However, in close combat, this machine gun is too clumsy to fight effectively. Aleph uses his weapon as a throwing disc to decapitate his opponent and prevent them from shooting. Immediately after this, he realizes that he needs to jump because the car is just passing over the bridge. Grabbing his weapon back, he lands softly on the roof of the car without sustaining any damage. After this, they continue to analyze the battlefield to deal with any approaching threat. One such threat is a mutated soldier and his squad, who are trying to prevent their escape. With a well-aimed shot, he manages to hit the driver's cabin and pierce his head. Jocelyn and Dean try to take control after the driver fails. They warn their comrades that the car will shake a little since they have no driving experience. Aleph and Hiji both say that it doesn't matter because they are in perfect balance. They rush forward again to destroy any enemies that get too close to them. Meanwhile, Dean is trying to figure out which pedals to press to better control the car. On our hero's path, they encounter not only flying opponents, but also heavy monsters with centered guns. These guns have enough armor penetration to destroy a vehicle in one salvo. Hiji and Aleph realize that they need to use an active defense system to prevent this. A small rocket launcher extends from his shoulder, firing multiple projectiles. These projectiles are instantly directed towards the approaching missile to destroy it. After they complete this task, they ride past a giant monster, behind which the cavalry has already advanced. Barta's cavalry shoots one of the riders to disable him. Meanwhile, the rider, who is watching the target car, notices a powerful, bright explosion. He wonders if he managed to destroy the targets, but quickly hears the sound of an engine approaching. The car is thrown into the air by the powerful inertia of the blast wave and heads straight towards the rider. Only by some miracle does he manage to drive further without tipping over under the weight of his own weight. Dean happily says that they were able to survive and praises them for their incredible efficiency. The rider can only watch his targets, realizing that he will no longer be able to catch up with them. Barta catches up with our heroes and tells them that they should follow him, as he knows where they should go. John asks them to be careful, because until they reach the crossroads, it is too early to relax. After this, he looks forward carefully and says that the situation suddenly changed in the strangest way. He reports that something is approaching from the left, and after a while, he states that a train is moving towards them. Barta can't believe it, turns around and quickly realizes that there is a huge thing moving behind them. This train uses special weapons attached to its carriages to destroy everything in its path. Dean asks his friend to come to her senses, since the fact that she is seasick is not a reason to relax. John understands that this train needs to be stopped and hopes that Kalima can handle it. Unfortunately, the girl says that this is currently impossible because she does not have access to sound signals. John says that in that case they need to attack the train, adding that he himself will go and finish off the driver. He points a giant gorilla towards the train and commands it to begin an attack on the driver's compartment. This monster burrows into the driver's cabin to prevent him from controlling the train and its weapon systems. However, the train turns out to be too strong and fast, so it simply tears off the giant monster's arm. Kalima feels it reverberate through her body and says that the cabin is in the center of the train. John realizes that he now needs to act much more quickly if he wants to deal with this quickly. He draws his gun and takes aim at one of the guards. Aleph and Hiji turn towards the train and are surprised to hear John's voice coming from there. They immediately report this to Dean and Jocelyn, who wonder what their older comrades are doing. Aleph declares that he needs help, and Dean immediately starts turning the steering wheel towards the train. Jocelyn asks him what he's up to, but it's too late and they drive off the road onto the ground. The heavy wheels of this machine immediately begin to lift up a large number of red leaves. Barta, watching them, asks them if they have completely lost their minds and decided to die. However, he also decides to follow them and says that he will open the passage for them. Taking advantage of the incredible speed, he catches up with the train to find himself next to one of the compartments. He also hits with his spear to open the carriage so that they can enter it. Dean smiles genuinely and says it's amazing news, while Jocelyn is in shock. An unsuspecting soldier runs through the carriage, trying to figure out why the doors suddenly opened. The next moment he is hit by a heavy truck, after which it is hardly possible to say that he survived. Dean gets out of the car and says that their combat team has arrived in the area and is ready to carry out orders. They also contact the captain and say that they came here to help him. The soldiers say that there was an enemy attack at the tail end of the train and it needs to be cleared quickly. John gradually moves further and watches them, realizing that now is the perfect moment for an ambush. He takes careful aim and opens fire on these soldiers to prevent them from reaching their comrades. The soldiers try to figure out who is shooting at them, but it is too late as he attacks them too quickly. After he realizes that none of the other opponents are moving, he slowly jumps down. However, he did not check the room thoroughly enough, because a soldier suddenly appears in the middle of it. He looks at him and says that he who resists God must perish without the slightest right to forgiveness. John slowly turns around and sees that the soldier is at a decent distance and it will be impossible to snatch his weapon. However, before he can fire, someone gets ahead of him and shoots him in the head. Dean says he generally agreed with the Major's plan from the start, but there was one small caveat. Coming closer to him, he says that this time he risked his life too much. John smiles and says that Dean saved him again, then suggests they move to the center of the train. They say that it is necessary to stop the train and deal with the driver who is inside. Barta, meanwhile, says that John and his men are attacking the train and turns to his comrades. He orders the cavalry to move forward to support him with all their might. Langit and another cavalryman mount their motorcycles and rush forward to save him. They choose a suitable route to catch up with the train and jump over there. John goes ahead and says that they need to slow down a bit before the door because there might be a trap there. He also gives the command that he will open the door himself, and Jocelyn will put up a shield, while Dean will cover. Everyone takes their positions, and John says to open this door on the count of 3. After this, he places his hand on the switch and waits for a while to give the team time to prepare. As soon as the door opens, they see a giant machinist with 6 arms sitting inside the room. John carefully evaluates his team's chances of defeating this enemy. Immediately after this, he pulls the switch up with force to cancel his plan and close the door. The door slams shut with a distinctive bang, leaving his comrades completely confused as to why this action was even necessary. John notes in a slightly nervous voice that he thinks it would be wiser to stay on the roof and not go down inside. However, after just a few moments, the mechanized driver bursts out of the doors, destroying them with powerful blows. John instantly jumps to the side, realizing that the battle will be extremely difficult, because this enemy is much stronger than the others. The machinist accuses them of invading a sacred planet and declares that it must be cleansed of filth. Immediately after this, he uses his mechanical arms to deliver an incredibly powerful blow. John, having only just managed to dodge, remarks that if he had been less agile, he would have lost his head. The enemy replies that it was a worthy evasion, but doubts that he will be able to repeat it constantly. At the same second, a powerful blow hits the driver's head, causing his cervical vertebrae to dislocate. Aleph and Hiji, not wanting to waste time on empty talk and threats, immediately attempt to behead the enemy. However, even after losing his head, his body continues to act as if it doesn't need it at all. The engineer attaches the head back and declares that as long as there is a piece of God in him, he cannot simply be killed. Meanwhile, Dean prepares his weapon and announces that he is going to fire incendiary grenades at him. He warns the others to stay away from the blast zone, then pulls the trigger. The driver tries to defend himself by covering himself with his mechanical arms, which gives his body serious protection from the fire. The fire does him no harm, and he declares that it was a pathetic attempt, doomed to failure from the start. Dean tries to figure out how to get to the enemy's body to destroy him completely. In order to distract his attention, he turns to his dogs, hoping to gain at least a small advantage. He orders them to attack immediately, although he understands that this may not be enough. However, Hector and Achilles fire their mechanized jaws, but this is not enough. Their opponent is showing high mobility and is already jumping up, changing position. Taking advantage of the momentum in the air, he takes aim and rushes forward, intending to crush the shooters. Dean notes that at this rate they won't be able to get him, so they need to come up with a different approach. Suddenly they hear Langet scream, ordering all Earthlings to step aside immediately before it is too late. Langet bursts into the carriage and moves forward swiftly, armed with her powerful spear. She appears just in time, because in another moment her comrades could have died. Her blow is so powerful that it throws the huge opponent aside like a light leaf. However, this does not impress him in the least, and he coldly declares that before him is another traitor who must be destroyed. John addresses her, making it clear that it is extremely dangerous to stay here. Langet replies that he is perfectly aware of this, after which he bites the special hose of his spacesuit. Taking up a powerful weapon, she declares that, despite everything, she is capable of dealing with this enemy. The multi-armed fighter rushes forward, declaring that she will pay many times over for her betrayal. A serious duel unfolds between them, in which Langet is forced to rely solely on her agility to survive. She manages to slip under the giant's feet, gaining the opportunity to strike back. Langet quickly takes aim, intending to hit the enemy's vulnerable point. She chooses one of the mechanical arms as a target, realizing that restoring it will be much more difficult. The opponent tries to gain an advantage by striking the ground, but this does not produce any results. Langet changes the shape of his weapon, turning it into something like a sword, and prepares to attack. However, this time it is not enough, as he easily blocks her blow. As he begins to break her rifle, he notices that this was an extremely unwise and reckless maneuver. Langet only smiles, realizing that she did it on purpose to lull his vigilance. Quickly grabbing the gun, she pulls the trigger and fires straight into his body. Having received several serious wounds, the enemy approaches her and asks if she really thinks this is the end. He claims that thanks to the particle of God in him, he will be constantly restored. Aleph instantly rips his head off and then points out to the others that he will still regenerate. After this, he throws the head out of the train, hoping that it will never be able to return to the body. John states that now it is necessary to find the cabin and stop the train. He sends the others ahead, adding that he needs to stay and talk to Langet. Aleph and Hiji look at him carefully, then move forward, making it clear that they have accepted his order. After the train stops, Langet goes outside to catch his breath after the hard battle. John approaches her and addresses her by name cautiously, realizing that she is in a depressed state. However, he says that they have to go into space together with Aleph and Dean. After this, he adds that before he leaves, he would like to teach her to play the guitar. Langet becomes nervous and claims that this is not necessary. John explains that he saw her trying to play and so decided to help her master the skill. Langet looks down and notes that John already knows how to play, so she has nothing to worry about. Nevertheless, John hands her the guitar, showing her how to use it properly. He explains how to hold the instrument and what steps to take to get a C major chord. Aleph watches the proceedings as John shows her the basic chords one by one. Barta wonders if they're finished yet, but Aleph and Hiji ask him to wait a bit. They note that such things take time, as they involve not only technology but also emotions. John hands her his dog tags, offering to use them as a mediator. Langet watches his actions closely, after which he decides to try playing on his own. It produces a pretty good melody for a beginner, and with practice, the result will become even better. John praises her, noting that she completed the task quickly. He also reveals that the tune he revealed is called Grand Finale. After this, he adds that she can play this music for anyone, and she agrees with this. Looking back, he looks at his comrades, who understand that a dangerous task awaits them. Approaching them, he informs them that they are finished and can move on. Barta quickly nods and notes that they need to hurry, as the enemy has already advanced. Looking up, he notices distinctive red dots, which turn out to be approaching enemies. John gets on his motorcycle and then hears his comrades calling him a hero and says they believe in him. Jocelyn also says that they will be helping them by shooting from the ground, so they can count on their support. John looks at them with a smile and notes that he is very grateful to have associated with such allies. Langet is also among the support group, but she looks much gloomier than the others. This is not surprising since she has feelings for John, but now, despite this, she decides to pull herself together. Looking at her lover, she shows him characteristic gestures. John repeats them in response and confidently declares that he will definitely return, no matter what it costs him. After that, he squeezes the maximum out of his motorcycle, trying to gain as much speed as possible. Jocelyn states that the remaining forces need to stick together and plan ahead for an operation to provide anti-aircraft support. After some time, they find themselves in a tunnel, which, they assume, should lead the heroes to the Cosmodrome. Barta, John, and the duo of Aleph and Hiji continue to move forward at high speed. John asks how much longer they have to drive, and in response hears that it's about 20 minutes left. Looking back, he notices strange flying machines and concludes that they will be attacked soon. At this moment, a mechanized unit flies straight into the tunnel, intending to stop the heroes and prevent their breakthrough. Its mechanical systems activate almost instantly, after which it fires a powerful salvo of missiles. John and his team begin to actively maneuver, trying to avoid damage to their motorcycles. At the same time, he confidently states that he is not so easy to get, so he does not intend to give up and will continue to fight. Barta sharply shows him the appropriate gesture, making it clear that he needs to turn left immediately. The others quickly understand this signal and immediately turn to change direction. John looks at his opponent in surprise and wonders if he really intends to pursue him to the very end. The robot is rapidly approaching him, clearly intending to grab him and crush him with its heavy mechanical hands. However, at the moment when hope is almost gone, another robot suddenly crashes into him, this time from the Allied side. This robot holds the enemy tightly, not giving him the slightest chance to escape. At this moment, John begins to hear a familiar voice on the radio and wonders if it is Ingress in that white car. Ingress states that he will deal with the enemy on his own, and John should continue to follow Bartha. John agrees to this, after which they continue moving forward, noting that the exit from the tunnel is already visible ahead. Bartha explains that once they leave the tunnel, they will essentially find themselves in open space. Hearing this, they begin to squeeze the maximum out of their vehicles, trying to reach their destination as quickly as possible. Once deeper into the tunnel, they turn on their headlights to avoid collisions with obstacles along the way. John, meanwhile, notes that the battle is so loud that its sounds can still be clearly heard even inside the tunnel. Dean, who is in the backseat of Aleph, reports that he sees an exit from the tunnel, so everyone should get ready. The heroes hope that everything will go smoothly without any serious consequences or traps, but they understand that this happens extremely rarely. In a cruel twist of fate, another robot begins to descend directly towards them, apparently intending to quickly destroy them. However, upon closer inspection, John realizes that this robot is their ally, and that Ingress is inside it. John realizes that he had previously mistaken his ally for an enemy because he was too far away. Ingress reports that upon arrival at the spaceport, they must immediately put on spacesuits and prepare for spacewalk. He also adds that he will let them know when he can join in and provide further assistance in the operation. John asks Bart if they can use the space elevator right away, or if it will take them a while. Barta replies that this will only be possible if the team in the port area can deal with the enemy anti-aircraft guns. Hearing this, John increases his speed even more and notes that he understands everything, placing his hope in his comrades. Meanwhile, Langet and Jocelyn are positioned on a miniature robot, from which they begin shooting at approaching enemies. Jocelyn wonders why Langet continues to shoot even at those who have already laid down their arms. Langet, regretfully admitting this, says that she does not understand how to stop and asks for forgiveness. Realizing the situation, Jocelyn decides to take control and pulls out several wires from the robot. The remaining opponents look around in bewilderment, wondering if they are being deceived. Langet, gradually coming to her senses, says that she is grateful to them for agreeing to help. She explains that the Earthling John is heading into space to destroy Mauta Ragbatu. She also adds that God's minions are trying to stop him using aviation, so they need support. One of the soldiers asks if he understands correctly that they should shoot down God's planes. They also ask Langet if it was really she who sang that very song some time ago. They also note that Having heard it from afar, they have already made a decision and are no longer going to trust their fate to God. Langet clenches his fist, relieved that they have new allies. After this, she confirms their findings, and the soldier begins giving orders to seize other guns. More and more fighters gradually gather around him as he proves himself to be a charismatic commander. Langet orders everyone to get on the train and adds that they need to move to the next target as quickly as possible. After that, she exhales tensely, realizing that the current stop was only so easy for them by a lucky chance. Langet states that once everyone is in the carriage, they need to immediately move on to suppress the next point. Meanwhile, John arrives at the spaceport and notices that the number of flying opponents remains very large. He wonders how much longer they will have to wait, as the number of enemies does not diminish. However, a few moments later, he notices a giant rocket crashing right into one of the red dots. One of the fighters turns to John and reports that, apparently, the enemy has begun to be successfully shot down. From this, he concludes that the Allies have probably captured the firing positions and suggests moving on. John agrees with this, supporting the opinion of his comrades that there is not a second to lose. After this, they go to the main site of the Cosmodrome and discover an American rocket there. Besides this giant rocket, they also discover special hangars that house spacesuits. Ingress informs him that he must put on the red spacesuit which Aleph has already taken. John asks him if he can do it, and Aleph says that Hiji will be in control. She switches her consciousness, and Hiji states that she used to be the best pilot in the Northeast. Hiji recommends trusting him and taking the co-pilot seat, adding that Ingress will take Dean with him. Ingress confirms this, then turns to his comrade and recommends that they climb up quickly. John asks Hija what the co-pilot's job is, and she states that he will be a weapons systems operator. John says that there are many buttons of different colors, but he understands what they mean. Hiji tells him that the red button is for a powerful attack, and the orange button is for a more frequent but weak attack. Hiji also says that he has flown in space, so he can withstand gravity and acceleration. Hiji also tells everyone to hold on tight as the takeoff is about to take off. Once the entire system is in good order, it decides to initiate the takeoff procedure. Additional jet engines begin to work strictly according to the script and push the suits forward. Additional personnel report that the main command apparatus has launched successfully. Hiji turns to the protagonist and asks him how hard he finds acceleration. John states that he feels absolutely fine, so there is nothing to worry about. Hiji says that in this case she is going to speed up even more. The battlesuit gradually begins to emerge from the atmosphere, and the temperature rises slightly. Hiji says the destination is an orbital elevator docking port, but availability has not yet been confirmed. John asks her if they will go into space when they get to the docking elevator. Hiji states that this is only half the battle, as they still need to somehow deal with God. John says that no matter what happens there, they are obliged to cope with their task. He emphasizes that they must do this not only for the sake of the Earth, but also for the sake of the planet they are protecting. Hiji tries to coordinate his allies, saying that they caught the enemy off guard. Her comrades also take aim at their opponents and prepare to open fire. Once the guidance system has fully locked onto the target, our heroes fire a volley of missiles. John and Hiji circle through the sky, causing multiple explosions around them and destroying everyone in their path. Meanwhile, Hiji says that she finally sees docking port number 1 that she can approach. However, after she takes a closer look at it, she realizes that it has just been destroyed. As she climbs higher, she realizes they need to find new ways to get there. Hiji recommends gaining altitude and heading to the second docking port before it's too late. John feels overloaded and says that it is very strange, but Hiji says that everything will be normal soon. She explains the current state of affairs, the increased concentration of interference, after which they get out of there. Hiji says that she is at a higher altitude than the enemy vehicles. They perform an evasive maneuver in order to avoid their guidance systems and outsmart them. Despite this, the enemies open fire, so they have to quickly dodge. Hiji asks about losses and reports that one device was hit and is now rapidly falling. Hiji reasons that this is a great loss, but it is not necessarily the end. Immediately after this, she rushes forward in order to break the distance with her opponents. The missiles that followed her from the enemy side do not have time to switch to the target and fly ahead. In this way, she fills her tail with numerous missiles and destroys another enemy. Hiji discovers a second docking port, but it is also destroyed. She's trying to figure out what to do in order to find a suitable docking port. Having discovered one of them, she realizes that one of the enemies is already flying towards her, intending to destroy him. Hiji realizes that this cannot be allowed to happen and states that they have found who is destroying the elevator ports. Ingress replies that they have realized who they are talking about and goes ahead to help catch this scoundrel. His snow-white suit immediately flies up to target the enemy. He fires multiple missiles at it, and the suit tries to fly further to knock them off itself. Hiji rushes forward and catches up with his opponent, realizing that he has slowed down due to his evasive maneuvers. After that, she falls down like a stone and tells John to press the main button right now. After he carries out her command, several energy discs fly out of a special compartment. These discs rush towards the target at great speed and no longer aim at important parts of the mechanism. Hiji grabs his opponent with his hand and orders him to press the red button immediately. John immediately carries out her command, after which a red glow begins to appear from that hand. The enemy has no time to counter such a powerful attack, and his head is cut off. Hiji aims the suit further, realizing that this enemy will explode, and it is better not to be nearby at that moment. Hiji states that they need contact with the satellite control center as soon as possible. Raja contacts her and tells her that this is the satellite control center, asking how she can be heard. Hiji says that they are looking for a docking port for the space elevator, and he states that he understands everything. Carla watches him closely and says that it is very good that she decided to stay here. She looks around and declares that the traitors must pay for their actions with their lives. However, she decides that it is not yet time to finish off Raja, since he is still on their side. Raja states that he has checked the availability of docking ports and reports that there are currently only 3 left. He states that enemy forces are concentrated around these 2 ports, so trying to reach them is unprofitable. Hiji states that they will head to the 4th port, after which he sends his comrades to a more fortified section. Ingress states that he heard her command loud and clear, and then directs his mech further. Hiji tries to gain as much speed as possible in order to reach the unprotected port. John looks ahead carefully and says that the object is in sight. However, there are other mechs also docking at this port, so we need to deal with them as quickly as possible. They decide to use simple ranged attacks to slow down their opponents. Having destroyed them, they finally reach the coveted docking compartment where they can stop. The suit hangs in the air, and Hiji and John prepare to grab the ladder. Hiji advises him not to waste time, and John wonders if everything will be okay with Dean and Ingress. Dean states that he will carry out orders, while the rest should do their job and not worry about it. It reminds him of the motto of the cosmic forces, which states that they must always be above. John firmly states that he agrees with this, after which he realizes that he needs to hurry. By activating the elevator, they say that their motto really is to always be higher. Meanwhile, the mutated fighters report that John is approaching at incredible speed. He also states that he is getting closer and closer to the endless void. John realizes that he may very well not return because of the weapons, so he needs to take another look at this planet. Meanwhile, anti-aircraft guns continue to operate at the limit of their capabilities, destroying other enemies. Absolutely everyone is ready to bring victory closer in a single impulse, and John expresses hope that everyone will survive. Having reached the surface of space, they note that the engine turned out to be much closer than they thought. However, after some time, they see a strange white dot and try to figure out what it is. John says that it might be a meteorite, since this celestial body doesn't look much like one. Hiji analyzes this unknown formation and says that it is a giant model of an atom. John thinks back to his physics textbooks and realizes that this really does sound like him. He wonders if the core will explode if energy or something similar is applied to it. He also says that most likely this is not just a meteorite, but a bomb that God has prepared for those who betrayed him. After this, he states that for now we need to focus on engines that require electricity. He asks if they can find the batteries, and the returning Aleph states that they can try to do so. After quickly scanning the debris, he says they checked the batteries, which have no external damage. After doing the calculations, he states that they need about 4 batteries and that they need to be turned on at regular intervals. He also says that a continuous flow of electricity needs to be provided for this to work. Hiji states that she will be piloting the tech ship, so she needs to be shown where to move it. Hiji also states that she hasn't done this for a long time, but she is still the best pilot, so she can handle it. They take control of a special technical ship that has manipulatory grasping limbs. Gradually, they manage to reach one of the batteries and deliver it where it needs to go. They also turn to the protagonist and ask him to connect the wires to the engine. Aleph says that connecting this battery will complete 50% of the work and will bring them much closer to completing the task. However, almost immediately, he notices a strange movement and realizes that he needs to tell John about it. Scanning the radar, he reports detecting several human-sized enemies. He is advised to prepare for attack, and John sees other astronauts approaching him. John sternly says that he sees his opponents and understands that they are infected fighters. The infected are approaching him with unprecedented speed, saying that the man needs to be destroyed. Approaching one of them, he asks him if this is really the very god that everyone is talking about. The infected one says that he belongs to the divine race, as they are able to generate new life. He adds that people also have the right to become different gods if they agree to unite. He promises that they will be able to gain incredible power in the universe if they only undergo the merger. John says that he works as hard as he can, and these idiots talk too much and disturb him. God says that he cannot understand why he refuses to become the greatest dominant species. They rush to attack, saying that if he does not interact with them, then he will be against them. John says that the enemy is approaching, so we need to move to the next battery as quickly as possible. Hiji activates the ship's manned systems and immediately moves it away before the enemy can reach it. John quickly climbs onto the roof while Hiji tries to hit maximum acceleration. As he moves forward, he mentions that there is a cutter in the toolbox that he needs. Having received this weapon, he immediately turns around, realizing that he will have to defend himself from numerous enemies. One of them is already flying towards him, hoping to grab him with its tenacious claws. John makes a well-timed dodge to avoid getting hit hard. Immediately after this, he turns on the cutter to cut the wires that connect these astronauts. The cutter proves to be extremely effective, and in just a few moments it destabilizes the enemy. The infected turns around, trying to understand what just happened, but it is too late. John looks after him and says that he will never see him again in his life. Without wasting a second, he delivers a swift kick to send him flying endlessly. Due to the lack of stabilization, this creature is forced to drift in space forever until its death. Meanwhile, Aleph says that they need to move as quickly as possible because the number of enemies has not decreased. John agrees with him, saying that they need to move on to the next part as quickly as possible. He adds that, apparently, this self-proclaimed god does not seem to be very good at fighting in space. They arrive at the third connection point fairly quickly, and John prepares to take action. Leaping forward, he grabs a giant cord, and Aleph helps him reach the necessary engine battery. John checks the stability of the system and says that they are finished with this section, so they need to move on to the next one. Meanwhile, the infected astronauts continue to follow him, but they lack speed. John says with irritation that these pursuers turned out to be quite persistent. He asks his comrade to deal with the infected while they switch the fourth battery. John emphasizes that in space you have to fight by breaking helmets and destroying connecting wires. Aleph quickly climbs out of the cockpit to assess the scale of the attack. Some infected enemies rush forward randomly, unaware of who they are dealing with. Aleph instantly deals serious damage with a powerful punch, which, as already noted, easily shatters a helmet. Once the helmet seal is broken, even the parasitic god has no chance of survival. Aleph and Hiji continue to kill one enemy after another, breaking their suits and sending them to the other world. Meanwhile, John continues charging the giant engine, and gradually it enters an active state. Aleph asks him if he started the engine, hoping that it is in working order. John says that thanks to the emergency power supply, dark matter has also accumulated in sufficient quantities. However, while John is busy with everything necessary, a large number of opponents are gathering around him. They ask him if he really plans to return to Earth using this engine. John says that the engine will be directed towards a giant meteorite and will crash into its core. The parasitic god is surprised that he is going to sacrifice himself and do something that is contrary to the essence of life. John asks him if he's really going to teach him anything, since he doesn't even know what heavy metal is. He also lists other popular genres, but the political deity does not understand any of these words. John is irritated when he says that this deity keeps talking about conquering space. Activating the plasma cutter, he declares that there must be music in the universe, and that this is the most important thing. He notes that when he looks at other people, he feels confident and that it is unlikely that anyone will be able to stop him. The self-destruct process begins, and infected enemies rush at John in an attempt to destroy him immediately. John defeats these people with incredible ease, because in zero gravity he already feels much better. He also says that if the meaning of life is only to survive, then it is a very sad life. Looking at his opponents, he says that this is definitely not enough to call it existence. He calls them closer again, saying that if they really want to, they can stop him. In moments, he remembers the days when he sits with Maria and watches how effectively their musical career is progressing. The number of views on his recordings is simply astounding, and they attract the attention of a lot of people. Maria says she expects nothing less from her singing abilities, while John claims there is little money to be made from it. Maria irritably asks him why he always talks only about money. and John reminds him that he needs to pay for insurance. Maria loses her temper a little and says that he is telling her these depressing stories again. After that, she asks him how he thinks she can make a little extra money. John suggests doing a live stream to raise some money. Maria notes that this is a rather unexpected proposal, but it is certainly not meaningless. After some time, they receive their first donation from a user who praises their incredible sound. John and Maria put on special costumes to look a little funny and continue to entertain others. After some time, they have a regular fan who asks for the song in a slightly different version. John is very good at playing guitar then, so he can come up with arrangements on the fly. This broadcast quickly starts to bring them a good income, considering that they invested almost nothing into it. Users write that Maria sings simply superbly, but John always hits the right notes. John promises that next time he will prepare for the performance much better, but continues to play. After a while, the broadcast ends and John says that it was definitely worth it. They decide to check their financial investments in order to understand how much they have earned. Maria quickly receives a message on her phone from an unknown user. He calls her beautiful and asks her about her relationship with the pig who plays the guitar. Maria blocks him almost immediately because she considers this person unworthy. John asks her what's going on, and Maria says that someone has been constantly sending her messages lately. John asks her if she reported it to the police, as it is quite a serious thing. Maria says she contacted the police, but the messages keep coming in and she doesn't know who is doing it. Suddenly, she asks him if he's going to school tomorrow, and he replies that he is not going to. Maria warns him that if he continues to skip school, he will simply be expelled from school. She also says that it is time for her to go home and informs that she will call him in a while. Maria goes outside and approaches her car when suddenly a man runs quickly to the side. She doesn't pay any attention to this and calmly gets behind the wheel while he continues to stand and watch her. She fastens her seatbelt and begins to perform standard actions, not paying attention to him. However, this turns out to be a mistake, as this man is the very same stalker who is following her. In his hand is a bucket containing a large amount of red paint. Maria continues driving when she suddenly notices that it is starting to snow heavily outside. Looking ahead, she says it's a stunning sight and wonders if John knows about it. At this time, John is sitting in his room with the curtains closed and knows nothing about this. His depressive state is interrupted by a call from Maria, who decides to tell him about it. Maria asks him if he's lying on the bed again and if he sees it snowing. John smiles and says that in that case he should eat a snowflake, and she asks why he would do that. She notes that there is no need for this now, but she will tell him about it later. But now she needs to move on. However, as soon as she presses the wiper button, the windshield is covered in paint. John asks what happened, realizing that her voice suddenly becomes very worried. Maria claims that something got into the windshield wipers, which is why she can't see anything at all. To avoid crashing into anyone, she immediately presses the brakes, and the car gradually stops. Maria assumes that someone damaged them on purpose, and before she knows it, another car is already driving towards her. John only manages to hear the loud sound of a car crash and tries to understand what happened. He asks her to answer, but no one answers him. This car accident turns out to be extremely serious, and unfortunately, no one survives. John recalls being at the funeral and considers it the hardest day of his life. A girl who looks suspiciously like Maria looks in his direction and stares at him for a while. John doesn't approach anyone and stands alone near a tree that reminds him of himself. A girl approaches him and asks if he is John, and he replies that he is. The girl says that she saw them perform with Maria, after which she introduces herself as Camila and says that she is Maria's older sister. John suddenly offers a sincere apology, and she asks, surprised, what he means. John says that if he hadn't offered to broadcast, the stalkers wouldn't have appeared and Maria would have been fine. Camila says it's not his fault because during the broadcast with him, Maria looked like the happiest girl in the world. John can't calm down and keeps repeating that he is very sorry and that he could have fixed everything. John destroys all his opponents and reflects on how if he hadn't made music, everything would have been different. He repeats to himself again that if he had not played the guitar, she might still be alive. Suddenly he hears Langet's voice on the radio and asks in surprise how she ended up here. Langet is in the satellite department and asks him where he is now, hoping that he can return. John suddenly asks her if she enjoyed playing guitar with him. Langet fearfully asks why he is asking her this question and states that John is the greatest guitarist. John says he wanted to turn his experience after falling to the planet into a music album. He also states that the work is almost finished, but he will not have time to write and sing the last song. He also notes that she must write the lyrics herself, adding that she knows perfectly well what this genre should be. Langet promises him that she has remembered everything and will do as he asks, and John says that his song will still remain. Langet understands what the protagonist has planned and begins to cry, unable to prevent anything. She looks at the large red dot on the touchscreen and quietly says his name. John remembers being given a guitar and being asked if he liked playing it. John was very happy about this, saying that now he would be able to play music all day long. However, unfortunately, after some time he realized that such a paradise does not exist and that his life will not end this way. John turns to Langet, saying that there is something else he wanted to say right now. Looking at what's happening, he declares that he didn't have time to finish the song, so she should write it for him. Langet does not want to listen to these sad words and says that he must pull himself together. She sadly asks him to come back and sing this song with her. John remembers his past self and thanks her for getting him back into music after a long break. Finally, he turns around to look at the planet that gave him new meaning in life. This planet looks almost the same as Earth, but in fact, it is even more beautiful. After this, he points the engine towards the meteorite and states his number and call sign. The incredibly powerful bomb gradually activates, and John says that the mission is finally complete. After this, the connection with it is lost, while the engine begins to approach the meteorite closer and closer. Finally, a collision occurs, causing strange activation effects and visual phenomena never seen before. Cosmic dust under ultra-high pressure begins to spread in different directions. Finally, the singularity completes its cycle and causes a powerful explosion, shimmering with the strangest colors. This explosion spreads for many hundreds of thousands of kilometers in all directions, and the system reports that the danger has passed. John watches this from the surface of the planet, and it seems incredibly beautiful to him. However, he still feels very uneasy because he has no idea what happened to Langet. After some time, a battlesuit which has fulfilled its task begins to descend in front of them. The combat module initiates a depressurization procedure to make the pilot's adaptation process more smooth. Dean and Ingress emerge from their spacesuits, saying that John has defeated the cruel god and finally brought peace. They confidently say that he saved their planet and now nothing threatens it anymore. Langet looks at them with fear and asks what happened to him and why he is not here. They both look away, and their sad faces make it clear that, unfortunately, the protagonist did not survive. Langet falls to her knees and realizes that this is a huge loss and that her heart will hardly be able to recover. Tears begin to fall from her eyes, and she cannot believe that someone so dear to her has suddenly died. Carla watches her friend and realizes that this is truly a great loss for them. Afterwards, she sadly wonders if this is really how it all ended. Raja continues to stand next to her, after which she tightens her grip on her sword and swings it. He calmly turns his gaze to her, and she stops the blade a few centimeters from his neck. She claims that she already told them that she would kill him as soon as this whole mess is finally over. Raja has no fear of death, while Carla promises to finish him off. Langet suddenly gets down on one knee and says that they need to stop before it's too late, because there's no point in this. She climbs onto the giant mech's arm and says that if she takes up arms, this place will become a battlefield. She also adds that if you take a guitar instead, it will become a platform for a real music festival. She addresses the people of her planet and says loudly that she has something to tell them. She says joyfully that they survived, and that John gave them a tomorrow they could never have dreamed of. She continues to cry, but pulls herself together to lead her people to a brighter future. She states that now they must tell everyone that they won and were able to survive this war. She throws away the weapon decisively because they need to show that they were able to survive this. Carla lowers her head and lets go of the gun, making it clear that she has no intention of killing Raja. Raja says that this man changed the fate of their planet, and this is worth a lot. After this, he declares that he is going to tell absolutely everyone about this so that the name of this hero is not forgotten. He asks her what she's going to do, but the girl does not answer him a single word. Langet is still trying to cope with the pain and incredible tragedy and says they must unite. Despite the presence of her comrades, she says that they must carry John's song from here on. Looking at the train, she also says that this song should spread further and further. Having boarded the train, they approach an artillery position where soldiers are still stationed. Langet plays a melody and speaks heart-rendingly about how John was able to destroy Mount Ragbat. They ask her if this is really true, and she states that they will not die and that this needs to be told to everyone. Jocelyn loudly proclaims that today is a new birthday for everyone who lives on this planet. The soldiers begin to rejoice and hug each other, realizing that now they at least have some kind of future. Langet looks at them with a light sadness and understands that this is exactly the world she wanted to see. Langet looks at the sky and says that people are already singing his song, although he only recently left this world. Many years pass, and on this planet, the periods of recovery from the destructive influence of God continue. An unknown youth shouts loudly at his citizens to stay put, promising that he will help them. The little children beg him to hurry, as they are already being attacked by a parasite-enslaved Gurith. This creature looks incredibly terrifying and can destroy an entire village if left unchecked. However, this time the children are not left defenseless, as a new hero, the Knight Valerie, is rushing to them. He charges at full speed into the monster to cut off its limbs with a giant spear. He tells them to remain confident because he will take them to safety. The kids ask him if what was said in the song on the loudspeaker is true. Cavalryman Nova says that he came from the Northern Research Group and asks to follow him. However, defenseless civilians turn around and say that the monster is still alive. Nova is being careless and incorrectly believes that the creature is dead, which is a big problem. He tensely stretches out his hand towards this monster, but a powerful sound of a gunshot echoes through the air. This shot is so powerful that half of the monster's giant face is destroyed. Another cavalryman says that Nova, as always, is eager to help everyone and shakes his head. Nova realizes that he still has a lot to learn if he wants to survive properly in these wastelands. Another person approaches the survivors and asks them if they are okay. Nova also says that he doesn't have any scratches and thanks Hanella for helping him. Hanella takes off her helmet and says that they need to hurry because Aunt Jocelyn is waiting for her. Meanwhile, Jocelyn calls out loudly for Hanella and Nova, saying that she heard a gunshot and asking if everything is okay. Hanella says that nothing special happened. They just found survivors and they are safe. Jocelyn says it's a great job, adding that the other teams are just getting back too. Raja says they found a small box and asks Jocelyn to check it. Jocelyn looks at it carefully and says that it is a seed storage container from Atlanta. Hanella says that thanks to this, they will be able to create a new life in this place, like paradise. Dean, meanwhile, says that he can get behind the wheel of their car, but Ingress recommends that he rest. Raja approaches Panora and asks her what happens to the heroes at the end of this story. Panora says that everything is as usual. The hero, having completed his adventure, returned to his hometown and lived happily ever after. Raja notes that this ending sounds really interesting, although rather ordinary. Looking at it, he wonders if he can see such endings for himself. Meanwhile, we are transported to an unknown place on another planet, where someone walks on water. A small boy tries to catch a fish in a pond near the remains of a battle that has long since passed. He uses a makeshift net to catch the fish that still live in the area. The child looks at his modest but still significant catch and understands that he still has a lot to learn. However, suddenly he hears a strange voice that greets him softly to get his attention. A small child sees a strange woman in a spacesuit who asks him if he lives here. This girl says that her name is Langit and that she came here from the planet Bumi, which is very far away. The boy asks her if she is one of those aliens who communicate through music, and she smiles. She asks him if he wants to play the guitar and hands him the instrument, trying to teach him how to play chords. The boy tries to repeat what she explains to him, but at first he doesn't do it very well. He complains that he's doing something wrong, and Langit says with a smile that maybe it's too difficult a chord. Suddenly, another person interrupts their conversation and says that his hands are too small to play this chord. The unknown man says that it will be much easier if he takes the chain in this way. Langit looks at his interlocutor with a smile and tells him not to stand there and to come closer. She states that he should come up and put together his own song to make it sound good. A man in a graphic t-shirt approaches them to teach the boy how to play like a real rock star.